criminal? Yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. 1 second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell. This is not a joke. It's not a turn-by-turn thing here. I wouldn't be here. After this election, stop coddling Showore and having him running his mouth. He cannot win a single local government. So
you are the one running your mouth. Stop be respectful to Showore. Are you mad? Are you alright?
Mute that guy. Mute him. It's my turn.
Are you mad?
Mute that boy right now.
Hold on.
Mute that son of a bitch.
No. No. Pansa, no, you don't say. No, this is not good.
Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal. And is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not. Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Yes. Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, wherever you may be. Welcome to Have Your Say. My name is Emmanuel Alaba Ferreira, and I'm transmitting here from Chicago on behalf of Rudolph Okonkwo. Have Your Say. Today, we will be focusing on the Nigerian issue, as usual, the purported planned protest. What are the stakeholders' interests in the planned protest? That's what we will be discussing today. We have various the news items highlighted for today's event. However, before we go into details and before I start adding people to the list, let me go through my monologue, which I like to do. Monologue before bringing people on board to discuss the Nigerian situation. Please join us. The link has been posted, and today we're going to have a wonderful discussion time. Nigeria is on the news again. We've always been on the news, usually not for something good. Nigeria, since 1999, since the inception of our so-called democracy, it's been one problem or the other for the Nigerian people, while the leadership continue to swim in affluence and continue to gaslight the people regarding what they are doing. It is baffling that those who went through a school building or school compound calls what is going on in Nigeria a democracy. Personally, I don't see it like that. I don't think we have a democracy. What we have is the land of impunity, the land of the big man, the land of the masters, the land of the slave owners. Those are the people who own Nigeria. Since 1999, the PDP took over the realm of leadership, and their hallmark was rapid corruption and some hypocritical submission to the rule of law. But since the APC took over, the defining characteristics has been the enthronement of criminal impunity as a tool of governance and the complete erosion of public accountability. Recently in Kenya, the people did not abdicate their office of citizenship. But however, Nigeria is trying to replicate the Kenyan experience. But the question is, the Nigerian such office of citizenship doesn't exist. What exists is the office of the big man, the office of the governor, the office of the president, the office of the chairman. So Nigerians really don't have any citizenship right with regard with the way the government has been treating them over the years. In Nigeria, the people are treated as slaves. They're not treated as citizens, and their lives are virtually worth nothing. Somebody wrote way back in 1926 that in character and temperament, we Nigerians are very happy people and we like to spend. We are also very excitable. And that sometimes we lack foresight, but we are very courageous people and very courteous and polite. However, we have full of personal vanity and we barely stick to the truth. These kind of thoughts are concentrated on our thoughts, and events are usually concentrated on events and feelings of the moment. And sometimes we really suffer from apprehension for the future or grief for the past. That's someone's opinion about us a while back. However, from that person's opinion, you can still see some of the habitual characteristics of our leaders. Our leaders exhibit something of an animal plasticity, and they usually want a desire to rise beyond their states. And usually they don't organize, they lack the power of organization, and they are conspicuously deficient in the management and control of both men or business. That is why they are running the country down, and they don't even see that they are running the country down. And a typical Nigerian leader loves to display power, but sometimes most of the time, they fail to realize the responsibility that having power has. The people, on the other hand, will work for less. In brief, the virtues of our people are like those of the children, and the general characteristics that Nigerians have is that lack of apprehension and our ability to visualize the future. Our sense of veracity is really baffling. Otherwise, how will you explain the action of some of our journalists who are the mouthpiece of our oppressors? How do you explain the actions of our lawyers and judges who are experts in violation of the rule of law and imposition of the rule of man? How do you explain the actions of our lecturers and professors who rig elections for certificate forgers and take pleasures in sleeping with their female students? How do you explain our men of God who are pulpit bandits and are busy exploiting the people, both mentally and financially? The list goes on. There's a long list of the don't do's of our people. How do you explain the abuse of our elites and the educated ones among us? I personally believe it's an issue of the language. If we were not speaking the language of the white man, maybe our problem would not be this bad, because the way we describe words, it's usually opposite of what we describe. For example, when we say we are having democracy, no other place in the world describe democracy the way we do it. Our own democracy is nothing but abuse of power and savagery in action. We have nothing but budget padding, which in wiser clime, these are called economic sabotage and treasonable felony, but yet we still call it, politics, we're doing democracy. I believe our problem could be in the language, speaking the language of the white man. Those who should be in jail are directing our affairs and dictating who is a patriot and who is not. The list is long, but I would always take solace in the words of the great Abami Edafela Anikulapo Kuti, who has put the current Nigerian situation in precise words in his songs. I get my money, I plan my plan finish. As I start to go for market, before I reach market, government show don't enter. My plan don't spoil. Government show don't enter. My planning don't spoil. Nigerians could barely afford the basic necessities of life these days when they go to the market because they have a government that doesn't care, just makes announcements, and everything come tear to pieces, everything come expensive. Even water become as expensive as it could be. And Nigerians are struggling with this. Now, Nigerians are beginning to understand their life, like Fela put in his song, that enjoyment can never come their way if they don't do something about the situation of their life. Now they know that their life is going in reverse in Africa, their fatherland. So, but Fela also said, one day go be one day. One day go be one day. Maybe that day is getting closer. 4 days to go before the days of rage, the purported planned protest. So the question we will tackle today shall include, is Bola Tinubu doing all he could to persuade the protesters? Is he waiting for them to vent before taking serious steps to reduce the cost of governance? Who is left? Is it the TUC, the National Association of Nigerian Students, that are backing out from the protest? If you have a mere 20 billion, you can buy Dangote refinery with his name on it. Dangote refinery is for sale because Dangote is having troubles with the powers that be in running his business. Is the heat too much and the man wants to leave the oil industry kitchen? We'll answer these questions. The Paris Olympics is on, and we will discuss that, and has opened in France. Will that help calm down the political tension across the world? We will find out. The US Vice President, Harris, is enjoying a honeymoon and is already rattling the Trump team and his team concerning an election they thought they had won. So the next 90 days are longer than a typical lifetime. Also, the Ohaneze Ndigbo president, Emmanuel Iwuanyanwu, and Senator Kanu did pass away. The question is, what legacy did they leave behind? These and other topical issues are what we want to discuss today in today's show. But first, before I start bringing people on, first of all, I want to welcome Righteous Man. Let me add him to the stage. Welcome, Mr. Righteous Man. Thank you for joining us. And
good evening.
Good morning, Righteous Man. You're always very loyal. Yes. Before I start adding all the others, I want to show a few videos about the purported protest and see.
Can I say something, because I'll be driving any moment from now?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Righteous.
I'm at the filling station. I've been queuing since morning. There is no fuel in the entire Lagos state. Anywhere you are seeing fuel, yeah, I'm in the queue. I can show you the camera.
Oh,
now we are buying 850 naira per liter today.
Wow.
Some areas 900. I've been queuing since morning. It is my turn now to pick up.
Did they give any explanation why there is fuel scarcity?
There is no explanation. No explanation. No, nothing.
Wow.
You know, I went to the market to do some video coverages, interview. I sent it to Dr. Rudolph. I don't know whether it got to you. You know.
Okay, I will try. I will search for it. I will search for it and try and see if I can play it. So there's nothing in the news on why there's the line or anything.
No, there is nothing. We just woke up since Tuesday. We thought it was a joke. Wow. It's worse today. A liter of fuel is 850 naira. Where I am now, After 2 cars, I will be the next. I can show you the camera so that you can see it.
Wow.
You can see the queue.
They just like to suffer people in that country. It's just like that sufferhead never know the end for that country.
You know the end, though. we have been threatened by the government. 850 naira. Last week I reported 800 naira per liter. Today it's 850 naira, and you won't even see the fuel at all. Some areas are selling 900. It's terrible.
Yeah, someone is saying on the comment section, somebody is saying that possibility that the marketers are, that shows is saying that the marketers are shutting down in fear of the protest. Do you think that could be the reason for the scarcity, or it's just not clear?
It is not true. The issue of the court protest,
yeah,
like the computer village I went today,
yeah,
some individuals I interviewed there said the owners of the market, the lodgers and the codes that manage the market, since Monday have been coming to give them warning that nobody should go and protest.
Wow.
So it is something that is, you will hear it if the video is sent to you by Dr. Damages, because I recorded it. I interviewed some few individuals. It's really terrible over here. Even the government have decided to use some individual to schedule the protest.
Hey,
so they use
This
they
might be
use
a
market
question. I know you're queuing up for gasoline for your car. Is this going to affect gasoline for generators too? Is it the same thing? Is it going to affect those who use generators too?
Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly. Both diesel. And the price of 12.5 kg gas we use in the cooking gas, instead of 6,000, 2 days ago, I bought it at 14,500.
Wow.
So it's becoming more difficult, extremely difficult day by day. In fact, nobody knows what tomorrow holds. We just wake up and see a different thing entirely.
Wow.
It's a terrible thing.
Oh, that country now, wow.
It's terrible.
So how long have you been in line now?
I've been queuing for the past 5 hours.
Are you serious?
Yes, I couldn't go to work today because no fuel. So, and tomorrow is Sunday. We need to go to church, and a whole family cannot be trekking a long distance to church. So, I have to make sure I get fuel. But for 5 hours now, I've been on queue, and just it's about to be my turn now. After the one at my front, I will be the next one to pick up my gasoline.
Oh, but you better buy extra. You get extra gallon there to buy extra in case this thing go long.
The extra gallon they will charge you for when you are buying on jerry can. You will pay extra 500 naira. So let me see what I can get. The unfortunate thing is that the resources is not available for common man in Nigeria. Businesses are not going. Contracts are nowhere to be found. And it's just like that. The cost of living is extremely high.
Wow. Yeah. I feel
now, when you recharge for electricity, maybe 25,000 naira, those in band A, like where I am living, is in band A, and when you recharge 20,000 naira, it lasts you only for 5 days.
Wow. Well, we can see that the Nigerian government is really working hard to help the people. I'm just being sarcastic here. Let me show a few videos for today's show so that before people get on and I add them to the conversation.
Okay, so let me pick up my gasoline.
Okay,
thank you.
Okay. Thank you, righteous man. Thank you. Okay. Thank you very much, righteous man, for giving us that information. In the meanwhile, I want to show you a few videos about the situation and how the press is reporting the purported planned protest, and then I would add on more people as they join the panel for further discussion. Okay.
Throughout the continent. It began in Kenya with protests against their budget, or the finance bill as they call it. Then they spread across the border to neighboring Uganda, and now Nigeria is gearing up to become the third protest hotspot. Young Nigerians are preparing to march against the government. They plan to hold peaceful protests next week on the 1st of August. And this has scared the Nigerian establishment. The country's president, Bola Tinubu, issued a warning on Monday. He said the protests were the work of some sinister people. And he asked Nigerians to not join. The next day, Nigeria's police chief joined the chorus. He said the protests were ill-advised and that the police would not sit back and watch. 2 days later, the Nigerian military chimed in. A military spokesperson said the protests may lead to anarchy. He said that the army would not allow Nigeria to spiral out of control. You can see how rattled the authorities are. Every arm of the government is trying to stop the protests, and not just with threats. On Tuesday, Nigeria doubled its minimum wage to try and diffuse public anger.
Only today, the National Assembly has expeditiously passed the new national minimum wage. You can see how the president is working. It was transmitted only yesterday. Today, it has been passed. A lot of other interventions that the president has also put in place are also going to be looked at expeditiously in the interest of Nigeria. So there's no need for strike. The young people out there should listen to the president and allow the president more time to see to the realization of all the goodies he has for them.
He made that appeal to the quote-unquote young people out there because they are the ones who are organizing the protests. Just like in Kenya and Uganda, across Africa, it is the young people, members of Gen Z, who are organizing the demonstrations. Gen Z is planning the protests using social media. Nigeria's Gen Z are mobilizing under a social media hashtag #EndBadGovernance. The protests in Kenya were also organized under a hashtag. It was hashtag Reject Finance Bill 2024. That's what they called their budget. And this was when the protests had started. Now it has changed to hashtag Ruto Must Go. It reflects the changing demands of the Kenyan protesters. Protests also broke out in Uganda this Tuesday. They were organized using the hashtag March to Parliament. So it's a similar story in all these countries. Young people are fed up. They're also tech savvy, so they're using social media to come together and challenge the entrenched powers that be. The protests are also being broadcast in real time on social media on platforms like X and TikTok. The world can see live footage from the ground, footage of police brutality or military heavy-handedness whenever it occurs. The Gen Z protesters are sharing this footage, which leads to more public anger and therefore more protests. It shows what a powerful tool social media can be and how it can put governments on the back foot. However, this is not the first time that something like this has happened. Protests have been organized on social media before. They've inspired similar demonstrations in other countries and even brought governments to their knees. All of this happened in 2011 and 2012 in Africa itself and parts of West Asia. It was dubbed the Arab Spring. The protests originated in Tunisia and spread like wildfire across North Africa and West Asia. Those protests were organized on Facebook and X, or Twitter as it was called back then. Well, Gen Z won't be caught dead using Facebook, but they're expressing their anger on TikTok and X, and this anger has already spread across 3 African countries. More could follow, and the reaction in Nigeria proves one thing: an angry and vocal youth is every government's worst nightmare.
Climate change.
Okay, I got more videos to show you guys. Electricity Righteous Man is not driving. He's at the gas station waiting to buy gas. He's been standing there for 5 hours. I'm going to show you more videos regarding what the Tinubu is saying against the protests and what the military and the traditional rulers are saying regarding the Nigerian protests. So let me show you the next video clips. Okay.
The hashtag End Bad Governance in Nigeria continues to gain momentum as the proposed hunger protest latest for August 1st draws near. President Bola Tinubu on Thursday met with traditional rulers from across the country, led by the Sultan of Sokoto, Mohammed Abubakar III, and the Oni of Ife, Adeyeye Ogunwusi, at the State House in Abuja to discuss the current state of affairs in the country. The Oni said that traditional rulers are not in support of any violent protests and expressed fears that the planned protest may be hijacked by people that have ulterior motives.
When I was accepted to SGU, that was one of the greatest days of my life.
The faculty at SGU.
Let them put a face to it, and don't let it be hijacked by people that has ulterior motive. That is our stand. We condemn such acts fully. We traditional rulers are not engaged in people, especially the youth, coming out to start looting, to start breaking down law.
Please put me at the backstage me.
Parents, we are traditional rulers. We are closer to them. We are going to go back home and continue to engage them.
Well, earlier in the day, the president had said that he took part in the protest against the military regime in the country, but that the protest was not violent, adding that he has worked hard to uphold Nigeria's 25 years of unbroken democracy. Tinubu made the comment when he received a letter of credence from the new United States ambassador to Nigeria, Richard Milley. Let me read his statement there. During the military era, we made our voices heard against dictatorship, and I was part of the group that engaged in peaceful protests without resorting to the destruction of property. Inasmuch as we believe that demonstrations are part of democracy, we will never encourage any protests that lead to the destruction of lives and property. Well, Dr. Abati, I mean, this is what we have been talking about, peaceful protests. And that's what, you can hear the government saying that it has to be peaceful if there's going to be protests. The protest should not result to anarchy. But well, in the meantime, the Department of State Services, in a statement on Thursday, said that it has identified those behind the planned nationwide protest, adding that they found it to be politically motivated. Their tweet reads in part, DSS counsels against planned protest in Nigeria. While the Department of State Services, DSS, has followed the discourse on planned protests in parts of the country in the coming weeks by persons and groups yet to identify themselves in the public as leaders of the plot. While peaceful protest is a democratic right of citizens, the service has confirmed a sinister plan by some elements to infiltrate the protest and use it to cause chaos and extreme violence in the land. It has also identified the reasons behind the protest to be political. The plotters desire to use the intended violent outcome to smear the federal and subnational governments, make them unpopular, and pit them against the masses. The long-term objective is to achieve a regime change, especially at the center. Based on the foregoing, the service wishes to warn all protest groups to eschew any form of proposed rage, anarchy, and spoliation, while the different levels of government have routinely explained their agenda to ameliorate alleged harsh economic conditions. The service urges the prospective protesters to listen to the voice of reason, good conscience, and patiently engage with the authorities in the interests of peace. I mean, again, it is good to see that the DSS also has reacted in this manner. But Dr. Bati, I've heard you talk about these flyers that go around and they say days of rage, which we should condemn because we've seen them on social media. The protest should be peaceful. I don't know how many times I would say this. The idea of protest is our constitutional right. But I'll say to you again that I have seen these flyers. And one of the flyers I saw was on a former presidential candidate here in Nigeria, Omoyele Sowore. And but let me take one of the tweets that he had put out at one point. He wrote, Question, who are the organizers of the End Bad Governance in Nigeria? Days of Rage Revolt in Nigeria. Answer, hunger, unemployment, insecurity, poverty, and corruption. Yes, we have heard that. We know that that is why the youth want to come out to protest. They have identified their grievances. But you can see his flyer here, and that's the flyer that says Days of Rage Protest. And I think that this is not what we should encourage. Absolutely not what we should encourage. I believe that, I don't know who can speak with the people on social media to make sure that if they are going to protest, it's about what their grievances are and not going out to cause violence, anarchy, and rage. In the meantime, the president also met with a delegation of Islamic leaders led by Shekai Bala Lau at the State House on Thursday. At the meeting, the president said that his victory at the polls was purely by divine intervention and careful planning, adding that he has no cabal or sponsors for reacting to the planned protest. The president said that it is fueled by anger and hate that could denigrate into violence and set the country backwards. He restated his administration's commitment to meeting the needs of citizens, emphasizing that Nigeria's economy is on the path of recovery. Definitely, he has set the motion rolling. He has been conversing with traditional rulers, with governors, with citizens. Before I read some of his reforms, I love your comment while I catch my breath.
All right, so very quickly, yes, and I'm so glad that you pointed out, because rage simply means extreme or violent anger.
Absolutely.
So when you say days of rage, especially as promoted by Mr. Showore, then you would understand the concerns of this administration, of this government, in order to, to prevent a state of anarchy, breakdown of law and order. However, I think it is also important to separate it from what a good number of young people have come out to say is a peaceful protest to demonstrate their dissatisfaction with the current state of governance. And that's why he was right in saying that the proponents of this peaceful protest is the reality, or the realities of what Nigerians are facing. Are people hungry? Yes. Is there unemployment? Yes, the stats show it. Are people finding it difficult to make ends meet? Yes. And then what we've consistently said side by side in terms of against violent protests is that let the president come and speak to the people. Let him highlight some of the things that he has done and what he will do. And for the traditional rulers who have gone, I hope that the traditional rulers use the opportunity as fathers of different communities to state the grievances of their people to the president, not just a shake hand meeting, but an opportunity to really advocate for the people that they govern, that they rule over in their different communities. I think that was a great opportunity for that, and we must have more traditional rulers and spiritual rulers come out to speak up about the situation of things.
You talked about the president highlighting some of the things that he has done. Let me highlight the statement that he made when he met with the traditional rulers there. He said, "We are reworking the social welfare scheme to reach the ward level, which is the closest to our people. We will ensure that we reestablish connection with the wards again so that we can give allowances to the poor and the vulnerable. The student loans will pay for school fees. There will be monetary support for the education of our children. Consumer credit will support citizens in buying cars and houses, and they can repay them gradually. We have increased the minimum wage by more than 100%. The sponsors of the protest do not love our country. They have no love for the nation. They do not understand citizenship. They have alternative passports. They are in different parts of the world, holding meetings virtually. We do not want to turn Nigeria into Sudan. We are talking about hunger, not burials. We have to be careful. We should be careful with premature politics, politics of hate and anger. The internet has made it possible to hold meetings in artificial settings. They hold meetings and sponsor anger." I heard you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I want to say a lot. Number one, please, nobody supports violent protests.
Yeah.
I condemn totally any attempt of violent protests. But also, I also condemn any attempt to stop people from hearing their voice, to speak their mind. I think it was Voltaire that said very prominently, I might disagree with you totally, but I will never stop you the chance for speaking your mind. The truth is, let's not deceive ourselves. If they say protests have political slant, one of their APC governors, Governor Fayemi, recently came out to say that in 2012, the reason why they protested was because of politics. There's always been political connotation to protest in this country, except we want to deceive ourselves. Dr. Abati is seated here. The economic indicators were very good under Jonathan, better than this. The protest was because of politics. I am not for politics. But the greater problem is the hunger.
Right.
Which he has not addressed, which we are saying he should address. He said giving student loan. In a country where people can hardly get jobs, you are giving student loan. Do you know the debts that will come out of the student loan?
I've always been for
even in America, that you have a better economy. Do you know how many times Joe Biden has said they should clear student loan debts? He said they are going to give people money to buy cars and homes. Yellow con. You will incur more debts. Do you know how much debts cash apps have destroyed Nigerian people?
All right.
Microfinance banks.
What do you propose?
What I propose is make the economy better. How do you make the economy better? Invest in small businesses. Okay. Then you must do something about petrol prices and the rising inflation. The rising inflation is also caused by over 100 trillion in money in circulation. When Emefiele wanted to solve that problem, didn't some governors supporting President Tinubu there went to the Supreme Court and said no with the Naira resign policy? Till today, and he should tell us, is it paying subsidy or not? Mr. Wale Edu say it's technically, what is technically paying subsidy? Tell us if you are, be honest with, transparent with the people. So these are the things. I totally condemn violence.
Absolutely.
But President Tinubu has not done a lot to make Nigerians happy. The empirical facts are there. Let's stop deceiving ourselves.
All right. I have read some of
If he does well, we'll praise him.
Yes, I have read some of the reforms that he has said that he has put in place at this point. I mean, even as we speak, the UN has also said that they have intelligence that the protest might be hijacked. We've also heard from the DSS saying that the protest might be hijacked. But you know, users on social media have been listening. I'll pull up a video from TikToker Uncle Pros, who actually was very, very adamant about this protest, and he's changed his mind. Let's take a look.
I have so many reasons why we have to suspend the protest. First of all, with this.
Okay. I will. I will continue the video later, but first I want to welcome Mr. Henry Omorege to the panel, and then start with the first question, which is the issue of should the protest hold? Should it be encouraged? Should it be discouraged? You heard from Tinubu, who said that the sponsors of the protest don't love the country. Is this true? I want to welcome Jagun also, and Mr. Henry Omorege. And so my question is, or you can frame the question in whichever direction you want. Should this protest hold? Should it be encouraged? Should it be discouraged? Whatever position you stand, is the president right to say that those who are sponsoring it don't love the country? Who determines who loves the country? That's the way. That's an interesting question. Is it the people in government that have impunity and doing whatever they want and causing pain for the people that determines who loves the country? So that's my question. Should he hold? Should he not hold? There's so many questions regarding this protest.
Should I answer
let's
that?
Start with that. And Mr. Omorege, you're first, since Mr. Righteous Man.
Yeah, good evening, Ferrari. Good evening.
Good evening.
Jagon. Yeah. First of all, nobody should tell them not to hold the protest. They can see it on the ground. The people are hungry. I'm not going to force them to go out to protest or not.
Are you sure they can see? They're not hungry in Aso Rock.
No, I mean the ones who are,
and the same people you listen, the same people you say are hungry. If Tinubu drive through Lagos now, they will still hail him.
That's what I'm saying.
So
you see,
let us be clear on the fact.
You see, I don't care. I don't campaign for them to protest or not. I don't campaign for them. I speak my mind already before last time.
Yeah.
But it's less for Nigerians to now to take this opportunity to speak their voice and tell them and place that demand. You understand what I'm saying? Okay, look now. The government have information say they're gonna protest on the 1st of August, 10 days. But they have the chance, the opportunity to change things if they really care about the Nigerian citizens. They have those days, many days. They still have 3 days now to say, you know what? First of all, petrol gonna go to 120 naira. People will think, oh, the government is trying to do something. First of all, make a step. And secondly, you say, you know what? Every state governor will come out, I will give them light 24 hours electricity. This are step they should take. And go after these bandits, make sure the farmers can go to their farm, security. This step will move fast. They can do it. But the problem is Nigerians are not serious. Nigerians are not ready. You know, I feel sorry for them. I remember my school time in June 12th, we came out during the military time. They said we should not go out the next day. If you go out in Edo State, Bende State, they will shoot aside. People died, but now nobody won't die.
So you're saying, Mr. Henry, I don't mean to paraphrase you.
Yeah,
I don't like doing that. And you're saying that the people will not come out. This thing now.
Ejekuje people. Ejekuje.
The people just they chop. They're busy. They put rice out there.
Yeah,
I have videos to show that the government is paying a lot of money to dissuade people.
They give them 1,000, 5,000. They say, "Che, Baba mi, Baba, Ebon,
Babasa,
my leader." Look at the so-called traditional leaders.
Yeah, that's one of the videos I have also.
Bunch of use one word, idiot for them. They call them idiots.
Yeah, but what do you think their role should be? I'm now jumping into my
their role should be. Let me tell you, if a sensible traditional rulers, we speak to the so-called their master, their INEC president, should tell them the truth. These people are hungry, not by giving money or give bag of it. They still the bag of rice they give to them. Nigeria don't need this at the moment. They don't need this giving. Nigerians are not beggars. Nigerians are hardworking people. The things the government they should speak to the so-called the government they have there. First of all, this petrol price should go down drastically. First of all, they should go and speak to their paymaster because the traditional rulers, they are a bunch of bingos. I will call them. They don't have voice. Like you don't have voice to speak in one voice. The ones in Lagos there, those one are the ones they can move them anytime, demote them anytime. Just one there in Lagos there, you know how it is. Those are Jekuje. It's not the time NSAS time. You forget about when the NSAS time, the king of Lagos, the Oba of Lagos, they went to his palace. They see a lot of rice, they store there, warehouse, a lot of things. You don't know about these things. It's a bunch of criminals there, bunch of corrupt people. They will come and advise people. And you see, they come back to this so-called traditional, what people respect. They want to use Oro as a political tools. Oro come on Thursday and August. He came during election time. He want to come through protest time. You see, some will say nobody should protest in Lagos. Lagos belongs to we Yorubas. Lagos don't belong to nobody there. It belongs to Nigerians. That's it. Nigeria have right to voice their pains out to the government to know. But the bunch, because of the slave mentality they have in their mind, they become beggars. Go to Lagos there, beggars everywhere. Both the elders who call elders, they are beggars. They're a bunch of beggars. I don't have one single respect for these whole traditional rulers. Not even sorry, not even one. Because this is the time they should speak to tell the government the truth. They will say this is not the time for protest. When is time for protest? When Nigerians are burning down.
So the people, you don't think Tinubu is right by saying that those planning this protest, they don't love the country?
That's a big lie. Do Tinubu love the country? It's a question. No, listen. You see this bunch of criminals who call themselves your leaders there. Well, they're not my leader because I don't respect them. For me, Henry, I don't respect none of them. If they love this country, they're patriotic Nigerians. The money they spend to go and build this so-called Boko Haram vice president villa, that money should be enough to fix Nigerians, to make things better. If they love Nigeria so much, the money they spend to buy those exotic cars, SUV for themselves, or the senators and the House of Reps. The money should be used to put into education, agriculture, other things. These are not, when people come here, when some people come out to bamboozle Nigerians, it's only a fool they will like me. They cannot tell me that they are patriotic Nigerians. We that is talking right now, we are the really patriotic Nigerians because we show concern, we show the feelings of the common man in the streets. But this bunch of idiots, you can call them idiots. You say some people will come here in later will say, why are you insulting our elders? Elders who mess. My father who is more than 5 years more. The way he talk about, he say he feels sorry for Nigerians this time. Anytime we talk on phone, he don't speak like these so-called leaders you people have. He seems fit for that country.
Do you think we are complaining because our own people are not the one in power, whoever we support? Because that's their argument. I'm just playing devil's. I'm playing devil's advocate here, Henry. Don't crucify me.
I get you.
Because this is all the argument they are putting out there, where the people are not patriotic. They should be patient. It's because they are not the ones in power. You know, we go on and on.
This is what the Buhari told them. They should be patient for 4 years. After 4 years, 8 years, they don't give a damn about Nigerians. They start borrowing money after the 4 years going off. Now the people now they come because it's their own. Look at the group of people who's coming out now mostly to speak. I was sorry to say, I will disappoint you this time. The Yorubas. I'm ashamed. The so-called learned ones, the so-called educated illiterate ones, they cannot come out and speak the truth. The only person I see who speak now, Dele Momodu speak loud now. If you listen to a letter to is sent to Tinubu, look at Voloshoyinka who came out during Jonathan time to protest. This were bomb, Agbaya. They're one of the. Okay, you want to tell me that tomorrow I will go to Lagos and see this people to ballet for them? No. For who? This bunch of whiff rats who sold Nigerians because of their own stomach interest.
No, Henry, we still get plenty questions. Let on.
No, these people are not patriotic Nigerians, so sorry to say. I'm just telling you. Thank you. Internet don't hook up, man.
You don't stock them.
American internet. Now wow.
It's not easy.
Logan, talk to
Harry, you will say his own side though. You will say his own side, not everywhere.
No, I don't say that.
Don't generalize. Don't generalize.
I take it back, bros.
Alaba, it will be good for you to connect and reconnect somehow.
Yeah, that should
I would like your direction in where you want me to take it because I have a lot on my mind. Yes, he's going to come back now.
So tell us something now.
Hopefully everybody is well here. Hopefully everybody is well. We had a good week.
Yeah.
Good. We are glad. By the by, Alaba will come back. Just by the by, what I'm seeing in Nigeria over the last week is, as the last speaker said, is a lot of fear, unfortunately, is being shown. And because the government are fully aware that they can manipulate the people, they are doing as they are doing and telling people not to protest. Meanwhile, the governance in the country is just horrific, pathetic, imbecilic. And somehow they want people not to complain. It's really unfortunate that this is the way Nigerians are. They don't know it, but this is how Nigerians are. We would always point the finger. We would never include ourselves. We would try to depress somebody's rights. Meanwhile, we want our rights to be upheld. All this kind of way of reasoning that we Nigerians have, we have it. We can look at the government and pretend it's only them. But what happened last week let me know that there are certain Nigerians that really think so much of themselves that they disclude themselves from the rest of Nigerians. That is, I who am the director here. You
Sorry for that
are a non-entity.
technical problem. Sorry about that, Jago.
What's your problem?
Yeah.
Please direct me. Please direct me. I was just talking to my brothers here.
Oh, yeah. So the question is, you heard your man, Tinubu, saying that those who are planning, he don't love the country. Now him love the country pass. And should the protest hold? Should it be encouraged? Should it be discouraged? That's where we are.
Okay, thank you, bros.
Yeah.
Good day to you, Alaba. Always
Yeah.
good to see you, my brother.
Yeah.
I must say, I don't look at Nigerian issues in the way most Nigerians look at them, because I don't behave like Nigerians. I don't think like Nigeria. The best of me is Nigerian, but I would say that my balance is not like Nigerians. And I'll tell you that for any government to feel that they can cajole the feelings of the people against their own impunity, their own insanity, their own criminality, they can somehow sanction the people away from thinking about that and somehow give the country a nice white brush that everything is okay. It's complex for me to appreciate where that kind of mindset comes from. Apart from to say, I'm used to that mindset because I know it's a Nigerian mindset. This mindset of I can do it and you cannot is a very Nigerian mindset, I'm afraid to say. I would also go on to say that same mindset, I've said it on this show many times, and every time it comes out, that same mindset is proficient on this very show that we are on. There is one moderator in particular who champions impunity and somehow wants nothing to be said about his general conduct and general misbehavior and his general way of being some kind of Hitler, where he believes he would say it. You cannot come on my show. You cannot go to the backstage. I mean, these are things that I've heard of. I'm just listening to them and I'm thinking, how shocking. How shocking that you can't even hear yourself. How disgraceful, openly disgraceful, public disgrace that you have shown us on this channel. How unmanaged. Where is your manhood? Come and challenge me word for word. He can't do it. I'll scrape the floor with him. He calls himself a pastor, but he's just an ignoramus launch of how can I say, oppressive mindset. And he's like, who are you talking to? A child? Who's a child amongst us? This is why I say, I'm afraid Nigerians, the only reason why we're not the best in the world is because we prefer childish communication. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Yeah, now that you talk about pastor, I was going to lead to my next question about the role of these religious leaders and the traditional rulers. But first, let's what's his name have his own say on that first question. Are we the Maxi Prince? Your president just said that people planning.
Don't take me for it.
Don't take you out. Okay, no problem. I got you. So Maxi Prince, they said the president Tinubu said, I don't like calling him president. I'm sorry, but Tinubu said that those planning this thing do not love their country. So he loves the country. Like when somebody puts in the comment section, or why won't he love the country when a state treasury is in his personal account? So Maxi Prince, your turn. Should the protest hold? Should it be encouraged? Should it be discouraged? Is it high time, or should it have happened since yesterday? Or should we try and stop it totally? Because there's so much going on. You can direct your answer in whichever direction you want. I just want to highlight those 2 points. Tinubu saying that they don't love the country and that the protest should not hold. Go ahead, Maxi.
Yeah, Alaba, good morning.
Good morning.
Gabriel, good morning. And Jago, good morning.
Good day to you.
A quick correction. Alaba, I still maintain, I've said it before, Bola Tinubu is not my president, and he will never be my president.
That's right.
He's not. Whichever way you want to think about it, a criminal cannot be my president. And that's what he is. A drug baron That's what he is.
Simple.
So let him
You're
do
frozen,
that.
no.
Ordinarily, who, me? I'm not frozen. Am I frozen?
You're not frozen. He's frozen.
Okay, he's frozen.
No,
I hope we are not being attacked.
No, you are the one. You are the one frozen, Alaba.
They can hear me.
I'm the one frozen.
Yeah,
but now it's better now. Now it's better again.
Okay. Oh wow.
Yeah. So basically, normally I wouldn't like to discuss this because it has been flogged so much that they're trying to push it to one ethnic group. Because very soon now you're gonna hear, oh, that we are using this platform to to propagate violence.
Yeah.
For me, Nigerians, let them do what they want to do.
That's right.
Whichever way they want to do it, let them do it. It's only a criminal that will be scared to, leave their door open. Okay? If he got intel, if they got all these things that violence is about to happen, why not ask the police to protect the protesters? The other day, some people went to the White House and protested. Did you hear about any shooting? Nothing happened there because it's the people's right. We do this every time. As I'm coming right now, I'm just coming from the county. We went and we protested. We didn't kill nobody, and they listened to us. We did what we need to do, and I'm going back. But if the criminals feel running away or trying to scuffle whatever it is that they want to do, the world is looking at them. The only thing I'm asking the protesters to do, they are going to turn off your internet that day. Make sure you have your VPN. If you have your VPN, turn it on, record whatever they're doing, because we're going to see them. And this time around, they will not escape this because it's ICC that will take charge of them. They're about to become Al-Bashir of Sudan. Very soon, they will become Al-Bashir of Sudan. That's all I can say for now. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Maxi. My next question is, you guys can go in whichever direction. Like with Jagu mentioning the word pastor, religious leaders, and this traditional leader. What is their role in our society? Now, you can attack it in terms of the protest or their general role to the destruction of the society in itself. What's their role? What is their mission? What are they? I'm confused because hold on before you answer. I think I have a video on when they say the political traditional rule and religious are self-centered. This is one video. Should I share that video or let me share that video a little bit, just at least. So what's their role in this Nigerian project? Because I'm beginning to get confused as regard what their purpose is. In Sena's communities, you will see religious leaders and traditional leaders being pioneers of a country, of a better society. But in Nigeria, it looks like the opposite is the case. Let's see what this video
He condemned the protest sponsors while stating his commitment to economic recovery and security improvements. Joining me now to take a look
are fueling planned protests by some aggrieved citizens across Nigeria under the hashtag #EndBadGovernance. These planned demonstrations, which are gaining significant traction on social media, are scheduled to take place in all 36 states and the Federal Capital Territory from the start of next month. Notably, the organizers remain anonymous, with no individual or groups officially claiming responsibility for the movement. But this has got the Nigerian government on its toes. It's been a busy day of meetings here at the presidential villa. President Bola Tinubu has been in back-to-back sessions. First, sitting down with governors from his party, then with traditional rulers from across the country.
For the very first time, the traditional rulers were properly engaged in terms of the plans of government and governance.
Shameless people.
Their achievements and where they're having challenges. It's a very beautiful take home for us because we don't lock our palaces, we are more exposed to the people that we actually rule over, people that are out there to maybe protest. It's their right, civic right. But let them put a face to it, and don't let it be hijacked by people that has ulterior motive. That is our stand.
Speak to your
We
government
condemn
this way,
such
not to hijack the protest.
fully. We traditional rulers are not engaged in people, especially the youth, coming out to start looting, to start breaking down law and order.
We will listen to our youth because the leads, the future, the power, the strength of Nigeria is certainly with the young people. We feel your pain. I'm a young person myself. It's been 24 years that I've been back, and it's been 24 years that I've sadly seen the nation going in a very unpalatable direction. But by God's grace, I think if you give us the chance, this protest, I know that it's catching you very, very high in your neck. But if you give us the chance, let us not destroy our own country. I ask you, think of Libya.
The message we're taking back to our people is to be calm, to exercise patience, and also to listen to the words of wisdom coming from the traditional rulers, from the governors, because we have spoken to the president and he has given us the blueprint of what he has been doing over time. And we're hopeful, that inshallah, it will be well.
He then concluded the marathon with ulamas, the Islamic religious leaders.
We have taken up what people are saying about the hardship, the insecurity, and what have you. Alhamdulillah, the president listened to us, so we're appealing to both Nigerians, Muslim and Christians, that they should be patient. Inshallah, a result will come out.
He has told us the effort that his government has been making to ensure that the economy of this country is placed on a very sound footing. He admitted the fact that, or he rather acknowledged the fact that things could be a bit tough now, and he likened it to winning a child, who is being exclusively breastfed. It's tough. He identified with Nigerians and their suffering, and he assured that it is for good. In the interim, he has promised more intervention to, ameliorate the seeming sovereign of the people.
With growing public discontent, President Bola Tinubu faces a daunting task of restoring stability and reviving the economy. But his outreach to traditional rulers and religious leaders signal a recognition that their influence and moral authority will be crucial in calming tensions and rallying support for the government's agenda. From the presidential villa, Adesua Omorwan, Arise News.
Okay, people. So this these traditional rulers. My question is for first, before I start talking about my question, let me welcome
traditional looters.
Let me welcome Eccentric Case and Ken. Welcome, guys, to the panel. Look, I don't know when I get to you guys, we'll take the first question that you missed out on these traditional rulers. My question is this: what is their role for our country itself? The reporter said they influence and moral authority. Are they really moral authority when they are being used as agents? Well, that might be my own conclusion. That might not be yours. So what's your view on the role of traditional rulers in the country and regarding this protest?
We don't need them.
Let
me go. It's me now.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, who wants to go first?
Me. Let me go.
Let him go. Let Henry go first.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You call them traditional looters. They are not useful to the society. Maybe 30 years ago, they were useful. Now they are political talks, political looters, political beggars. If they can tell them the truth, if they are honest to themselves, if they are honest to themselves, all of them wearing these their so-called attires, these their masquerades, these are according clown. If they are honest to themselves, they could have speak to themselves, tell their president, because it's not my president anyway. They should tell their president things are not going well. This is the right for Nigerians to come out to voice their anger because they are hungry and they are hungry in the land. This is what you have to do first to make sure to calm these people down. First of all, take the electricity, take the petrol price down to 100 or 120 naira. Nigeria will be going down. They make a plan. They don't have a plan. How they go there to collect their own, Ghana must go there. Then they will go back to their various places and tell them our people don't protest. The government is working. If Nigerians are serious, if Nigerians are hungry enough, if they are hungry enough, they should go first of all these people who came out to come and talk nonsense there. They should go to their palace and make sure every palace Nigeria happen. They should make sure Nigeria happen to them in their palace. They should make sure all Nigeria happen to them, all of them in their palace. All of them who came out there.
Henry, I don't want to play devil's advocate, but I'm always doing that, which is a bad job.
No, this one I said I didn't say anything bad. I said Nigeria should happen to them.
No, I'm talking me. I mean, want to say something bad now about this traditional ruler. First of all, in your view, which one is worse, traditional rulers or the religious leader? Because
both of
me,
them
I
are
put
the
them
same.
in the same basket. Regarding the damage done to that country. Number one. Number two, do you think, this might be a stupid question, but let's ask it. Do you think that when they go collect their Ghana must go, is it because of their own survival too? They need to also survive. Let's be human. Let's try to be fair on this thing. I don't know.
Alaba Musa, they are beggars. What do you expect? They are beggars. Look, what happened in Lagos during NSAS. The Lagos. I use that as an example because it happened. Everybody saw it on live TV here. The Lagos, the king, the Oba of Lagos. In palace, they run away from his palace. You forgot. All the palliative they said they should give to people. The fund is in some palace. A bunch of criminals, bunch of looters, followed by the pastors. Anybody who come here to say they are pastors in this program, I will make sure I wash them to their pants. They are a bunch of hypocrites. They are one of the biggest problems we have in that country. They are one of the biggest problem
we have. Which one you rate was traditional rulers or pastors?
The churches first.
Churches first. Churches first.
Ferrari, you know the truth. Churches.
I know. I don't want it to be just my own view now.
Henry, I thought I was the devil.
Because
that's
because I'm just want to say to their head, to hear they should go and look for transformer. As I'm saying it right now.
Yeah, it's as if you read my mind today.
They are a bunch of criminals, fraudsters.
I disagree.
Who is that talking? Who is talking next? Is that Maxi?
I disagree.
No, it's actually my turn next.
We'll take it one by one. Let's Maxi go next. Maxi, so
it's not the same pastor.
Let Henry round off and then I go to Maxi.
Give me 2 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes, please. It's not the same pastor who said to Nigerians now they have miracle twins water, miracle soap. It's not the same miracle. It's not the same pastor. You poor said it's not true. Have you ever seen in the country you live in America? Things like this happen. What Nigerian churches are doing to Nigerian citizens. They spent 7 days in the church. They will close their business and making noise in the streets, noise pollution everywhere, lies to themselves, telling them to healing water.
So you're not surprised that they are not in support of the protest now? You don't surprise
criminals, looters, criminals, fraudsters.
I beg, make we go to Maxi, please. Maxi, you get the question.
Continue from there.
Your traditional rulers and your pastors and your imam and Kini. You know, funny thing. Now all these people, fella don't take single. Imam would day for bishop or would day for make I leave fella song.
Well, first and foremost, I know you guys see Prince in my name. It's not a name; it's a title.
Okay.
But then, apart from that, it doesn't get into my head and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I have a total reservation about the traditional rulers. Okay? Because I don't know, I don't even want to be one day, but I know it's gonna get, if it's not me, my son or whatever it is, it's fine. At the end of the day, when I look into that room what kind of, I don't want to disrespect anybody's traditional ruler. I don't want to. I know Oba Benin spoke, but he wasn't there in the meeting. And if you watch when Oni of Ife was talking, there was another one trying to, I don't even know which one, I don't know where that one came from or whatever it is. I think he's from Imo State because they are the one that dressed like that, trying to make us see his face. I don't know what kind of royal father is that one, who that one helped. And then the other one, the one on kind of like wine color, I think he's from Agbo. I'm older than him. So at the end of the day, he's not my king. He's not, you know.
I think he lived in America before. The same guy. I think he lived in America before.
So yeah. I'm older than him, and he's not my king. So that's their business. He knows who he's talking to. Look at him. Even look at the cap that looks like this stuff that all these gangsters.
Prince, are you guys being fair to these traditional rulers? You know they too have to eat. They don't get salad. I mean, let's be serious.
Alaba, leave me now.
I'm being serious now. When white man come, take their traditional stew from them, give them to politicians, take them from them. No be from trade, then they eat before. Don't they have to eat?
Can they see? For me, can they see examples of kings? Look at the king of London. Okay, when the British king or whatever it is, Charles, or when the mother was there, or that of Spain, or that of Netherlands. They don't go to the president. Those ones come to them. Those our royal fathers even have a simple sense.
Prince, calm down. Calm down.
Now me go provoke Prince. When I say they no go chop.
Now the chop where they go chop. Now I go buy them now. Now that chop. Now I go buy them.
I'm not even against them chopping, but at least care for your constituency.
For your constituency, be honest. Speak truth to power. That's one thing I love.
For your constituency. You feel chop everything you want chop. But at least
that's one thing I loved. That's one thing I loved about. I'm not trying to brag. The late Asaba of Asaba, Professor Edozie, I never for one day saw him going to Aso Rock. I never for one day saw him going there. You understand? I'm not saying that they might not have shared something and gave to him, but that's their business. Because he knows what it is. You take care of your people. King does not go to all those places.
It's my turn next to.
It's your sacred place.
It's going to be Jagun's turn. Oh no!
But
what do you think? Maybe.
No. I'll push down and I'll come back. That's why.
I know. Let Maxi round up. Maxi, don't you think that they are scared that somebody will come and steal their opa share? What in they call that thing for English?
Let us that one at them and
like they do the Lagos Oba.
And when you come to pastors, oh my goodness, oh Jesus Christ. When I talk now, some people will say, "Oh, I'm a Christian, but I'm not a fanatic." Okay, I've asked somebody the other day. I said, "Is Jesus a Christian?" Jesus is not a Christian. Okay, Jesus was a Jew.
No, this is the way Gandhi put it. I love your Christ, but I do not like you Christians. You Christians are not like your Christ.
And apart from that, number two, the people who gave the name Christians are even the Gentiles, the non-believers that gave them the name Christianity. So when you see all these pastors, all these come and pay tithe, come and pay offering, sow seed, do this, do that, I don't have any respect for any of them. I am a man of God of myself. I don't belong to Satan. So I don't have no GO or anything. I go to church and I don't, I even tell the pastors, please do not consult me. Do not meet me. I'm not coming to you. If you want to preach. I take the one I want to take, and that's it.
But what are the pastors afraid of? For if Nigeria is good, why are they pushing? Let Jagun want to speak. What do you guys think? Why can't they just stand for the truth? It will benefit them more. I don't know. Jagun, your turn. If Max is finished, Jagun, your turn, so that what the two new people can talk. They've been waiting.
Yes, I with you. I take on a lot from what Maxi has exclaimed. This is, I believe, somebody who is awake would have to understand that everybody in our so-called elite class are at fault. They are at major fault in not progressing the society at whole. And they do this, again, because of this word impunity, this word, or the term over respect. They don't, respect is not enough for these people. It is over respect that they want. And it's terrible that our society buy into this kind of understanding. Now, I want to move on to say this, that the government, the class of clergy and imams, the class of traditional rulers and kingships, all of them, unfortunately, are displaced, and they are doing the job that they are not positioned to do. They're doing a completely different job than the one anyone would expect from these institutions. Now, what I want us to understand is that our government is not performing as a government. They are not. They are not doing anything that any one of us here would think reasonable for a government to be doing as far as its people and the sovereignty of its people and the nation is concerned. So that's one. And there's a lot in that. Two, I'll speak more from the Christian point of view, even though I'm sure both major religions would share this responsibility. For all of the history that I am appreciative of, where Christianity and to a fair degree Islam is concerned within Nigeria, I would say on the Christian side that we have come from what may be seen as a confused footing, but I would also add that I believe we have come from a strong footing. Now, just like everything else in Nigeria, the level of corruption that these institutions entertain is what we need to look at. Now, for most pastors, I'm sure they're trying to do a good job. I'm sure that they are believers. I'm sure that they are ardent to the word and the lessons within the book. However, I'm too experienced in looking at so-called pastors speaking absolute trash, rubbish, nonsensical, hypocritical, mayhemic, myopic foolishness. And they are bringing it to the table as though we now should eat from this disgusting mess that they are giving us as food. You see, anybody's professional job is going to take a good measure from them. If you are simply a plasterer, a painter and decorator, a road sweeper, whether you like it or not, a good degree of yourself has to be given to the proficiency of doing that job. It is so unfortunate that our upper classes, our government classes, our media classes, our ethical and religious classes, they don't buy into that. They buy into simple pontification. It is what I say that you must do. However, I'm going to behave completely different than that. And this is the major crux, major problem. And there's not a pastor among us that can discuss with me about the charlatan ways that they have. I would expel it for them extricably, because it's clear as day. It only fools a fool. It doesn't fool somebody who has nous. So I just put it to you, sir, that the position of all these people, traditional rulers particularly, they have been dispossessed of their authority. And I believe that a real traditional leader would be able to negotiate from the gravitas of his people a way forward if his or her intentions are clean. You know, here in the UK, we have a parliamentary government, and there are two houses. There's the House of Commons and the House of Lords. In the House of Lords, this is where the kind of kingship or royal authority is laid down, whereby those who are lords, who are members of the so-called establishment, these people would inherit their position in such a way that they speak against what the House of Commons is doing, or they have to underline what the Houses of Commons are doing. And I believe that this is the position that the royal classes within our nation should actually be in, where everything that the government is doing and saying and trying to legislate, that they have a second look at it before it passes. But unfortunately, they don't have that power in Nigeria. And this is why I say everybody is in the wrong position. And that is just bringing us the kind of nonsense we have that we like to call a country. That's my submission.
Yeah, before I go on to the next person, which is a centric case, I just want to take on that thing that I highlighted. It's you, Kenneth. Okay, sorry, eccentric case is Kenneth. Before I go, Electricity, you're saying that the citizens want good government, but the citizens.
My name is not Electricity. I didn't mention that name once.
Hold on. The citizen wants good government.
Oh, sorry. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, the citizen wants good government, but the citizen don't want to abide or practice good behavior. It would be nice if you come on the screen and argue that point, because I believe this is what our elites do. They push the issue of their own moral deficiency back to the people and be like, oh, the people want this, the people want that, the people will fight for democracy, the people will do this. But yet you are the privileged ones, that is the elites, in charge of governance and control of resources that has deprived the people and even made them much more worse than they are. Turn them to slaves, turn them to criminals because of the system you, the elite, impose. But when people push this argument, it makes me wonder. It's like, okay, we are not to blame. It's the people's fault. Who are the people? The elites are the shining lights of the people. They are the candle that is lighted. If they cannot show the light and direction for the people, of course, the people will be in darkness. I would love it if Electricity can come on the screen and argue that point. It would be nice. Kenneth, go ahead. You got two to tackle, Kenneth. One, should the protest hold? And then your president said that those of you planning it, you don't love the country. Now him love country pass. And then second one on this issue of your traditional rulers and religious leaders. Well, I mean, do they really have the influence and moral authority with the type of abnormality they support?
Okay. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let me start with my brother, Electricity, my senior brother. See, yes, the citizens want good government or good governance. But yes, it's true. The citizens don't want to practice good behavior. But the thing here is that the government is part of the citizen. In short, the government is the citizen. They are not any different from the citizens, right? The citizens become the government. So, and that doesn't rule out the fact that they are still the citizens. So we as the citizens, we as the government, we practice bad behavior. Now, your first question, yes, the protests should hold. Nothing should stop the protest because their president, sorry to correct you, Tinubu is not my president. God forbid such a person be my president.
Let me call you on your hypocrisy, Kenneth. As at yesterday or last week, you were saying that the protest should not hold, or you are not going to support it. Other people
no.
can do it.
That wasn't what I said. Let me put it right again. I will never object to the protest. I've been the one calling for the protest since after the election. Soon after the election, I've been the one calling for the protest. My call for protest should even start with the fact that the person that assumed the position of the the president shouldn't be there in the first place. So the protest, the number one thing or demand on the list is Tinubu should vacate the Aso Rock. He's not the president. So I've been an advocate for protests, and I still support protests. I will support it till tomorrow. However, my where I differ with the protests is we have a select or a group of people that have been fighting for good governance in that country. They are from the southeast, right? Last time there was a collective protest in the country where the protest was supposed to be a national protest. However, the northern region refused to partake in the protest, so leaving just the southeast and the south, and of course our brothers, the middle belt, to partake in the protest. But what happened at the end of the day? They said, "Oh, that it was Igbo protest. Oh, IPOB hijacked the protest. Oh, IPOB sent his boys to burn down Lagos State." Now, and then the Igbos were meant to, were put out there as the black sheep, right? So if you want to protest, let there be honesty in that protest. Let it not be tomorrow, it will be an Igbo protest. During the 2023 election, I think, Igbos were singled out, Igbos were dealt with in Lagos State. Nobody came out and protest against that. So why should we be, involving ourselves into something that will come back to haunt us? Just this protest that they are preparing now, the protest hasn't started, and some people are now calling it Igbo protest. So we don't want to lose our young ones because of the fact that we want Nigeria to function. If other Nigerians really, really are honest to themselves, they should be the one defending the Igbos right now. They should be the one saying, Igbos, you know what? We know you guys, we know your heart, we know you want the country to move forward. We know you would have participated in this protest. Just stay at home. Enjoy your Ansala soup. Let that stay at home be a form of protest. Who are going to protest on your behalf? Let the Northerners champion this. I expect this to come from the Northerners especially. Let them be the one to say, Igbo brothers, we understand. Stay at home. We are going to protest for you guys. We are going to protest. So Igbos should stay at home, but the protest should hold. That is where I stand. Now, coming to the clergy. The clergy, I mean, both the pastors, the imams, the traditional, I don't know if they are traditional pastors or traditional imams. Yeah. No, traditional rulers are different. You know, I'm talking about the clergy now, right? So they are I would say the prime problem to that, in that country. I don't want to single out pastors alone. I think if I have to rate them, I will rate imams first as being the worst of the clergies in Nigeria. Imams are the worst. We always center on the pastors because they are from our place. We know them. But the deadliest of them all is the imams. There is no any election that will be held in that country that the northern imams will not collect bribe, will not collect money to go back to their various mosques and begin to brainwash their people to vote for a specific candidate from that region. There is no protest that they will not take bribe. So they are the baddest of them all. Now we talk about, and then the second in my rank is the traditional doctors or traditional whatever, not doctors, traditional traditionalists, right? They are the second on my list. You know why? These traditionalists, there is no politicians that are not their friend. Any politician in that community must be their friend. The politician must always have them in their pocket. And that is why you have these traditionalists who come out and now say that the gods appointed or the gods is asking Mr. Oleburuku to be the king of this community. The gods said, when the gods did not say anything, the gods said that Mr. Ole, Mr. Unyoshi will be the the tradition, the traditional ruler of this community, and that is how you have the likes of Oni of Ife, the likes of who is that
We
baddest?
still have them in Lagos, those that want to bring Oro.
That's why you have the Oba of Lagos.
They want bring Oro.
That Oba of Lagos, the retired police criminal. And then I'm trying to remember one idiot from the east so that it will not look as if I'm calling out the Yorubas alone. There's one idiotic, but it's very close to me. So no, Opus Zodima is of the government. I'm talking about traditionalists now, right? And that is why you have the emir of Kano. Now we have two emirs actually in Kano. You know? So these people are the problem. Somebody was talking about what they call it, the hijack. I think it was the Oni that he wouldn't want the protest to be hijacked. Who is going to hijack the protest if not the government? The government will be the one to hijack the protest, bring out their arboros. We know one, the Lagos landlord that has arboros in his pocket. He will bring them out to go and loot so that it will look as if the youth are the one looting, the youth are the one hijacking the protest, so that they will be able to send out their killer squad, that is the military, to come and buy the people, right? So Oni should be advising his paymaster, Tinubu, because he has been Tinubu's boy, we know him. So he should be advising Tinubu not to release his looter boys to come on the street and hijack the protest. He should stop deceiving himself. We know him very well. Or he should mind getting another wife for himself. Then somebody wrote on the comment section that I think it was Jagun that made the comment that the what we have is a universal fault from the educated elite class. I agree with him. Yes, I agree with him, because we have one educated idiot from the south. Is called Joe Ibokwe. He has been a menace, a form of menace in that country. And what I'm advocating, thank God. So we have Wole Soyinka from the west, another educated idiot. We have what they call it, Bayo Ononuga.
Festus Keyamo.
We have Festus Keyamo. Thank you. So we have plenty of them. So, but what we have, we have Wike, the one that I don't know if he has been in the court as a lawyer to win any case. Now, what I'm advocating, what I'm begging for the protesters to do is, while you are protesting, please, you have what you demand for on your list. But also, I'm begging you to get hold of Wike for us. I mean, the Southeast people, we need Wike, we need Joe Ibokwe. There is a meeting we want to conduct with them when we have them in our ropes.
Okay, thank you very much, Kenneth. Before I go to eccentric case, two issues I wanted to address, because one of the people in the comment section raised it. On the issue of dissipation of the protest, I have two videos for that. I will address that after eccentric speak. I have two videos regarding that and how the government has been spreading money, trying to dissipate the protest. I even have evidence of what they are doing. Let me add Righteous Man to the stage. So before I go to eccentric case, but I wanted to address this issue. Hold on. Let me.
I want to eat out. I will off my camera so that.
Let me say what I need to say.
Please.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I also want to address this issue of electricity and jargon, but I don't want the show to turn into a bagbos. You know, I'm going to need both men to exhibit high sense of decorum, because I don't want baggles. It deprives us from the main.
We don't need that in this program. We don't need that in this program. We don't need that.
Okay, because electricity saying that he would only come on to address the issue I took him on only if I address the issue of impunity.
No. We don't. If it's
okay, the people are against that. They don't want that. They should deal with that on the charts section, because we don't want to do backboard. So eccentric case is your turn. No, you got all those list of questions. Protest hold, should it not hold? Your president said that those are people planning it do not love the country. I don't know what the litmus test for love of country is, whether it's stealing money. And then traditional rulers and religious leaders, what are they? Cause or a blessing to the cause of the Nigerian project in itself?
Okay. So I'm going to start by saying that Nigerians have constitutional right to protest, right? It's in the Constitution, Section 40 of the Constitution. So they have a right to protest, and they should go ahead and exercise their constitutional right. And they have a lot of reasons to protest. Things are pretty high. The inflation is high. The economy is it's really bad. Things are expensive. And the traditional rulers, they are what I call like the professional managerial class, right? I didn't coin that phrase. It was by an economist from California. She wrote a book on that. So what they do is like they run interference for the ruling class, right? So they're supposed to manage the people. That's why Tinubu went to them first to help calm down the protests. But the thing is, if you calm down the protest, you're not addressing the problem that actually led to the protest. The protest, it's a function of a problem. It's a function of the economic problem that we have. And what I have on my note here, right? Most of the economic policies that Tinubu brought on with him actually is in line with IMF charter, right? If you look at the SAP program, the structural adjustment program, which is called the Washington Consensus, right? One of it is, like if you put IMF and Nigeria, right, you will see one line in the article that says something about IMF is proud of the new administration for removing the fuel subsidy, right? So IMF they want governments in Africa to remove social programs that affect the people positively. They want to downgrade the economy to allow investments from what they call investment is basically like people that come in to exploit the economies. Like for instance, they cut public expenditures for social services. Like Nigeria doesn't have any social services program. That's because of IMF. This is in line with the IMF program. And Nigeria is a member of IMF since actually 1 year after our independence, we became a part of IMF. And we've been adopting all the terrible programs, especially the SAP program. That was the worst thing. That actually destroyed Nigerian, the Nigerian social programs, the economy, anything that affects the common people positively was removed due to IMF policies. The subsidy one is really, it's a crunch, right? It's hurting the people the most because they spend a lot of money on gas. You need gas, you need petrol to fuel your car and travel, to transport goods and all that. So
what are you saying, eccentric? Are you saying that it's IMF that is making Tinubu punish Nigerians like this?
Exactly. Tinubu's program is in line with the IMF program. So Tinubu
I want to beg to disagree with you. Tinubu himself is greedy. He's looting Nigeria and dry, him and his cohorts, apart from the IMF program.
I agree with that.
So let's not excuse him and put the blame on the white man. This is what we do a lot in Africa.
Listen, it's not the white man. You have to look up what IMF is. IMF is the International Monetary Fund, established. It's part of the United Nations, so-called, but it's actually because America can veto any vote in IMF. One of their votes is very powerful, right? If you look at
IMF did not tell Tinubu to go build a refinery in Malta and then carry crude to Malta and then bring it back to Nigeria, and that's why they don't want to.
I think whilst everybody would agree with you as well, Alaba, it's important, I think, to listen to what my man is saying because there is an end user where impunity is concerned. The impunity that we're having from Tinubu at the moment, he is not the owner of that impunity. Now the people. They are the owners of the impunity. So I'm listening to you, my brother.
So, even if you have another president, if you have Peter Obi right now, and if you have any other leader come in, it's going to be the same thing. They're going to follow the IMF program, but because Nigeria is a member of IMF, and this is part of their policy, right? In order for you to borrow money from IMF, Nigeria owe $2.8 billion to IMF currently. So IMF has a right to actually dictate what economic policies Nigerians establish, right? Any Nigerian government, it doesn't matter if it's Tinubu or whatever. So that's why the protests should be in line with the protest in Kenya. You know what I'm saying? Because it was based on IMF policy, so they should go ahead with that protest. And the next question he asked me was about traditional rule. I mean,
religious and traditional rulers,
religious and traditional rulers, right? So, like I said, they all do the same work, right? What they do is run interference for the leadership class, right? And they are like the managerial class. They are there to make the people feel good, to tell you that your reward is in heaven, it's in, wherever, afterlife, But the thing is, this is our home. Nigeria is our home, right? The earth is our home. Nigeria is our home. I personally, I believe in traditional, religion. I believe that people reincarnate. Nigeria is your home. However you make your bed is how you're going to lay on it. So if those guys destroy Nigeria today and think, oh, they're going to go away, they're going to go away and leave this mess for the current generation. They're going to come back to the mess that they created. Therefore, they should make their bed, how they want to lay on it, right? So the government should, institute policies that benefit the people, because it's going to affect them. If not in this life, it's going to be in their next life when they come back. Anyways, that's my take.
Thank you so much, Eccentric Case. Now we go to Righteous Man. He's been waiting for long. He gave us the reports of current situation in Nigeria with the gasoline line forming. People are lining up for long queues. And I don't know if Righteous Man had the first two questions. Should protests go ahead? Yes or no? Should your president said that so people who don't love country now them won't do protest, and also your traditional leaders and religious leaders now waiting that big on for that country. But I say there be more wahala than good. Your turn.
Yeah, I've heard what you asked, and finally I got my gasoline. I just bought a little as I could, and the queues are increasing. It's really a sad moment here in Lagos. I got some calls across few days ago from the east. And some of my friends in the north, put a call across to me, and they were all complaining, both the man in the east and the man in the north. Everybody was just complaining the high cost of living. In fact, it's like Lagos is going to witness a surge in population, because both from the east and the north, the only available space now where they can survive to eat 1 meal a day is Lagos. Because even if you are picking things from the dustbin, it will give you at least 20 naira or 100 naira for you to buy. Like I just picked this stick of corn right now, and this small stick of corn is 250 naira. This corn, just roasted corn. Before it used to be 50 naira or 40 naira. It's 250, because the thing it don't hungry me too much. I say no, make I pick up. So Nigeria is in a very bad shape. When they said that we don't love Nigeria, Nigeria is a space. I want to know if the president was saying that Nigerians don't love Nigerians. The land is a space occupied by man, and it is man that decides what happened to that space. So the Nigerian people have elected politicians to be able to manage that space called Nigeria. For me, they have mismanaged it. They have brought untold hardship to the Nigerians. The land still remains the same. It doesn't change in shape, in size, unless there is annexation. But as of today, it's still the same space called Nigeria that is Nigeria. But the Nigerians that live in Nigeria are not finding it easy. So saying that we shouldn't go for protest is a denial of our fundamental constitutional rights. It's part of democracy. Anyone that says they want to hijack it and they have intelligence, they should gather that intelligence and pick up those who want to hijack it. If the government is not the one sponsoring those who want to come and cause trouble, You know, if you listen to Deji, you know, the human rights activist and lawyer Deji in Arise News yesterday night, when they interviewed him, he said it clearly that the government is giving out money, that even his own constituency was invited, including him, to Aso Rock so that they will negotiate. You can go to Arise News of yesterday night, Nigerian time, between 9 o'clock and 10 p.m. You listen to that interview there. The young man was furious, and he said the protest must hold. Another lawyer, Onogorua, he has written to Federal Capital Territory Minister and the Police Commissioner to release Eagle Square for a peaceful protest. It is our right, and nobody can deny us that right. And Nigerians are very love and peaceful people. It is the police that provoke Nigerians. It is the police that shot at Nigerians. And when the protesters are shot at, definitely there will be a reaction. But ordinarily, left alone, Nigerians will go peacefully and protest. So I don't know, and I've not been able to be convinced why they are asking us not to go on protest. Concerning the religious leaders and traditional rulers, you see, they have sold out their souls. The desire for wealth, the desire for truth, the desire for righteousness, the desire for good governance, it has eluded the today's religious leaders and traditional rulers. They have become politicians in disguise. They are being paid. They are being watered. Their families are being sent abroad, giving contracts in Nigeria here. They gain most of those precious things that politicians are gaining. So what do you expect from them? They have to dance according to the tune of who is dictating and who is paying them. And you see, this is an indictment to Nigerian religious leaders, especially. When Archbishop Desmond Tutu of South Africa was alive, he won a Nobel Prize because he stood against the apartheid in South Africa. He led protests, he led campaign, both nationally and internationally, for removal or the death of apartheid in South Africa. Today, we don't have any Nigerian religious leader that the whole world will look at and said, take this prize for being a good leader. He led protests. How many pastors in Nigeria are leading protests? The one they led against Jonathan was in order for them to gain a political position. So for now, I think it is what it is.
I just might forget something. Dr. Haba is a pastor. He's a human rights activist.
Who?
Haba is a pastor. He's fighting for.
Doctor who? Doctor who? I didn't hear the person's name.
Dr. John Haba.
Oh, John Haba. You say John Haba is a pastor. No, John Haba, the one of our panelists. Please don't provoke John Haba, or you won't make him jump on the panel now.
John Haba is John Haba is Dr. Damage's platform.
Yes.
John Haba is my brother, and I will soon be going to for Yam, but the herdsmen will not allow me. But John Haba, when it comes to Nigeria, I will take to my village to drink and unaltered palm wine, the one that will bring refreshment. You know, I'm waiting for him to come down. So that is just the report. It's ugly. Everywhere is just deserted. If I show you, if I put the camera now on the road, you see that the Lagos today, that is Saturday, that's supposed to be bustling. It is just deserted. Just few vehicles on the road. Nigerians are just murmuring. You know, we are just dying in silence, and we just need help. We need Nigerians in diaspora to help us. Help us in any way you can. Help your family members that are in Nigeria. Help relations, your schoolmates, anyone that you know. Please, you can help. Help. Thank you.
Thank you for
Nigerians don't need help. Nigerians need to help themselves right now.
They need to help themselves. That's why they're coming out in this protest.
Not enough. They should wake up, they move their butts to do something.
Yeah, they will during this protest. But first, on this protest, there's been some few things that are coming out from the news. I have 2 slides. You know, I might not show the whole slide entirely, but I want you guys to focus on the headline. And after that headline, I would even add my own comment to say there is evidence. And I will tell you where that evidence came from. Let's go to the first one. The government has been sharing billions to get people to frustrate the protest. Let me add that one and show you guys. Share screen. Spending. Okay, share. Let's listen to that and make it big and press play.
Had been watched with report of a planned nationwide protest to push against the high cost of living. A protest which was expected to commence at the end of July is causing fear, tension, and apprehension among citizens and government. In Sokoto, the state government and other stakeholders have admonished the youth to embrace peace, dialogue, and support government effort toward addressing the challenges within the country rather than embarking on protests.
Honorable Speech, I am pleased to inform all Sokoto residents living peacefully.
Please put me on backstage.
Okay. Their different places without any fear of the purported protests. The peace-loving people of the state have assured the government of not taking part in the planned protests and are ready to partner with the state government to achieve peace in our dear state.
Okay, I want to show you another one. Basically, they are spreading a lot of money to counter this protest, and then they're approaching headlines on newspaper to make people believe that the protest is losing momentum. These are typically things I expect government to do. I'm not surprised by all this, to be honest. But the fact where it comes home to bear, let me see, protest losing momentum. Let's share that so you all can see. These are not, these are just.
You're watching Iran's news coming out of Nigeria's capital, Abuja. This is Daybreak. And it's time to look at the front pages of the local and international newspapers for you, as promised before the break. I have joining me now Dr. Constance Ikoku, Rise News analyst, social commentator, and journalist. Good morning, Dr. Ikoku. We also have a guest analyst for today.
Good morning, Adeso. How are you today?
Very well, thank you.
It is Friday.
Indeed.
Are you excited?
Very.
I am looking forward to it. Yes, we do have a guest with us this morning. He is Eniola Akinkotu, the Chief International Correspondent of the Africa Report. Welcome, Eniola.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, so welcome, guests. And we'll have to begin by looking at this day newspaper. In this day newspaper, the story, Wale Edun, FG surpassed half-year non-oil revenue by 30%, exited Ways and Means. Exiting Ways and Means implies that the government is no longer borrowing from the CBN. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister for
previously. So you mentioned some taxes that they are focused
and over 120,000 micro housing loans.
Okay, let me stop
so
all this. We don't need all the details. You got the basic idea. I want to remove this from. We don't need the whole details. Okay, so basically, they're spending a lot of money, and this is where it comes to home. You know how we all have all these media houses, small media houses, Amayegun, Dr. Damages, and all that, and Niger Watch. Yesterday, I was listening to Niger Watch, and Elvis, the owner of Niger Watch, specifically said on his program that somebody contacted him trying to give him money with an anonymous letter saying that they should divert people from the protest. And he read out the letter from an anonymous person. It's not the first time they've attempted it. So mediums like this, even as I'm sitting here, none of you even know whether they've settled me. You guys don't even know. I'm joking. I'm joking, but you just never know. These people are desperate. They're spending money to dissuade this protest, create tribal divide, and all. Do you think the government is scared? That's my question. With direct evidence that they are really trying to get all these media houses and all these celebrities on platform. I can see Jagun raising his hand. He wants to go first on that. First of all, let's clear me. Do you think I've been settled, or do you think that's electricity of?
Well, you know, my brother, I'll be honest, man. I don't think in the way, as I said, I don't think in the way you people think. And when I say you people, I know you are my people.
Yeah.
But there's a certain way that if you're orientated in Nigeria, your thinking pattern is different than if you're orientated outside of Nigeria. And I see that as rather significant in many ways. Because I don't think the question you ask is the actual question.
Okay.
I think the question actually is, in Africa today, what has made the strongest move away from the neo-colonialists? Who and where are these strongest moves being made? You can look at Kenya and see that they have protested and they continue to protest, and it's causing waves. You can look at an individual like Julius Malema and his strong voice on how the sovereignty of Africa needs to be put in the position of power. And the way we can do that is to come together. And you see, you hear these things, and then you look at what actually happened in the Sahel, Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. And if we as a people in that Africa, especially in Nigeria, cannot see clear as day the example of what is to be done, then I'm afraid that we're all in a lot of trouble, because it means that we don't recognize what we have to do in order to have our citizenship, in order to have our sovereignty. You see, the example is clear as day, and nobody in Africa has done it as well as these three countries in the Sahel that I mentioned. Yet ECOWAS, who are in the midst of these three countries,
Jagun, can you help me a little bit? I'm getting lost in words. I'm getting your point. When you help me break it down more in detail so that our viewers and me, my Olodo self, can understand the key points of what you're making. I got lost there in words. Okay. Yeah. And I want to understand it.
I didn't want you to, fair enough, I'm with you. I'm really putting down of all the examples that we have of the way the world works for Africa. There is nothing clearer than the example that Burkina Faso, Niger, and Mali have underlined for all of us. They have taken, firstly, their stool pigeon away, which was the president, man on top, who was just working for the multinationals and the
national, yeah.
So they first took him out. Then they proceeded to take the apparatus set up by these foreign governments by way of military and all other usurpatory devices, taking power away. They're now successfully taking them out. Now, you know, bruh, I listened to Ibrahim Traore the other day, and he was speaking to his people. I have never, ever heard any government in Africa speak to his people like this. He was speaking to them about deep geographical, political machinations. His people, not his government or his staff, he was addressing his people as to what the breakdown is, what has happened historically, where we are today, and what is it that we are looking for in the future, given that we have all of these enemies around us. Now, this kind of address to his people, I had to listen to all of it, 1 hour, 50 minutes. And I said, I have never heard any Nigerian prime speak like this. They don't speak like that because they're all liars, and they've only got lies for us. They're speaking copious amounts of rubbish, and we are eating it. The words, the sharing that this leader was giving his people in letting them know on so many different levels. I urge all of you to go and listen to this address and how a leader is supposed to communicate with his people.
Jagun, if you can do me a favor, because I did watch that speech by Traore. If you have the link, I have it in my phone, but I don't know how to send to the chat. I will try and see if I can play it. But let me summarize to the listeners what I heard from that video clip. Essentially, the young man who has taken over, was it Burkina Faso?
Yeah.
Traore was saying that we Africans, we don't understand the world. That the world.
I told you why you saw it, because I sent it to you.
Yeah, you did send it to me. That we don't understand the world. That the world, because he has traveled around and have a chance to meet all these people around the world, from the Russians to the Americans to the Europeans, that in their mind, the world is a pyramid. And at the top of the pyramid is themselves, the good people. They consider themselves the good people. And anything they do is good. And then at the bottom end of the pyramid is the bad people, which they put the likes of the Russians, the Chinese, or the Afghanistan, or the Arabs. And then on the right side of the pyramid is the slave colonies, which is the Africans. That is how they view the world, which is also in line to my mentor, Stephen Biko, when he pushes his Black consciousness ideology about the concept of the Black man. That the concept of the world is that the white man is on top and the Black man is a resource that needs to be used. Now, Jagun, you are saying that you have never seen any leader in Nigeria present this. It cannot happen because we are not there yet. What we have as leaders are neo-colonialists.
I'm aware. This is what I'm saying, my brother. I'm very aware. And because I'm saying Nigerians, if they don't tap into this kind of understanding, they won't know the level of fight that is before them.
Jagun,
Wait, Ejo.
Okay.
I went on to hear the protesters speaking about what it is that they're underlining in their protest. And I listened very carefully. And whilst they had a lot of laudable items on the table, to me, they still weren't getting to the crux of the position. They were still negotiating as though they have a government. They don't understand that it's revolution, not protest that we're in.
That's right. Okay.
This thing here is coming for one day, one day step out. That's rubbish.
Yeah.
This thing, unless it's a revolution, we're not actually doing it.
But Dragon, based on the level, let's be honest, I don't mean to be pontificating here, based on the level of our knowledge of our people, let's start with this protest. Maybe, hopefully, in quotes, it might progress further, but let's start with this program. Now, let me go back to why we're not here yet. I got two examples, and I'll give you, and I'll shut up, and we'll move on this issue. One example is two guests we've had on this show. One was, I believe, a progressive activist. You understand? A progressive activist. And he was asked, what are you running from? To change government or to change the system? His answer was to change government. Wrong answer.
Absolutely.
The wrong answer.
Absolutely.
Second one was another young man running for governor of which state, or Edo State, under a new party. Smart man, very articulate, versatile with words. You understand? And he was asked, he said he's doing this for his children. But if he doesn't win, he will take his children and go out of the country. And right there, I understood that he doesn't understand that he has already lost his children to the system.
Mm.
These are the levels we're dealing with. Then the third thing, comments of panelists on this medium, how we shield our oppressors in the coat of ethnicity and religion. That thing is so strong. How we're blinded to the truth.
My brother,
yeah.
I understand.
Those are the things that won't get us to be at that intellectual level
let me finish what I'm saying so everybody understands what my understanding and opinion is. You see, I stick to my observations. How somebody else is looking at it, I don't know. Let them bring their opinion to the table and we'll deal with it.
Yeah.
But my understanding, historically, politically, economically, if we don't see in that West Africa particularly, and the Francophone countries, and especially Nigeria, if we don't see Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger as an example, a clear example of how much work we have to do, if we're not looking to change our system, if we're not looking to empower ourselves, BRICS will take a long time to come to fruition. If the eco was a currency across West Africa and the Francophone countries, if that was the one currency that we were using, instantly, we're 50% ahead of the game, in that we have now an economy. We have a papered economy where we dictate what economies to get. And that level of power, I don't think we're kind of even beginning to negotiate. It's there. It's there. You see, the fact that we're not there yet is we have to blame ourselves as individuals. If we're not thinking correctly, who's going to allow us to think correctly?
I mean, Jagun, come on, look at our intellectuals. Come on. Look at our intellectuals. We're not there yet. Let's leave that for now, Jagun, because you're taking us deep now, and I'm going to lose a lot of our audience if we go too deep.
Sorry, man.
The next thing I want to delve into is this issue of this protest. Can it be peaceful? Will it be peaceful? But before you guys start answering that, let me show you the clips from the military.
Sorry, give me 30 seconds.
Okay, let me show you the clips from the military that they will intervene and all their threats left and right, and then we'll take it from there. So that's the next line of issue we want to see. Yeah. You want me to go on break for I could go on break for 30 seconds. Let
me just say something. Let me say something.
Oh, 30 seconds. Okay, go ahead. Yes. Yeah.
You see, there's a topic we are talking about Nigeria now, about the protest, about the pastors. Some of our bingos, they didn't come to the program now. They will not come because they're scared to speak, because they don't want them to be identified about this topic. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You have to be on other topic now. We'll see them pumping out anyhow.
I know. We're irrelevant topics.
Yes.
Yeah, topics that don't make no sense. Yeah, I know. They will rush in,
fighting themselves here.
Yeah, they want to shout and they want to scream loud. I know what you're talking about. I've been seeing it.
My brother, that is a fantastic observation. I never see. It's a deep observation.
You can see.
Yeah.
You will see them the moment. Let's start on something totally frivolous. Then they will pop in. They will. That's when they want to. Then you'll be hearing. Let me land.
Yes.
Let me land.
Okay, look at now. This program is moving now. Nobody fight each other now. Nobody caught each other yet now. Everything's floating. Everybody's talking.
Yeah,
it's floating.
Then you'll be hearing, let me land. I see it all the time. That frustrates me, and that's what brings out the beast in me. And when
that's why sometimes I don't come into the program. Sometimes,
I see. You're right.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go on. Just your own analysis. Going forward, I know the protesters want it to be peaceful. Would it be? Would the government intervene? Let me show you the video of how they are, as if they are preparing for war. Their military intervention in this so-called protest. You understand what I'm saying? To them, it's like as if they are preparing for a big-time war. So let's go and share that video, and then we'll take it from there. Share, make it big. Although people don't like me using this website, but it wants to highlight the area I want to share.
Hello and welcome. We begin with the latest from the West African nation of Nigeria, where anger against the Bola Tinubu government is simmering, and citizens are taking inspiration from ongoing protests in East Africa's Kenya and Uganda. The Nigerian government says the military will intervene to prevent any violence at protests by citizens. The military has warned the protests would head off anarchy. Now, this and the armed forces won't allow the nation to spiral out of control. Nigeria's police chief also warned against the protests, blaming self-appointed crusaders and influencers for igniting the protests. Nigerian citizens are mobilizing for protests from the 1st of August against bad governance and economic hardship. The government says these protests could turn violent as they were inspired by events in Kenya, where the youth took to the streets and forced the William Ruto government to scrap tax hikes.
Hi, Mark Barden at Sandy Hook Promise here. When the gunman shot his way into Sandy Hook Elementary School on December 14th, 2012, He loaded his AR-15.
Why are you playing this ad? Can you?
Oh
like,
yeah, I need to
continue
pay
firing
attention, man. What's
without
wrong
having to
with me?
change magazines.
Skip the
He
ad.
fired.
Thank you, Jago.
In a statement, President Bola Tinubu said that he does not want a Sudan-like situation in Nigeria. He said his government is not afraid of protests, but the damage it would cause to ordinary people. The Nigerian president also met with the traditional rulers to seek their help for countering protests. Earlier this week, Nigerian government held an emergency meeting in response to the nationwide protests. More than 40 cabinet ministers, including the National Security Advisor, attended the meeting. The government has sought more time to end economic hardships. Last week, the president agreed to more than double the monthly minimum wage for federal workers. The government also started delivering truckloads of rice to each state to ease the cost of living pressures. Economic troubles for Nigerian citizens rose exponentially since President Tinubu ended a costly fuel subsidy and liberalized the naira currency in reforms needed to revive the country's economy. Inflation in the country has risen to a 28-year high of 34.2% since the Tinubu government's reforms. The last major protest movement in Nigeria in October of 2020 began over abuses by the SARS anti-robbery police squad, and it grew into the largest anti-government demonstrations in Nigeria's modern history. The police unit was disbanded, but the protests ended in bloodshed. Youth-led protests against the government first started in Kenya, where the campaign is still on against William Ruto. It then inspired youth in Uganda to raise their voice.
That's enough information. Let me stop right there. That's enough information right there. So, question, going forward, the protest, is it going to be peaceful or not? Are they going to make it violent? What should we anticipate? What should we expect? What should we say? We all want peaceful protest, but what could be our anticipation of what's going to happen, if it's going to happen at all? So, who wants to go first?
So the protests.
Let eccentric case go first. Omarige, let eccentric case go first. Okay, go ahead.
I think the protests will be peaceful, but from the experiences that we have here, those in the United States, like how the police and the government incite protests to become like violent, so that way they can use it as a pretext to actually, disband the protest and kind of give it a bad publicity. I think the Nigerian government does that. Nigerian police does that a lot. Where they would put in people who cops in a civilian uniform, among the protests, causing problems, burning things on the street. And most times it's the police, it's the people that's working with the police. And this is their way of like trying to incite violence. So that way they could use invoke the article in the Constitution. I think I forgot what section where it says if a protest turns violent, the police can use force.
Can use force.
Yeah. So I think they're going to do that. The protest is not going to be violent because there's no reason for the protest to be violent. The people are protesting. They are trying to make their voice known. The intention of the protest, we all know, it's not going to be violent. No one is going to be breaking stores of someone who's going through the same problems. But the government, the police especially, are going to incite violence in the protest and then blaming on the protesters.
Eccentric case, I don't mean to interrupt. I even heard that some areas, they showed some videos of some people, they're giving thugs and touts guns and things. That's going to be another aspect. Some people
it happens all the time. It happens during the election.
Huh?
It happens during the election seasons. The local government and the government officials give arms, to thugs and have them incite violence, use it as a pretext to, either re-election or, call off, social grievances, right? And it's going to happen in this protest, of course, but it's not going to derail the protest. The protest is going to happen, and hopefully, with social media where it is right now, it's gonna become major news and major outlets, all over the world, to kind of shed light on what's going on. But I still think, we need to focus on this IMF policy thing. One of IMF policy SAP program is to devalue currencies, and we saw how Nigerian currency was devalued. It makes it easy for our goods to be exported to foreign countries, especially in the West, for the fraction of the price, right? And
not just that, eccentric. I don't mean to cut your point off, but you're on point. It's also make us poorer. For example, like if you buy a house 43 million last year.
I beg Pereira, allow eccentric to go on.
Because I just want to add to his
point.
No,
it's his point. It's his point, because I think he's making a point very well. We need to listen to this. IMF, I almost want to start again.
Yes.
It's the IMF position that we need to focus on, is what he's saying.
It's very important. Yeah, it's very important to focus on that on IMF policy, because I don't know how long you guys have. I've lived in Nigeria, in my youth, right? Back in the 80s, it was the same problem. The same thing that's going on right now was happening back then. Everyone was complaining. Things weren't that great. The country has been going on a downward spiral, right? And if we see all the policies that are instituted by the government, they are in line with the SAP programs. For instance, one of them is the one I never mentioned was in Nigeria. They abolished the Board of Agriculture, right? It's a Board of Agricultural Market. It's called Abolition of Agricultural Marketing Board in Nigeria. It was abolished, and that was advised by IMF, right? And elimination of public goods, privatization, commercialization, and of course, cutting public expenditure for social services, right? These are, and if we, like I said, if we elect P2B right now, everyone that's saying, "Oh, we should have elected P2B, he would have been the best." No, if he's going to go in there, he's going to meet the advisors, right? He's going to meet all this freaking Trojan horse from the West, the economic hitman. They all stay in Sheraton Hotel. They work for big corporations. These are all plants working for the West, right? They are gonna meet them and tell them, hey, look, you have to be in line with this. Because think about it. These guys, P2B, all these elites, they all have properties in foreign countries. In Germany, they go overseas for their holidays, right? And if they come in here and say, hey, I'm going to be militant, I'm going to cut off, I'm going to institute policies that affect the people positively. That's going to help the country elevate economically. These guys will first of all put a restriction to his passport. I mean, we see what's going on in the Sahel region. Jordan mentioned that. In the Sahel region, most of these people, military junta, people that are responsible for taking back their country from the West. They've been sanctioned, right? There's been sanctioned, and they are moving away from the Western grip, right? That's why Nigeria needs to be part of the BRIC group, right? The BRICS is like a counter to IMF, and their policies are not they're not stringent policies. They're not draconian policies. I think Nigeria, this is the path that we need to go, especially for underdeveloped and developing countries in the global south.
I just want to comment on that, because it's not that I disagree, but I believe that, and very strongly, if West Africa, Francophone, Anglophone countries, all of them, created their own economic zone with one currency, whatever it's called, it will be quicker than the BRICS. Even though those BRICS nations may be much more powerful, the economy in that area would be more powerful than BRICS, based on the accessibility and the movement of that one currency. To have one currency in different continents is going to be quite a difficult establishment.
Yeah. Also, it's important to acknowledge that the world is seen as the global south and the global north on the grand scheme of things, right? The West see themselves as the global north. That's why they have NATO. The global south, BRIC, it's a global south institution. I think it's good. It's going to help the global south economically liberate themselves from the shackles of Western policies, IMF policies and World Bank policy. Nigeria should be part of BRICS, and then we can figure something out in the West Africa. But for now, we know, if you look at the news, the West is against all the countries that they're against are the countries that are trying to move away from the unipolarity and Western dominance. And the West, these are the colonialists, right? we know their intentions. Their intentions are not positive at all. They're colonialists, and they have this, they are very pompous, right? They look at Africans like we are not smart people. We ought to be exploited, right? It's based on their ideology, and this is their belief, right? We saw how Germany, fascism rose in Germany, and they have Nazism and all that. The first victims of Nazism were African Germans. This is documented, and people don't know this. They think only the Jews and the other groups. Black people were the first victims, right? Now, this is what unites these people. They look at us as black and white, and this is a duality. This is a real duality, right? Black and white duality is the real duality. It exists in their consciousness, and it affects their policies and how they deal with us. That's why, if we are conscious of this, we can, identify what our problems and then deal with it accordingly. If we say, hey, Tinubu is the problem, but what about the predecessors, right? It was the same thing. It wasn't like Nigeria was better during Buhari or during Jonathan. During Jonathan, the economy shut down. We saw what happened. It's due to these IMF policies. So we need to actually address the elephant in the room. If we kick Tinubu out, we haven't addressed the real problem.
But Eccentric, I gotta cut you off there a little bit. I know Jagun doesn't like me doing this, but I have to. I personally don't think that the idea is to kick Tinubu out. If we push that narrative that is to kick Tinubu out, then we're missing the whole point.
Exactly.
The Nigerian youth, if I believe firmly, they are against the system that produces a Tinubu. They want a new constitution. You can see that 15 list of demand. It goes beyond Tinubu being out. When we minimize it to Tinubu being out, who replaces Tinubu? We are talking about a country where we lack citizenship. We're begging to be citizens again. We're begging to have a country. We're begging to have a state. So it just goes beyond this pushing Tinubu out.
Yeah, the idea of, like you said, citizenship, right? This is like an abstract concept, right? What does it mean to be a citizen?
It's not, because currently the value of a Nigerian life is
we need concrete policies. We need concrete policies. Like I'm Igbo, right? Yeah. If you look at Igbo language, right? Or most of our, I believe the same thing with Yoruba language. All our words are concrete words, right? If I say something like love is an abstract term. It could mean anything. Anyone can beat someone up and go, that's love. But in our language, we know love is concrete. It means something concrete. So we need to have concrete policies. Things like, we need citizenship. We need to establish our citizenship. We already says, like, our citizenship is rooted in our DNA, right? It's in our DNA. And in my dad's community, right? It's believed that if you're born in that community, right, whatever karma that goes around that community affects you, no matter where you go, right?
Essentially, we're going to do a backbones on this one for a few seconds before I let others listen. Let's do a little backbones, just a small one. Okay, now you're still arguing that the concept of citizenship is abstract. I'm telling you, it's not. The Nigerian state is able to implement a state of impunity because popular sovereignty relies on the state, not on the citizen. And that has to change if you hope to change any fundamental issue in Nigeria. It's like the issue of a car whose structural frame is damaged. If you take that car for a repair shop, they will tell you that car has to be total. When a car is total, it means it has to be destroyed and built from fresh. The structural structure of Nigeria is damaged from the beginning. There's nothing, business or otherwise, you put into that thing that would not turn out the way it is now. There's no angel you bring to Nigeria to come and rule that country that you won't get the same result now. Until that structural frame is changed. In a country that puts sovereignty on a state. So if a madman is your head of state, that madman determines your destiny. But if you have popular sovereignty and you are the determinant of your destiny, you can change that. You see, we have to be very careful with words.
Yeah, like I said,
particularly those of us who went to school, we have abused the English. That's why I say we should be speaking our local language, because the English language has damaged us beyond repair.
That's the thing.
We have democracy, but what do we do in our democracy? We do economic sabotage and treasonable felony, and we call it democracy.
All right, so our citizenship, right? Our citizenship in Nigeria has has little to do with paperwork, right? We are citizens. You know, it's rooted in our DNA. Like I mentioned, my name gives you a history of a place, right? Your name gives a history of a place, right? I always tell people this, right? You can never convert to become a Yoruba, but you can convert to be a part of religion, right? Citizenship, our citizenship
Yeah,
is
but you are not allowed to exercise it by law. That's the part that is important. Until you are able to exercise what we have genetically by law, we are still nothing but a slave. You have to understand it. And this is where the intellectuals in Nigeria has failed that country, particularly those who study law.
You enter a very deep place, so guys, you understand you are going deep now.
Yeah,
so
it's eccentric.
no, it's good. No, it's good. I'm enjoying it. I'm just saying. If you don't have your breathing apparatus on, don't go any deeper, or somebody go drown here.
Let's give Masca a chance to speak. Essentially, I have to cut you off. You still speak more. We still got more chance. Yeah, we still got more chance to go because I don't want to lose people. Let's Masca throw in. There's so much on the line. Masca, I don't know if you've been listening in the background on this issue of protest. Your president said that those planning it they don't love the country. Should he hold? Should he not hold? Your traditional rulers are singing the tune of the political elites as usual. Are they of any use to us in this country, if I may ask? And then is the protest in itself going to be peaceful? There's so much in one question.
Good evening, all.
Good evening.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right. I support the protest because it's a step in the right direction. People need to understand that they can exercise power. One of the things that had killed Nigeria is apathy, the fact that people feel they are helpless. But no matter how small the feel will be that, okay, we can actually affect the trajectory of our lives, I think it's good for the country. Because even the fact that the government now is making effort, spending money, trying to convince people that no, it's not in order, I think it's a win for the people, that at least they can get the attention of the government. So I support the protest. I worry because in the end, we know the history of protest in this country. What I would only say is, look, you don't stop because the last one was not successful. I think last week when we were talking about this, my point is I gave an example where if you have a child,
Is it breaking up?
Yeah.
No, is that Nigerian network?
You just have to keep doing the things that are important, making the people to understand that they have a say and their say can matter. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Go ahead. Although you're breaking up, but go ahead. We can hear you off and on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
now.
Yeah. Go ahead, Masca.
Okay, so I support the. I joined because the angle jargon is bringing, and the other gentleman, his name is very long. I can't get it. I believe that's the way to go. The issue is not of arousal. We should not just only arouse our people, but we have a responsibility to make our people aware, consciousness, political consciousness, and political awareness, because protests are merely arousals. But the good thing is that from an arousal, you can lead people to an awareness level. So I think because of the network, probably I would stop there. But yes, I would like the protest to go on, but I will advise the organizers that they need to understand that, look, it could go either way. So they need to think out of the box and make sure that all the usual suspects, we need to watch them very carefully. I mean, you should try and keep this off markets, for instance. You should try and keep it away from business, government buildings. There's a way you can do this thing. People will see the number of people that come out. And we need to think through.
Yeah, we're gonna cover that next in my next line of questioning. Is going to be what suggestion do you have for them to improve this thing? But that will be in the next line. But let's Omorege talk on what we are dealing with now, which is the issue. Would it be peaceful?
That's my case. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
So as I was saying, if any protest want to be peaceful or not peaceful, it's the job for the security agencies to do their job. It's not a guarantee. In Germany too, sometimes they have some protests become a riot. But nevertheless, if Nigerians come out massively with some agenda and protest, and it's the right for the security agencies, the so-called DSS who cannot even go to bandits, the Nigerian police who is always doing press up for when you see Nigerian planning protest. They are the ones who are supposed to safeguard these people, make sure nobody hijack this protest. We're going to hijack the protest. It's the same government going to pay some talks. For example, the guy who was in the NSAS time, who was holding cutlass in the hand, everybody saw the face there. What did the DSS do about this boy? He was walking free. They send those Marjorie's boys to hijack protests everywhere. It's the same politicians who is doing it. So when they say protests are going to be peaceful, no Nigerian will go out to say what irresponsible Nigerians who want a better country will not go out there to go and cause havoc there. They want to go out and emphasize their anger, so the government know what is going on. But the problem I'm just talking, what I'm afraid of is the same. The barbaric guard people, the Gandola, Tinubu and co. They're the same people going to recruit a bunch of thugs to go and do rampage in this protest. Protest is never a guarantee to say it's going to be peaceful. That's for sure. So if anybody come out here to tell you, I hope there should be a peaceful protest. Things can escalate. Things can happen. But it's this job for the security agencies to identify this loophole, this aggression that is coming, to take them out from the peaceful protesters. These are the job of the security agencies to do. So when we say Nigerians they use this every time. Nigerians, since they made the announcement about the protest, the government is just run around, but they don't find solution to say, okay, what are these people protesting for? Let's find a solution. Let's start doing something first. What does government do? Nothing. First of all, you have to do something like the petrol to go down to 120 naira or 100 naira. They should do something. Start for something. They did not think of doing something. They call those people with the bodyguard, come to Aso Rock, take Ghana must go, take some dollars, take some nairas, go home, and go and speak to your people. Because Nigerians, they know if they give them 1,000 naira, most like the ones who live in the north, they're the worst one ever seen. But the one live in Lagos, they're the worst one ever seen. If they give them one bowl of rice, one bowl of cooked rice, they are satisfied. But they are the ones suffering more. The problem we have now is not the people right now. It's the government we're talking about, the security agencies. It's not the people. They have to protect the protesters. That's it. The government is the criminal. It's the one who's gonna. What of NSAS? Where they were in the Tone Gate, did they do anything there? They were protesting there. Till the military came in there. Tinubu came in there with his people. The governor, the military, they came there. They saw it. So when people come here and say it's going to be violent, maybe the things, who's going to do it? It's the same security agencies that will bring come. The same people like you that will come and disrupt this election, this protest. The same people like you who come here and think protest, people are ready to go and destroy Putin in the street. No. Look at NSAS. What happened in Tollgate? Did they destroy anything there in Tollgate? You know about what happened in Tollgate?
Yeah. They didn't destroy. It's the government that sends people in to start shooting.
So people should not come and start to play like the Nigerians are the so aggressive one. Your government is the aggressive one.
Yeah, that's why the government keep pushing violence. Yeah. It's not the people, I know.
It's the same people who, some of us here who are here, who cannot even open mouth to speak the truth. There are some of them who's on the conversation who cannot come out to speak the truth. They say people they will recruit to do propaganda against the peaceful protesters.
They're already trying. They're trying to make it tribal. They're trying to focus on violence. Anyway, before I go on, guys, can you give me a minute to do what Forefather does best? Please, if thank you all for joining us. If you're joining us, please help click the like button, and I will take a minute to click the Dr. Damage's subscribed video, so you can subscribe. We'll take a little break, and then when we come back, I'll go straight to Righteous Man to tell us on the protesting. I've got some other questions down the line. What contribution do you have to suggest to the planners to make it a success, and what do we hope to achieve from this little thing that's coming up? But let's first help us click the like button and let's subscribe. Let me play that video so that you can subscribe, and then we'll continue with Righteous Man. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you guys for that. Righteous Man. So your comment. I think.
Who is Dr. Damage? Yeah. What's Rudolph? Where's Rudolph?
Rudolph Okonkwo. That's Dr. Damage.
Yeah. Where is he?
Oh, where is he? Oh, he has some runnings to do today, so he's not here.
I've not seen him since.
Oh, yeah. The people been saying since, what's his name? Pansar told him to go to hell. He kind of like hell a little bit.
Yeah.
He's doing fine.
Pansar cannot come to this program now to speak now. We have this program now.
He's doing fine. Okay. You don't want Pansar. Now he's going to jump in and tell you to go to hell too. Okay, let's go on. Righteous Man, are you there for us? Now your turn. No.
Yeah.
What are our hopes and aspirations for it? How can you make it better?
Yeah. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, my brothers. It's just honestly the issue that have to do with this country is something that we can't finish talking about every time. But the amazing thing is that these leaders travels abroad and they see kind of development, kind of lifestyle that the people are enjoying there. Some of them schooled abroad, some of them lived there. I wonder, sometimes I am confused, honestly. How will you test sugar? And when you are back home, you give your children bitter things to chew. When you have experienced good life, when you have experienced good structures, how government runs the government of the people. Okay, when it was the military era, Nigerians were protesting. At least I participated in one. Nigerians were protesting, crying for democracy. They were protesting for democracy to be installed in Nigeria. Now we have democracy. And then the Democrats are telling us we can't protest. It's quite, I don't understand. Somebody should help me to understand it better. Okay? Now, what is the cause of this protest? Bad governance, which has resulted to high cost of living. The inflation figure in Nigeria is close to 40-something. Forget about what the Bureau of Statistics releases. What we have today
If you are in Nigeria and you visit market on daily basis, or you have contact with those who trade on daily basis, Nigeria inflation figure should be above 42, 45. Between 42, 45. It is beyond the reach of ordinary man. Now, in Nigeria, we don't have the middle class again. The issue of middle class had been completely erased. We have the rich and the poor. And majority of the percentage of Nigerians, including myself, fall to the category of the poor people. So the government telling us not to protest, they should bring, look, I believe that Tinubu knows what to do. He did not consult the traditional rulers. He did not consult the religious leaders. He did not consult the youth. And he said, fuel subsidy remove. Now, the effect of the removal of fuel subsidy, he's now inviting those he did not consult to come and play a role so that the people will not say, this thing is not working well. You see the mentality of a man of the color. Look again. If Tinubu wants to do what is right, and which I know he knows what to do, he should revert the price of fuel from 850 naira I bought it today to maybe 150 or at most 200 naira. Let's go back to Buhari regime, because we can't go back to Jonathan regime. We can never. They have destroyed the country that there is no way Nigeria can return back to the era of Jonathan. The cost of living that time and now can never be. We can't go back there. So let Tinubu revert it back to 200 naira. We can still manage. Okay. Then the issue of hijacking. From the little news I have heard from the Nigerian networks down home here, this protest will not be organized on the streets of Nigeria or the Nigerian states or local government councils or areas. They have, I think, rented or hired places like camps or what do you call it, fountain area like in Abuja, Ego Square. They have paid for it. That's on news. Some people have written to the government to lease it out for some period for them to organize the protest so that it will not be on the street. And I want to tell you here that Nigerians of today, going through the pains we're going through, nobody will want violence. Nobody will want to destroy anything. What are you going to destroy? Is it the one that are working or the one that is not working? Virtually every infrastructure here is not working. So what are you going to destroy? So if government actually wants democracy to be practiced in Nigeria, then the government should allow Nigerians to peacefully protest. And they should give Nigerians who wants to protest police escort or police protection, so that if there is any intruder or intruders who will want to spoil it, then the security forces will be able to nab that person immediately and foil that move to cause chaos. So I am in Lagos, I'm in Nigeria, I go to many states of this country. I don't see Nigerians as bad people. We're very good people, very kind, very loving. It is our leaders, political leaders, that do not want to make Nigeria a living place for everybody. So I think that is the area I'm looking at, and that is the area I want to submit for now.
Okay, thank you very much, Righteous Man. Okay, right after Righteous Man, who's next? Is it Eccentric? Is that you? So I put three questions together. Okay, would it be peaceful? I think you've answered that. Contributions you want to have to make it a success, and what do you hope to achieve with this protest? Is there any minimal or maximum, or whichever? And then what are your contributions to making it a success? After this set of questions, I'll be going on to Dangote. Who wants to buy Dangote's refinery, 20 million issue, and the Tinubu refinery in Malta? Now we'll discuss that. But that's the last. That will probably be our last questions on this thing.
All
So
right.
I've got to put three together. Their peaceful contributions, your contribution, make it a success. Suggestion based on your experiences of protest and what you think can be achieved minimally and maximally, whichever one.
I think everyone should get involved in the protest in any way that they can, no matter where you are. It doesn't matter. We shouldn't be looking at the protest from the lens of tribalism. I'll put that in quote, tribalism, right? Because we are the same family. If you look at the DNA of people from Yoruba and Igbo, it's similar. It's pretty much the same thing. So we should protest as Nigerians, right? Because we are all affected, right? All Nigerians are affected. It doesn't matter if you're Igbo, Yoruba, Hausa, Ibibio, Delta. We are all affected by the economic policies, regardless of your tribal allegiances. So, we should go out there and protest and, shut down businesses.
Do you think those of us abroad should try and join in by going to Nigerian embassy, carry placards, and not just be running our mouths on this panel and saying, go protest, go protest? On that day, should we make concerted effort on our part? Those of us living abroad, should we at least show solidarity and then maybe change our Facebook profile to show the protest, just WhatsApp profile, anything to just connote solidarity with the movement?
Any way can contribute. If there is an organization involved with the protest, if they need money to buy water for the protesters, if you have any money you can send to the organization, we should help them however we can, no matter where we are. And those who are trying to sow discord using the tribal differences, those people should not be a part of they should just stay away from the protest, because obviously this is not affecting them. What's affecting Nigerians is tangible. It's a tangible thing. It's not an abstract nonsense. It's real. People are hungry and there's no electricity. IMF policy is killing us. That's a fact. The IMF policy is hurting us, and we should stop. We should send a message that to the Tinubu and their paymasters, all our elites. Hey, we are taking our country back from you guys, right? We're taking our country back. We should have people-centered policies, not policies that benefit
the few
Western investors and the so-called business people, like McDonald's. We don't want to create a country that's favorable for McDonald's and all the Coca-Cola and to destroy our social services, right? The social programs that affect the people positively. So I support the protests. It's a common sense thing to do, and all of us should support the protest. And it will be a success for sure. It will be a success because the motivation for the protest transcends any other motivation, right?
Any suggestions you have to make it a success? Tell people, the organizers, things to do, things on that day, how to support themselves, whatever you have.
They should put the protest online, make it live, record all the activities, and they should record it, put it on the internet, so there will be transparency, right? Because if there is no transparency, the government, most times dictators like it when the outside world don't know what's going on. So they need to put it on social media, put it on blast, put it on YouTube. It doesn't matter how small your group is. Try to put it live or record it, put it out there. So that way, when the government start claiming that the protesters were sponsored by, by some outsiders, we can have proof. We can have proof to show that it was a peaceful protest and that we organized.
Okay.
So,
yeah, thank you very much. What do you think we would achieve? Do you think it will achieve anything for now?
Of course, we will achieve something. Of course, the problem is the elite class. You have to remember this. They are people. They are human beings. You know what I mean? They are people like us. They could think, right? when they see the they will see the protest. They will see it. They will see it, and it will send a message, right? They will see the protest. They will know that we are not, we are not docile. We don't agree with their exploits. Because if people are not doing anything, they think they are powerful. They think they are larger than life. They're really not. The working class, the ordinary people are more than these people. They're not even up to like 0.1% of the country. Like, for crying out loud, it's like 1 million plus of us, 1 million plus. Nigerians if Nigeria can take destiny in their own hands if they want to. The leadership class are not playing it, even with their with their enforcers, the police that will help them, help protect them. The people are more than them, So we should send a message. We should put it out there in the world to shame them, to show the world what's going on. So that way they can be traveling overseas and, thinking that things, it's all, it's all fair. It's not fair.
Okay. Thank you so much. I think Omorege wants to go next, right? I got three things packed together.
Yeah.
Peaceful. What contribution do you want to make it a success? Like suggestions to the planners, and what do you think we can? Do you think we can achieve? What do we hope to achieve, or what does it think we did that? You know what I mean? Let me.
Yeah. Anyway, first of all, they're going to be succeed the protest, but they're going to be succeed. But what I'm saying, they have to go on live, and they should try to make sure they have a secret camera or body camera in case they don't allow them to use their phones. There's a way you can, you don't have to put the camera in their face. Those who are attacking them, make sure they go live so that the whole world will see what's going on there. No matter how the police are going to hide their atrocity, they're going to go on live. They're going to be on record. So they should make sure they go on live. They should make sure they go on live. And most of us who live in Western country, where mostly these corrupt politicians, they used to come to America and UK. They come a lot there. People should try to do some protests. I mean, you don't have to be violence. Go to the embassies, or if it's anywhere you see them in the street, make a placard and put their names there. These are the called. Shame them their shame.
Yeah.
They should do them.
Those of us living abroad, which city are you? Is there anything going on in any of the cities we all live in? Are people making plans? Should they start making one to just join in solidarity? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm not an organizer or planner, but
no. You see,
I just think all hands should be on deck.
When we there's one in my city last time, Ekrimadu. If you know this one, who's in jail now in UK.
Yeah, I remember him.
It was my city. They gave him some whip on his head. It's from my city here, Nuremberg. Yeah, we did some, but I tried to meet my other friends to see if they're going to do some. Things are going to go well. And secondly, if we should stop this mentality or mindset of blame game, blaming the Western country for everything that's not going well in Nigeria. We should stop that.
Yeah, I think we need to hold our brothers accountable for.
Yeah, when this our brother was saying about IMF loan, whatever, you should scrap that. That's keep that out.
But that's a fact.
It's a fact. I agree. But for now, I just think we need to focus on the devil in the house.
Yes.
Okay. And deal with those ones.
That's the devil in the house.
Then we can now deal with those bastards outside.
Yes. Because
that's just
if
my
you see,
view.
they loot our money, they take it to Western country, UK and America. The same country you live on in America there.
Yeah.
It's the same country they stole the money from Nigeria and bring it there. Right? Do they force them to steal the money to bring to America? Do they force them? IMF force them? No. You're talking about Igbo. You have 5 states, 5 Igbo governors states in Igbo land. Is it not time for them to change their state to look like Dubai? Is it the IMF loan? Is it the Western countries stopping not to do it? No. Because they have this virus, this symptom of stealing, corruption in their DNA. So we should leave this blame game. We know these Western countries, they have their own blame. Fine. But what about internal way to change our local government, our states? Do they stop us to do it, develop it? No. We should try to hold our local government, governors, chairman, traditional looters all of them accountable. Not everything federal.
Yeah, I'm
We
not
should stop
advocating for violence, though, but until we have a rolling solution, we need a kind of a rolling solution in that country to a certain degree.
But if we
That's violence, so.
No violence. So
no violence. But
just a rolling solution. No violence.
No violence. But rolling solution is better. You see, if they allow me to rule for that country for 1 month, I know what to do.
What are you gonna? That's a good one. What are you gonna do if you rule the country?
What are you gonna do?
I know
if you
the
rule the
Western
country for 1 month.
Listen,
yeah, 1 month. What are you gonna do?
Okay, let me finish. I know the Western country will hate me for that. It doesn't matter. Every corrupt politicians, I have a hole for them. I will dig a hole 6 feet wide, deep, make it wide like a stadium. Bring them in, put them in, cover them all, just cover them there. That's it. The children, you let the children witness their father and their mothers who stole our money. They should witness it. If you don't change, you're going to be like your father. That will stop this corruption. Because corruption is like a virus in that country.
Henry, another problem that won't stop is because we don't call it what it is. We keep calling it, decorating it. They call it padding budget, padding the Nigerians don't call the thing waiting it be. We go the sugarcoat am, corruption, hyperinflation, we go the speak grammar.
Thief money. They steal our
People
money.
are listen, Henry. People are doing economic sabotage and treasonable felony. We don't call it what it is. We keep
People
that's
like
our problem.
Akpabio supposed to be in my prison, as I'm talking about this prison I mentioned just now. Supposed to be among them. Akpabio, former Senate President, Lawan. He's supposed to be inside my prison.
Because we don't call Buhari, it what it is. Then be thief.
My prison.
Those are
all
not
this
tangible.
English grammar where we they speak is part of our problem.
Those are not tangible policies. Like I want to know like the policies that you will enact.
Policies not favor us. Policies don't favor us these days. We need to follow this. Use hot hand for hot criminals like this. We don't need those kind of policies. The Americans are bringing to Africans. That's not functioning.
Listen, Henry. In my wildest of mind, I still don't understand why we kill coup plotters, but we don't kill economic saboteurs. I don't.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
look at China.
Western style. Listen to me. When they say this, you see somebody stealing. You see somebody put hand in your pot, stealing your meat in your pot. They have soup full of soup in the hand, in the mouth. You caught this person red-handed. They will soon tell you should take him to court first. The court have to declare him stealing before you prosecute him. It makes sense for you?
No, it does though. Due process.
I mean,
but would the court declare him a thief? That's the problem. The court itself doesn't follow the rule. Due process.
Yeah, due process.
Because they can buy their way.
Do we have rule of law in that country?
We don't. That's what. Even if we have bad laws, if we have rule of law on bad laws, the country will work. But if you have bad laws and good laws, and you don't have enforcement, that's the problem.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I said you people will hate my style of governance. Like Emefiele now, you're not supposed to follow there's nothing like due process. Emefiele, after you bring the money he stole, you go down what I'm saying, my prison. You're gonna go there. Leave that due process. That's why you see.
That's why I keep jumping in your throat, Henry. Say our problem say be language. Fela said it. Thief na thief. All this grammar where we they speak.
But you know what we can talk on the
economic sense. Our problem be language. Only
somebody say thief. Call him a thief.
But we don't do that.
Nigeria is we are civilized people, right? So we are civilized people, and we structure our country based on the tenets of civilization, right? So we have the judiciary, we have the police, right? You're not gonna kill. You cannot kill people. You cannot execute people because it's not a dictatorship.
It's not working.
I'm still conflicted on that civilized concept. We're so civilized, but yet look at what we are doing to our country.
Yeah,
I agree with that, Alaba. I don't know what this civilized word is for.
You
I don't
understand?
understand. How
on this
can we
one.
be civilized?
Civilized. We are
Even
treating
these
our people
bad
like
people
this.
we talk about, they don't treat their dogs the way we treat
The way
our
they treat
people.
us, treat Nigerians. People are hungry.
They don't.
Like in
No,
Germany,
no,
where I
like,
live in, where I live in Germany. Here.
the question I ask you is, in 1 month, what would you do to, to better, like, if you become a governor, like, what
The
policies
key
will you
thing is
enact?
the rule of law. Have the strictest rule
Yeah.
that's equate. Look, once you can deal with the big man in Nigeria, you will deal with that country.
That's it.
That's the truth about Nigeria. Nigeria is a big man issue. Some are above the law, period.
Yes.
I don't care how you slice it.
Just like the governor.
Once you can fix that, you'll fix that country.
Yes.
That's all. Nigeria will punish a poor man for stealing orange. They will burn him alive.
Yes.
But let them, it's all in Fela's song. Go and listen to that man's song. You be thief, I no be thief. Instead of really catching him, the argument.
You're a thief. You're already a thief.
But the real thief, the one who steal orange, they don't put tire for his neck.
Because he's hungry. He steal orange because
He
he's
be
hungry.
thief, catch him, he be robber. But the real thief, then he said, authority stealing, he pass him robbery. You can't listen to that man's song. That's an encyclopedia of political.
My brother, Alaba, you broke that down very well. I like the style, man.
Because he said authority stealing, he passed armed robbery.
But
how do we treat authority stealing?
Criminals. They should be
how do we treat armed robbery?
They should be dealt with.
So okay, fine. Like if I become a governor in 1 month, what I would do is I will set up social programs, right? I will set up social programs.
Are you going to do it yourself, or somebody going to?
Exactly. You've not made examples of those that will work under you, and then you're giving them instruction. Look, there's this show. Oh, I beg you all, go watch it. Visa on Arrival. Make it go watch it.
Visa on Arrival. I watch it.
I've been cracking. It shows our. Go and watch it. Visa on Arrival. Oh my God.
The character of Nigeria is there.
That's how Nigeria.
You can create structure. You can create structure of accountability. It's possible.
It won't happen unless you make example of the big man.
Of course, the big man as an example.
Of course, like you have a law, right? If you steal, like you said, for like if you steal, that's a crime, right? There's a law.
Name one big man that has been held accountable apart from those that plan a coup.
Tell me one.
See,
Tell me one.
It's a problem. Yes, it's a problem. Like I said, if I become a governor for 1 month,
we are talking about now.
Yeah, you have to enact a policy that affects the people positively.
The policy is not working. We have to use the example. One of these as an example.
You have to have social programs. Like social. You have to have a social program, right, to alleviate poverty. You can socialize some aspects of the economy, right? I'll put a. What I would do is I'll put a cap on price of rent, right? I'll cap rental prices. I'll cap price of goods that are everyday goods.
People going to be in charge of this.
Eccentric, I love you. You got all these grandeur plans. But if you make example of the big man.
No,
I'm telling you.
The big man. No, see, look.
The big man has to run away from you in that country. That's the only way that country will work. If you're not, if he has to run it. If he's there with you, none of your plan will work.
Yes.
If you have a people-oriented policy, right?
People follow the leaders.
They will not take advantage of it. They will not be able to take advantage of it. The reason why they take advantage of it is the governor will have a contract to build a road, and then they'll give it to the godfathers, right? To the political elites, the ones that contribute to the elections, right? They will give them the contracts. Those things can be mitigated. You can mitigate all those problems, right? That's what I'm saying.
I see you making all these suggestions, but I don't see you supporting killing the big man.
And that's what I'm saying.
I won't support killing anyone. I can do it.
It's not going to work then.
Exile the person. We can exile them. We can strip them of their citizenship, like you were saying. We can strip them of the
citizenship. They will buy it back through Togo. You just don't know the Nigerian people. You guys don't know nothing, man. You are like Jon Snow. You know nothing.
You know about Anini. You know about Anini, who was recognized in Edo State, Nigeria as a whole. Anini.
Lawrence Anini.
Yes.
I know Anini. I was in Nigeria.
The money the politicians are stealing now. Did this man steal enough like that? It's a question.
Impossible.
This man didn't go to the poor people. He go to this big men. This is what he do to them. They put this man. They shot him.
I agree with that. Why?
But what are the criminals doing?
But you know what the truth is? The truth is what But Why just wrote on the board. All these people we are talking about, don't forget that these are people we are talking about are from us. They are our families. They are our mothers,
not
fathers,
my family don't steal. My family don't steal.
brothers and sisters.
Now your family, not my family.
That's why, eccentric, I hate to bring you into my political philosophy. That's why I keep telling people, okay, that the Nigerian problem is like apartheid, but it is worse than apartheid in
my
two ways.
Better than your teeth.
One, it is invincible. Apartheid is visible, black and white. You can mobilize the black against the white, easy to fight. Ours is invincible. That makes it harder to fight. Number two, the people you're fighting for wants to be the apartheid itself. They want to be like the big man. They want to be like Tinubu. They want to be like Babangida. They want to be like Abacha. So it's harder. It's not just chasing away the enemy, but the people you're bringing in wants to be like the enemy. So it's a double-edged sword. And people don't understand that when they talk about the philosophy of Nigerian problem. Anyway, guys, let's move forward. How can the problems be solved? Suggestion to the protesters.
As I was saying, that is the best solution. We have to build a maximum prison for them. If we don't, okay, like he said, you don't support buying. Let's bring a maximum prison for them without labor. Who steal, any government official who steal from 1,000 naira will go to that jail for 1 year.
From prison, they go plan to overthrow your government.
No, first, this kind of prison, you're not going to feed them. No feeding for them. No food. There's no feeding for them. Concrete wall, up to concrete wall. Put them only
one day when we have time, we will discuss Nigerian history. I will tell you step by step how each Nigerian brigman has contributed to this problem. Each one from every decision.
Does that include Dangote as well? Does that include that?
Because a lot of people of course, it's in the middle of it. Of course,
Nigeria happened to him now. He's crying out.
He's crying. That's going to be our next topic. Who's next to talk on this protesting before I move on? Who do I have on board? Jago have spoken. Eccentric has Omorigi. Our flagship is not on screen, so I might have to move on, right?
They can move on, yeah.
Okay, let's move on. The next thing we want to talk about, guys, is this issue of Dangote. Now, background information. It is coming out, on this Dangote refinery, there's been several terrible headlines. First, it will open in this month, they postpone. First, it's operating 45%. For the second, they say they don't have a certificate. Lots of stories. It's obvious that to the Nigerian, the details are not out there. They're not telling us the truth. But a little is coming out now, slowly and gradually, regarding what is happening now. It's apparently some people who are now in political power, they have an interest in this continuation of this fuel, what you guys call it, subsidy thing. So they have, like I'm hearing that Tinubu has a refinery in Malta. So what has been happening is that rather than be supplying Dangote refinery with fuel, crude fuel, they've been shipping it to Malta to refine and bringing it back in while they still continue to pay themselves that subsidy. So there's this massive web of corruption going on. So obviously, it's looking now like the Dangote refinery is ending up to be another Jakarta Steel Complex project, and it will never come to the light. So that's why the man is coming out and say, okay, if you guys won't let me run it, although he's a part of the problem, come and buy it for 20 million. And yeah, they will buy it. And then what happened to Lagos will gradually happen to Nigeria. They will own every aspect of the country. They will buy it. But if they gave it back to NNPC, that one are dead. All those ones are just gimme. But I have 2 video clips here that I'm just going to run through you guys, and then we're going to start discussion on that. I personally believe that with these stories of the Dangote, it should make more Nigerians even much more angry against this government. You can see how deep the corruption in itself is.
you know, let's take the Kyari replies Dangote.
Fund powerful ads to reach undecided voters nationwide.
Okay, that's our next president.
Also watching TVC News at 1. Let's turn attention to business now. The Group Chief Executive Officer of the Nigerian National Petroleum Company Limited, Mr. Mele Kyari, says he does not own a blending plant in Malta. Kyari spoke earlier today in response to claims by Mr. Aliko Dangote, Africa's richest person, that the officials of the NNPC Limited have facilities in Malta, an island country located in the central Mediterranean Sea. Apart from the NNPC personnel, Mr. Dangote, who addressed the House of Representatives on July 22, also alleged that oil traders and terminals have opened a blending plant in the island nation. In a post on social media, Mr. Kyari said he's not aware of an NNPC employee that operates such a plant in the aforementioned country. Mr. Kyari added that he was inundated by inquiries from friends and associates on the public declaration by the president of Dangote Group that some NNPC workers have established a blending plant in Malta, thereby impeding procurement of local production of petroleum products. An oil blending plant has no refining capability, but can be used to blend refined oil with additives to create finished lubricant products.
No offense, but if you still think stocks, real estate, or crypto are the best passive income investments in today's...
Okay, guys, let me show you the second video. I'll remove this one. Okay. Sorry, nobody's making 150. Like, nobody wants to make that money. Hold on.
Are you talking to me?
Okay.
Trust in them and their capability. All right, let's move on, everyone. With a refining capability or capacity of 650,000 barrels per day, making it Africa's largest oil refinery, the $19 billion Dangote refinery can be likened to a national asset.
Hold on.
What's going on, Ferreira?
I'm messing up big time. I'm messing up big time, man. Support for Kyari now. Let's share.
Quote, inflation is having a major impact on the economy. Purchasing power is getting eroded. People are being pushed to different categories of poverty. It's in our interest that we're able to take the scourge of inflation. Well, a potpourri of economic plans and strategies by the government, but they're not exactly succeeding to take down this scourge that CBN term.
Indeed. I mean, at this point, unfortunately, we do have to cling on to is hope and to ensure that these measures are effective and not just, trial and error. I do agree with Mr. Emmanuel because it's striking a balance between controlling the inflation, what Americans are calling, really, like you said, Senator Akpabio is the president of the...
Into the tenure extension and the fact that for the general public service, the retirement age is supposed to be 60. Opportunity for the people to express their opinion.
We would like to see
let me just leave that one. I think
like
that video is useless.
An ally for the women.
I'm going to
and
take
ensure
it
that
off.
more women are even able to have their say.
Okay, guys, on the Dangote situation, I just think that if that is true, what is happening, that they have a refinery in Malta, they're taking, these are real crimes, serious crimes. These are crimes that deserve execution. But because we have impunity, people can get away with it. The country suffers more, the people suffer more, and the cycle just continue on and on because some people wants to be so rich
and build castles on the moon. So you guys, who wants to take this first? And how am I going? Is it Jagun that's going first, or Henry, or Eccentric?
Allow the person next to you now.
Okay.
Let me be the last to speak. Let me take some. Yeah.
Okay. Eccentric, you see this level of crime. Can you imagine? You have the crude. You should refine it here. First, you destroy all the 4 refineries you have. Then you go build a refinery in another country, take your crude to them, then bring in inferior quality. It's just a mess. Nigeria is just...
Where was the refinery built, though?
In Malta.
In Malta, yeah.
Nigeria is just a mess. I don't even know. These are serious crimes in any country, even in a banana country. People should be lined up and immediately executed for this level of crime. But yet, it's so normal in Nigeria. And the newspaper, the headlines would just talk about it like that. So there was one interview I was watching, a Nigerian journalist ask Showore some question. That one was, I don't know, people. I think our educated people are that country's problem. I don't even know what to go.
No, Brad, we shouldn't always look to blame one thing. The only one thing we can blame is the entire system. Any other issue we have with this or that, it's not going to help us. What's going on right now, as it's been revealed, has been going on for an awful long time.
Yeah.
I have dabbled within commodities and oil trade, and I see them. I see the deals that they do. I see how much cutback they get. I also see where they invest in European and companies across the world. They're not doing anything. They just got their money there. So their money is put to work with people who have deep and better ideas than they do. So this has been how Nigeria is run. Do you know how rich Tinubu is? Can you imagine how rich he is? Not in Naira, forget the Naira. In dollar terms, it would shock you. And he's not the only one. Everyone on that level is exhaustively rich. Adding more money to them is doing nothing. They are on the same level as the European or American or Middle Eastern rich. They're on that same level, rich beyond. Yet we are there scrimping and saving and scouring around looking for what to eat. See the level of wickedness that country is. People don't really I don't think you realize. There are things that are going to come out about how oil has been run in that country that will shock you further. Imagine that in the last 20 years, I won't even go straight back to Nigeria's discovering oil. In the last 20 years, the actual revenue, not NNPC figures, the actual revenue of Nigerians' oil industry, so to speak, is in the trillions, what they have exported in the last 20 years. Now, everybody's had a big bite of it, and they go chop again. Meanwhile, again, our country is suffering with all idiotic policies that are never going to work with an idiotic government. It's just never going to work. So sometimes I think the complexity that we are in, it needs to be broken down into one digestible portion, and that is called the whole entire system is defunct. And there's nothing that you can do to mend it. There's no policy that's going to come on board. There's no magic wand. There's no new president. There's none of these things are actually going to work. Somebody was speaking earlier about the IMF and the global plan to make countries poor in terms of their own sovereignty and in terms of their currency. Why are they doing that is the question. They're doing that because they are bringing on board a new system globally. What we in Africa are not seeing is, do we want to join this rat race all over again? Or are we going to look around us, understand the beauty that God has given, and then proceed to change our mindset enough to establish our future? If we're not looking at things like that, we are wasting our time daily. The program that is written for the world It's not written by Jagaban. You understand? It's written by European or American or Westerner. And that's the trajectory that we are globally following. No matter the idiosyncrasies of Nigeria and how particular Nigeria is, it doesn't matter. It's happening to the whole world. And unless we join in with understanding, wow, yes, we have a matter at hand here. And the best way to rescue it is to wipe the blackboard clean and start again. Unless we are doing that, we are not doing anything apart from myopic, heartfelt pontification. You're not going anywhere. The only way to go somewhere is to rid us of the evil that is within us right now. There's a lot of evil going around. And unless we rid of it, there's no white knight that's going to come out charging for righteousness. That's not going to happen.
To come and save us. Nothing's going to come save us. Thank you, Jagun. Mr. James, thank you for joining us. I don't know if you were listening in the background, but we are on the new topic now about the madness about our Dangote refinery and the refinery in Malta, shipping oil down there, bringing it back in, collecting. I mean, these are serious crimes against the nation. I just don't know how. But like Jagun said, it's been in existence a long, long time before. It continues. Who is going to stop it? Hopefully this protest. So, Mr. James, you have lots of minutes to dwell on that. You want to dwell on the issues of the protest? So much question. I can't even go through that long list. I don't know
the list is inexhaustible.
I can't even go through. I'm tired of going over that list. But the podium is yours. Have your say.
In fact, I'm tired of saying I'm tired of not doing it. As Mr. Jagun was saying, we need to wipe the board clean. The board must be wiped clean. You see, as for the protest, I'm in support of it, but what I really want them to call it off, though I'm in support of it, as I was saying, I think last week, they shouldn't have given a prior notice. They ought to have taken the government unawares, but because of the notice they've given, there are a lot of precautionary measures in place right now, and I fear there could be, bloodbath. That's what I'm foreseeing, because if you listen to what they are saying on YouTube, I mean the potential protesters and government officials, they are both spitting fire on each other, and I don't know what it will lead to. This is why I'm advocating that they should call it off. When they are ready in the future, they know exactly how to go about it, the way they went about the NSAS movement. As for Mr. What's his name? Dangote's refinery. It is very interesting that they are quarreling. I remember the quarrel between Obasanjo and Atiku. Because of the quarrel, a lot of things came to light. If they had not quarreled, we would not have known, or we would not have seen through Mr. Atiku. That quarrel revealed quite a lot of things about the man, but unfortunately, as a country, we learned nothing from the fallout of that quarrel. Now look at what's his name, Dangote. I liken him to a young man who woke up one morning and told his father, "Look, father, I'm not a big guy. I need to marry, but unfortunately, I'm unable to arrange it. I want you to assist me." The father was not convinced, but after a lot of persuasion, the father organized a lady for the guy. It was a lavish ceremony, and the guy was grateful. After that, the guy approached the father again. "Father, you know what? You've done well for me, but what I want you to do next, I want you to teach me how to make the woman pregnant, because I don't know how to go about it," which means that he was not ready for marriage. That is how I see Mr. Dangote. With the help of the federal government, through the back door, he was able to raise the money to build the refinery. Having established the refinery, he's not asking for monopoly. If you are an astute businessman, as you want us to believe, why not compete with your fellow businessmen? Because monopoly is more or less a crime in some countries. Why is he asking for monopoly? It means that the business is not viable. So this is the problem we'll be grappling with in the nation since this man came to limelight as a businessman. A lot of businesses have collapsed because of the undue advantage they have over others. As you rightly pointed out, the crimes they are committing against the country or the atrocities they are
Mr.
committing.
James, before I forget, Ferrari, please, before I forget.
Yeah.
Do Nigeria have a refinery that's functioning, Mr. James?
No, there's no.
So, when you have a Mao built first-class refinery there, is it better to steal your oil and send it to other country and bring the dirty ones to Nigeria to buy? When we have a refinery there?
Let me answer your question.
Yeah, answer me, please.
We have 4 refineries in the country, 2 at Port Harcourt, 1 in Warri, and 1 in Kaduna. These refineries were functional during my high school days. Excuse me, I'm answering your question. To the extent that they even built a petrochemical industry and attached it to Warri Refinery. They built a University of Petroleum in Warri. That was in the good old days. But as time goes on, people crippled it. The refinery is not the only industry they crippled in Nigeria. Nigeria Airways was crippled. Nigeria National Shipping Line was crippled. Nigeria External Telecommunications was crippled.
We are talking about it.
Excuse me.
We're talking about this now. You are going too far.
I'm not going
You're
too
going
far.
too far. It's not making. It's not helping me.
The moderator said I have enough time. This is why.
No, let him land. Let him land. But Mr. James, put in mind who is crippling it.
No, the issue is this.
How are we talking?
It is the government officials who can answer. They are the people running it. Since all the refineries got crippled, they are still pumping money, paying salaries, and pretending to repair the refineries. And now
let me make a correction. All the refineries are not crippled. We have functioning refineries in Nigeria. That's the wrong information that you're giving right now. Well, we have functioning refineries.
Let him finish. He's got his time. Let him land, and then note his points down, and we'll take him one by one.
And don't misunderstand him.
Thought process.
Yes, now he's speaking correctly.
Let us not interrupt his thought process. This is essential.
Now,
go on, Mr. James. Go on.
In a country where the refineries are not working, they are now telling us that there's a refinery somewhere in the Mediterranean island of Malta, where the Nigerian officials are running a refinery, bringing petrol to the country. And the refineries belonging to the federal government of Nigeria are non-functional. So what went wrong? This is an economic crime against the state. Now, what we are experiencing is a collapse in government. The government of Nigeria has, in fact, the country has collapsed, if we like it or not. I'm saying this because if you compare Nigeria to what it used to be during my youthful days, you will agree with me that Nigeria is beyond redemption. As you rightly pointed out, this is an economic crime that should be punishable by death by firing squad. They should put these people before a firing squad to teach other people a lesson. There was a time armed robbery was prevalent in Nigeria. To curb armed robbery, the penalty was death by firing squad. The last I watched was that of George Yamu at a Kenwa firing range in Benin City. They were able to curtail, although they could not stop it. So this nonsense going on in the country should be punishable by death by firing squad. That is my opinion.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. James. I will try and see if I can show you guys the data, because show says that if I can bring out the data of the importation from Malta and how it has just suddenly gone up since Tinubu.
Before you session, let me be saying something, right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
You see, when we said when somebody said, I don't call name because I don't bring nobody both here. When somebody said Dangote, I'm not a fan of Dangote. I don't like him as a person because of this monopoly that he's using for mate or other things. But in this extent of Nigeria, the way things are going wrong about this refinery issue, it happened to have one of the best world-class refinery in that country that will depend on having oil in our country, that so people will buy gas maybe cheaper, I don't know. But they could not even allowing, they could not give him crude oil to function in his refinery. But what they do, they take our crude oil to other countries like Malta or other countries and bring us the dead gas to destroy our cars and our engines. So
that is. I don't mean to cut you off, Henry. That's what I'm saying. That our problem is vocabulary. What we are doing is serious economic sabotage and treason, and yet we keep calling it politics. I'm sure now, if you bring an APC chieftain or a PDP chieftain to come discuss this topic, they will tell you it's politics. We're just doing politics.
No, it's stealing, thief. You know, so what is better? If Dangote should get the crude oil so that we'll be controlling to see what is going on there.
How can he get it when they won't give it to him? They are sending it to Malta. So you understand?
No, James was saying, Dangote is wanted. He was looking for monopoly. This is not the issue now. The issue is we have standard refinery right now. We need the oil, crude oil right now. We want to stand together to stay for stealing our crude oil to Malta. We want this oil to be in Nigeria there, for Dangote refinery, so things will be going well in that country. They have other people. They give the same contract to the same license to build refinery. Do they do it? No. But he borrowed money from the government, and whatever ways he got to build the refinery. But
you see, Henry. You see now you are approaching the debate from a wrong perspective. You're now arguing my thief is better than their thief argument.
No.
We're talking about serious treasonable offenses here.
I said before, I'm not a friend of this monopoly Dangote of 18.
I agree with you. They've messed up. Dangote is part of the problem. They shouldn't be giving one person ticket and all this. This is part of the Nigerian problem.
What I'm saying now.
But what is happening now under this harsh economic reality?
We don't have. What I'm saying now, the stealing of our oil to Malta and whatever they carry to, it's not helping us at all. But if they have to use the oil in that country, we'll be seeing how much the Dangote drill and bring out for the citizens to buy. That would be better than taking it out of the country.
How can you see it? Right now, how much crude oil is being pumped out of Nigeria? So what they give him to process, how can you see it? Anyway,
guys, look at how much oil we sent to Malta in 2012, 2016, 2020. Look at this year, 2.5 billion. So all this oil shortage we are having is as a result of governmental sabotage.
That's it.
How can the government be sabotaging its own Nigeria?
You will say what you are producing is not good. Are you selling your goods or you are downgrading your goods?
No,
that's because they are stealing it.
That's not the point we are making. Look,
that's
my
not
friend,
the point.
The issue is this. My solution to this problem is clear. All the evildoers should be forgiven. They should break up the country and post-Nigerian republics should emerge. That solves the whole problem. All the evildoers, their sins should be forgiven. They should sin no more. Let each man go to his republic. That solves the whole problem.
Are you ready? Are you ready for that?
No, you see, the problem is if you start executing people, the wahala is going to generate.
Now you're talking.
It's going to be much.
Alaba, now he's talking about execution.
It has to happen for the country to move forward. You cannot be sabotaging your own country and be committing treason. If you kill coup plotters, you have to kill these economic saboteurs.
That's it. That is it.
There's no country is going to move forward when it's being sabotaged from within. It's like enemy within. You're not going anywhere until you deal with the enemy within.
Romancing criminals. It doesn't make no sense.
I'm still looking for the data that show wants me to get.
We should stop romancing criminals.
I think the one I have now is the import one. Yeah, but on a serious note, these are serious crimes. I mean, look at other which America will tolerate you do this, or name a country. Just name a third world country, any country.
Alaba, ask this your guest whether America will tolerate that kind of thing. Ask them.
Is it not America? China? Eccentricity?
America will tolerate it. America's corrupt. America's almost as corrupt as Nigeria.
No, that's not right. They won't tolerate this. It's when you affect American interests that will when you will know how straight America is.
Yes. Nigeria, America does something that affects the interest of Americans a lot. I mean, look at the war. Look at the war in Ukraine. How much has the government given to Ukraine?
We're talking about this kind of things now. America will not take that nonsense out of
America will not. No country will, because their very survival depends on this. No country will.
How much is gas?
Do that.
How much is gas in America?
It's like a war. It's like as if somebody declared war on them. This is our country. I don't know. That's why I'm telling you guys, our mentality is messed up. Our mentality.
It's only Nigeria will have a crude oil. They will be lining up with gallons looking for gas for their car. Do you have something like this in America?
But, hold on, I wanted to like correct James. Like James made some statement that are not correct. He said there are no refineries in Nigeria. Nigeria has refineries, man.
Let's be using the right language. How many are working?
They are dead.
They actually working.
They're not working. Let us not argue for argument's sake.
No,
they're working.
It's a fact. Listen, if we let's be honest. Let's report facts.
No, don't be dishonest. Don't be dishonest in a clever way.
Maybe you're talking about
You're the one that's being dishonest. You can't listen. This is the age of information. You can't just say something and think no one is going to find out.
Okay, that goes eccentric. You said how many refineries are working in Nigeria? You answered that.
How many refineries? I would say 6. It might be more than 6. Yeah, they produce barrels of. Yeah, the one in Kaduna.
Well, I have to question you on that.
That's a lie. Data is wrong. It's not working. Kaduna is not working.
Kaduna, 4 federal refineries are not working. Dangote is working at 45%. So which other one is working? If you know, tell me.
No, that Dangote is actually working at 85%,
83%. 45. Let's not exaggerate numbers. That was the headline.
Because you don't have crude oil. No crude oil. Enough.
No, see, Dangote's problem was his based on the investigation that was done in his refinery. He's refined oils have a lot of sulfur. It has 80% sulfur. Nigeria hasn't even increased their sulfur level to 50%. It was going to be next year, and his sulfur level is 80%.
Information that the people from NNC
misinformation
about Dangote's petrol. Nigerian crude has less sulfur. Essentially, go and get your facts. No, your facts are wrong, and you're spreading the wrong information here.
Dangote's oil has 85% sulfur.
Can we bring the screen back on as nobody's looking at what's going on?
Data. Okay, yeah, let me.
Please, I want to tackle Mr. Eccentric. You know, Mr. Eccentric, we who are in the West, we have to pay good attention, especially to the way we speak, because we don't want to detract what Mr. James has said. For those who are listening correctly,
it's riddled with honesty. It's honesty too.
No, it was actually accurate. It was actually accurate. He spoke about each and every refinery that we have, and he said clearly that none of them are working.
None of them.
Now, wait.
Let Jacob finish.
Wait. You see, we have to have a conversation, I believe, based on those things that we can actually aggregate to agreement. Those things that are contentious, we will measure them, hopefully, well enough to balance what somebody is saying, so that we can progress the conversation. But if we are too icky-picky, it breaks things down. I want you to understand what I'm saying, because there's nothing wrong to me and to most of us as to what Mr. James was actually letting us know. I find myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
I find myself in much agreement with what he has said.
I mean, listen, we all agree, but let's not lie here on the panel. You know, let's have some integrity. Nigeria has five functional refineries.
No. When you say lie, what do you mean by lie? Nobody's lying.
Yes, too strong. That language is too strong.
The language is too strong.
The language is too strong.
It's not too strong. You can't just come in the panel.
No, that's not right.
You can't come in the panel and lie. You know, like we have
not
integrity.
lying. I just agreed with him. You might disagree with him.
Yeah,
Jagun just agreed with him. How could that be a lie? We've got two people who are in agreement with. So we need to double check our source. You double check your source, like I'm telling you. You pushing it out there that 6 refineries are working in Nigeria.
Even before that, you said this is what you said, Mr. Eccentric. You spoke about the sulfur level. And
that was wrong.
I'm not sure that you understand what Bonny Light is all about in the world of oil. Bonny Light is the most sought after crude in the world. That's why Nigeria had variants, but they misplayed their variants. There's a next light crude in Libya, and there's another light crude in Kuwait. You can't tell me about oil and the oil industry. I know it. I've been in there. So when you're talking about sulfur content, Bonny Light is of the lowest sulfur content of any oil crude in the world. So take it from there, my brother. Take it from there.
Anyways, anyone in the panel, don't believe me. Just do your own research.
No,
anyone
I want to ask you
on the comment section.
That's
Nigeria
working.
has 5 functional refineries.
I want to know which refinery that said it's working. Which of the one is working?
There are 5 functional refineries. You can look it up yourself. Go look it up yourself.
I said no one is working. We said no one is working. You said it's working.
You said it's working. Yeah.
There are 5 functioning. 5 functioning. Am I speaking different language?
Name them, please. Name them.
5 functional refineries.
Yeah. Which one?
There are 5 functional refineries.
That's not sufficient. That's not sufficient, especially given what you have said.
I agree. I agree with you. It's not sufficient. I agree totally. That's exactly the point. It's not sufficient. I agree.
No, I'm saying what you are saying is not sufficient. You just said that people shouldn't lie without being able to back up what they're saying. You have now said there are 5 refineries working. They've asked you to name each, and you cannot. That is not sufficient.
What else am I supposed to do for you guys? I mean, you have access.
Man, you're not being serious, brother. You've just taken the conversation elsewhere.
We're not going to do this back.
Now you're taking the conversation. You've lost. You're taking the conversation. We don't agree with anything that you put forward
Mr. James
in the last 10 minutes.
Points, and then I can move on to something else.
Yeah,
Mr.
we can
James,
move on.
let him finish.
We can move on.
I can move on. The topic is it's not. We said already. Move on to the next one.
Okay. So the question now is, who wants to buy the refinery for 20 million? That's the next question. That's the
man, if I had the 20 million, I'd go buy them.
Should they sell it to should they sell it to Tinubu's boys, OIDO, or should they sell it to NNPC? Who's buying this refinery?
The best thing
NNPC is dead among the living. So they should crap that thing off. It's not functional. NNPC is just it's another fraud.
When am I going to have my own turn to talk, to speak, man? Everyone has got a turn. Like, what about?
Okay. After, you can now go, but please, no misinformation.
No, let me speak.
Let me say it again. We have 5 functional refineries. One of them is in Port Harcourt. One is in Warri. And there's one in Kaduna. There's one in Niger Delta, Petroleum Resources. There are... there are 5 refineries. Look it up. I can look it up.
Well, that's okay. We've moved beyond that. I said, who is buying this thing for 20 billion?
We really have.
Not million, 20 billion. Who should buy it? NNPC or the Tinubu boys should buy it, or who is buying it? How would that favor Nigeria? Should it be sold? Blah, blah, blah. Let's get on that. I want to move on to something else.
Do you mean the Dangote refinery you're talking about?
Yeah.
No, you should not sell it. You should not sell it to any of them, because Tinubu boys, it's already.
But they're going to keep frustrating him until he loses money. So if you're a businessman, you might want to sell it quickly.
No, you see, it should not give up, because it's among these criminals enterprises. So Nigeria happened to him. He should bear the pain. You should keep on fighting. That's how it is. This is what we are fighting on our life.
Keep fighting and lose 20 billion. You think any millionaire will do that with you?
Ferrari, you didn't fight that. You didn't fight for that country. You didn't fight for
No, and lose 20 billion. Are you kidding me? They will frustrate him if they want to buy that thing. He won't get no crude. Let Mr. James go on that.
The problem actually is not whether to sell it or not to sell it or buy. That's not the issue. They want us to believe that businesses are better run by private individuals. that government should have no business with business. That is what they want us to believe. But as I was saying earlier on, Nigerian National Shipping Line was privatized and it collapsed. Nigeria Airways, I remember during my high school days, we had 22 aircraft on our fleet. The airline collapsed. Nigerian external telecommunication collapsed. All the dams in Nigeria, like Kenji Dam, Shiroro Dam, and what have you, they are all privately owned. They cannot supply water, neither can they generate electricity. They've all collapsed. Now, if this refinery is sold to a private individual, what is the guarantee that it will not collapse? Meanwhile, the 4 refineries we were having, they are all collapsed. Petrochemical industry is collapsed. Ogorode power station is collapsed. Ugeli power station is collapsed. Afan power, they are all collapsed. What is the guarantee that this industry Dangote has set up will not collapse? So selling it is not the issue. The country should be properly reorganized or we break it up.
You see, Mr. James, that's where I get confused with you. You will say this statement, the country should be properly, but yet you are against protests. I mean, you can't have your cake and have it at the same time.
Excuse me, this protest coming, if care is not taken, it's going to result in bloodbath. Can't we protest without killing people?
How are you sure it's going to result in bloodbath? There's no evidence of that. That's a false assumption.
Thank you. If you listen to what we are saying on YouTube, what the potential protesters are saying, and what government officials are saying, they are spitting fire on each other. So it's very likely there's going to be confrontation because they're not shifting their grounds at all. If they are taking them unawares, it will have been a different story.
Maybe we need that confrontation for the country to move forward. We need something. I'm not saying violence, but I mean, I don't know, but don't you think? We avoid, we keep going the way we are going.
This is why I'm saying they should call it off. If they get prepared in future,
I don't think they should call it off. Then the government will continue to take the people for granted.
It's too late to call it off. It's too late. So let them go ahead with it. But my option would have been they call it off. But it's just too late. Just about 5 or 7 days from now. The youth are already... Anyway, let's see how it will turn out. So selling that refinery is not the problem. The country should be reorganized. Because if you sell it, it will still collapse. So many industries have collapsed in the country. So of what use is it selling it?
So you don't think they should sell it? But
no.
If the man is losing, you still don't think he could get it?
That is his cup of tea. That is his cup of tea. He has been eating and drinking with these people. They've been causing economic problems with. You see, if the rich is crying,
we Nigerians, we wicked though.
No, excuse me, if the rich is crying in Nigeria, why should the poor be grieving? Why should they grieve if the rich man is crying?
Wow.
Let me try and step in. Let me try and step in real quick. You see, the idea of Dangote selling, I don't know if it's his share necessarily or just balancing the book somehow with NNPC. As has been said, NNPC is not really a functioning company. It's just where they crowd to pay them. It's not doing. NNPC does nothing. It doesn't do oil exploration. It doesn't galvanize the oil producing countries of Africa, of which there are very many that do not have their refinery, that do not have an industry set up, that do not have they should be the ones installing the infrastructure. They don't do anything. NNPC is just a crowd of boys picking up checks. Nothing else are they actually doing. So they're not really adding to the structure of any refinery. I would look at Nigeria's millionaires and billionaires and wonder what they see around them. Because, to be frank, Nigeria, for a millionaire, is just full of opportunity. It's full to the brim of opportunity. And really and truly, anybody worth their salt who has that kind of money, this is a clean opportunity. The likes of this guy who owns Glow, I forgot his name momentarily. The likes of that other one, again, I've forgotten it. I don't know why I've forgotten the names, but I've momentarily forgotten all these billionaires' names. That really, this thing is in Lagos now. Why don't they come together, call a consortium, buy out the shares, and know what they're going to do with such an entity as a refinery as large as it's supposed that one in where I be in Lagos there somewhere, where that is. The whole of West Africa could be fed by you. The whole of West Africa could be fed by this refinery, by Nigeria. Push comes to shove. You know, when you look at it in plain, simple business terms, you can't see the level of kerfuffle that is going on. You can't really see it. There are refineries operating all around the world, and they are of the largest earners on the land that they are put upon. No two ways about it. But we don't hear this and that happening every day. Why? Because they've concentrated to the economic plans of maximizing their opportunity. So what's so different about this one? It's different because it's in a country called Nigeria. And a country called Nigeria is basically defunct. It is full of charlatans, people whose their gut is full of poison, but they are immune to this poison. It's only the rest of us who will suffer under the poison that comes out of them. To behead this beast should be our real onus of understanding. But because we are completely complicated and convoluted in ourselves, we can't see the wood for the trees. And we can't see what's going on before us is hell. They're showing us a picture of hell, which is how deep corruption could go, how evil corruption is. We seem to be standing aside from these matters of fact in order for us to, again, pontificate idiocracies, things that don't matter. The country is banging trouble. It's getting worse as the day goes on. It is said that people want to vote at some level. It is also said by the ruling classes that we shouldn't revolt. It's almost against the law. Then we are now accepting this as an argument. I find a lot of what we suggest here at times really not really paying attention to what's going on and looking more at small issues that we have with matters of speech or this or that. If we are intellectual, there are those of us who have way of words. If we are not so intellectual, but we still have the feeling and the might to speak against what is foul, I think we need to really understand the balance of the emotions that are put forward in this.
Jagun, can you excuse me a few minutes? Please hold on your thought. I just want to push these two things in. Yeah, Jagun has made a very vital point, and which goes against Mr. James, goes for Mr. James. You're saying they should call off the protest because the government and the planners are in loggerhead. Do you understand the implication of that? Some people are telling us we cannot protest.
My brother.
Not you.
Oh, okay.
Mr. James. Do you understand it? Some people are telling you you can't protest and you want to take it. Then you're not human. You're just, I don't even know. We are just, they can't tell us what to do. That's God-given right to protest. That being said, I want to address the issue of Malam Ifi King. He's been, pushing on people attacking Igbos, people, and I don't want my conversation to degenerate into bigotry and tribal issue, because that's when you see a lot of Nigerians jumping. They love that. Now, Bayo Ononuga is a miscreant. He shouldn't even be. People like that should not be in government. You understand? His statements trying to whip up tribal sentiment should not be encouraged. Each time the Nigerian press or people that have a medium echoes morons like that, yes, I use the word moron or idiots like that, you're giving them a platform. We shouldn't. This is not only the Igbos, the Yorubas, or the Hausas that are hungry. Every Nigerian is hungry. For the government that is supposed to protect the people, being the one pushing tribal bigotry, and you want me to come here and re-echo it and make that a subject of discussion, I'm sorry, I don't want to do that. But if the people on the panel feel is a topic worthy
No,
of
but, I
discussion,
must say, Ferreira, you know, before you began speaking
yeah,
about a subject that you don't want to speak about,
that's right.
You actually cut me off.
Oh,
I'm not
sorry.
sure
I'm going to get back to you. That was why
I'm not
I
sure if
got you
you're
on
aware.
because of the point you made, and I wanted to use it to hit on Mr. James, who is I'm against the pro that you laid a key point why you should go on.
But you should have let me land because I was going somewhere.
I just felt this is important because he said he wants to leave.
It's
so
not
that
important for you not to discuss the thing that you don't want to discuss. You just leave it
no,
alone.
and if the panelists want to discuss, but I just don't think he keep putting
No,
it
man.
out there that the attack on the Igbos. Yeah, there's no attack on the Igbos. It's just propaganda. Let's not help them in spreading their propaganda.
I don't even think it's worth. I don't know what he said, but I don't think his putting is worth underlining it because that is not our topic, and those kinds of views we really, as you rightly said, if we open that up, a bag of people will come here, which means that all we have is vitriol in our spirit. We don't have solution building. We don't have love. We don't have understanding. We don't have a way of putting ourselves in the other person's shoes. We are fully selfish if this is the level that we want to descend to. I object to your interruption because I don't believe
I apologize, Jagunjo.
He doesn't need any
yeah, because I just wanted to address this guy because I've responded to him on the chat about 2 or 3 times. He keep coming.
You have done it. You've done it.
Marginalizing
you've done it. You've done it well. Let's move on to the subject at hand. You know.
Yeah, go on. So, are we done on this topic? Are we moving on?
Well, I think it's still quite important. I mean, I want to know from everything that we discussed, especially with somebody like you, Ferreira, who I would think as one of the new moderators or the team of moderators that we have. I would like to think that you are conscious, one, of what the subject matters are as far as Nigeria and the Black world is concerned. I would like to think that you are also having a lot to say, that you have also gained in skill in doing this job of moderation. I will tell you that for free. You've gained wholeheartedly. I think your first couple of times were a bit tough on you for various reasons. I don't know. But I would like to say that in terms of the moderating group, man like Forefather, the whole group, I won't even pick anyone, the whole group, I would like to see some level of unity. And I don't know what that would mean, but I would like to see some level of unity because I think it will give a lot of grace to us who are contributors, both looking, writing, commenting, and being in the public eye as we are now. So, I want us to, for the subjects that you bring, especially, I want us to pay attention and learn and eat and take something, almost as an agreement. Where we can't agree, fair enough. Where we can agree, I want us to lodge it in time and say, we agreed on X, Y, Z, and W. Bang. That was date July 27th or whatever today's date is. And this is how the readings were. So that we are improving our discourse. And we're not just flashing talk. I want this thing to be very progressive, right? I want it to be progressive, what we're doing here. Seriously.
Yeah. I like that comment, but I didn't get the question for me there. Am I working on our unity or
no? I think you are a great candidate to push that ideal.
Okay, I definitely will push it. And most importantly, also what always hurts me is the forum being used to discuss educative issues that matters to the rights of Nigerians. There are things Nigerians don't know that if we know, because that's my dislike for the Nigerian press, because every opportunity is an opportunity to educate, to inform. But the Nigerian elites and the Nigerian press have failed the people in that light. That last election was an opportunity to educate them on their constitution. They failed. They were busy following godfatherism. Every opportunity, whatever is going on now, is an opportunity to educate the people on their right with regard to constitution. They're not interested in that. I'm trying to dig up one journalist interview with Shorore. I think he's on AIT. I'll see if I can dig it up. It was disgusting, the question the journalist was asking. But be that as it may, let's move forward. Thank you for joining us, Eagle Ear. Before we close out this chapter, Jago, you're done on that topic, right? And Eccentric, you've made your point, and Mr. James, right?
Well, I guess, yeah. Let's.
No, well, if you still have your say, if you still have a few 1 minute, 2 minutes touch up you want to do on it before I go to Eagle here. And the next topic is what I want to go to is sports anyway. I don't want to rush into that stuff because that's a topic I'm very weak in. And I'm begging Show to pop in and help out with that, but I'm not seeing any response. But we will discuss the Olympics after that. After we hear from you.
Only thing I would say is, sometimes, right, some of the topics that you throw out, I don't know, I wouldn't say I would say myself, I'm not really, informed on all of it, right? So, but I would like a situation where, people that come on the panel would not be, saying something that's not actually true. I think we should kind of verify our information to a certain extent. Verify information, and we should be able to counter information. If we think information is wrong, we can counter it. That's how we learn. I don't think our goal is to misinform people. I think we should. We should be able to counter.
I agree with you. Verification does matters a lot. Mr. James, last minute thought on those topics before I move on to
in the comments column, what Mr. Poki said is disappointed in me. He should not be disappointed. I'm just trying to save lives. They shouldn't have announced, they shouldn't have given the government prior notice. If they had taken them unaware, their level of preparation will be very low and its chances of success will be very high. That's the reason why I'm taking the stand. I'm not in any way, both perceptible and imperceptible, opposed to the demonstration. I'm not in any way opposed to it at all. It's long overdue. But anyway, the organizers know the reasons why they gave them prior notice. But left to me, there was no need for the prior notice. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. James. Okay, Eagle here. There's been a lot of water that has gone under the bridge. Where do I start with you? I don't know if you've been listening in the background. Or where do you want to start with me? Do you need me to give you a little update, or you're just good to go? You got like about 5 to 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Good to go.
Thank you so much for
the topic.
Yeah, I would like to touch little by little all the topic, and there's something that I want us to look into it. I believe that protest is the right of the people. It's a civic right that every citizen has to show forth their anger, agitation, what is troubling them. And before people come out and say, I want to protest, probably in other way around, they have been trying to show forth for government to listen to them, government to refuse to listen to them. The next thing that people will carry on civil protests to show that we are not happy the way you are leading or what they are doing concerning this government is their own rights. And nobody should deny them of that. Then is the duty and the right of the federal government of Nigeria or the right of any sovereign nation to provide a security for them. It's their own duty to do what, to provide a security for them. I was listening to what the DSS was saying, police chief was saying, military chief was saying. And all this is, I feel disappointed in them. Because this is why I say I feel disappointed in them, that one, if you say that you have intelligence and your intelligence is working, what they need to do is to use their intelligence to fish out the people who are causing the mayhem, people who are planning to hijack the protest. Is what they used to do is to use their intelligence to get them. For instance, when there is a protest, citizens are planning to have a protest in America or any part of Western world, Have you ever seen what they call it, FBI, coming out to drop a statement and some people are planning to hijack it? They could not come out, but they use their intelligence to do what? To make sure they get the wrong people or the bad people within the premises. They want to cause a mayhem in a society. But in Nigerian case, they have failure. They don't, in fact, they don't have intelligence. I have to be sincere. Now, the military chief is there making noise that they will not going to tolerate anything on this and that. But there's a Boko Haram killing people in Nigeria. There is a bandit kidnapping people. They're not able to do anything. It's just the citizens who want to show for their civic rights. They want to carry bullet, carry ammunition, carry a armored car, and the fighting jets. Where are we heading to? That's the main problem they're having. So if they cannot carry their intelligence to fish out the people who are creating problems in Nigeria, but the only place their intelligence used to work is on the citizens who want to show for their anger, that means it's a failing nation. The nation have failed. Now, another thing I want to talk, Oga James was saying something. Oga James was saying something that the protester, why did they announce it and give government time? That is a very wrong thing. I want you to understand this thing. The reason why the organizers, I don't know the organizers making it that way. They want government to sit up. They want government to sit up. They want government to understand that things are not moving fine. They want their president, Tinubu, to address the nation over it, but they are keeping quiet over it. So they just give them time for them to understand that people are not happy. But there's something I want to tell you. There's a protest that will be coming out. That protest is unannounced. What is that protest? Protest of hunger. When the protest of hunger will come, I said that a hungry lion is an angry lion. Somebody that is very hungry to the brim that don't know what to do. When he started agitating, we will not know. That's the protest that will not be announced today, and it will affect every of their government officials. How the thing will happen, I don't know. But that is what is about to erupt in Nigeria. Then in terms of Dangote refinery, there's a problem in that Dangote refinery, and that's the problem we're facing in Nigeria. What is that problem? APs, Ali Nenyema, will be crying about this thing for a long time. When APs was trying to establish this international flight and all the rest of them, it's the people in the government that was fighting APs for it not to move. The people in Nigeria, not outside. And APs was crying about it. APs was saying about it. But none of them could say something. None of them could do anything. Now it have come to Dangote. It becomes a press review. It have come a fourth line statement. Because it have hit to Dangote. It have hit to somebody they feel that is a merchandise or a monopoly of everything in Nigeria. So the same thing happened to AP. So the same thing is happening to Dangote. That's why Dangote came out fully, begin to attack some people in NPC. That they have a refinery they have built in the mortar. That they have, them have that threats, how everything is going to come out. Have you seen the way he tackled them? And nobody could be able to stand because they know that what he's saying is true. So the problem with Dangote is facing is the political elites and the people that are stealing Nigeria oil. They are doing business. The fraudsters they have in Nigeria government in NPC, they are the people that are tackling him so that he will not stand. Then I want you to understand this in Alava. Everybody in Pan, I want you to understand this thing. Problem with Dangote does not lie alone in Nigeria. There is external body that also creating the problem. What is that external body? People like Britain, they have full interest in Nigeria, and when things start working well in Nigeria, then it will bounce back against them. It will work against them because what they're taking from Nigeria, what they're taking from Nigeria will be reduced from them. That's the problem France are facing now in the economy. All the whole African country, Francophone country, they are eating for their economy. That is like Gabon and all the rest of them, Niger, all the rest of them that said no, we don't want it again. The thing is affecting their economy. So if the Nigeria be able to establish themselves like Dangote and the likes and all the rest of them began to come out now, if I that Shell, Petroleum, and what the Chevron, all the rest of them, a lot of them, Mobil, all this American and the British company, they will start to lose it out. They will no longer cash it in. So some external body is a part of the problem we are having in Nigeria. But what do we do? How do we move forward? That's the important thing. How do we move forward? How do we move forward? Number one, Tinubu, the president himself, supposed to do something. Reshuffle. You need to look into the people, what they call the advisors that he has. Like somebody that buy Anoniga. That guy is a terror. That guy is a problem to Nigeria. Because he began to mention a name, began to call name that have nothing to do with the protest. Why must he come out and make such a statement? And when he makes such a statement, now he has bring a hatred to a particular set of people in Nigeria. That's why if you listen to this protest they're talking about, a lot of Igbos are keeping silent over it, because even if an Igbo elite open your mouth and say something about it, they say yes, they said it. It's an Igbo thing. It's Igbo. Like for instance, like there's something that happened in Lagos State now. What is going on in Lagos State? They say that let Igbos go to their state and do the protest they are planning. There's something I watched on the social media yesterday. I don't know. I would have saved it on my phone. It's a Yoruba man that said that it's Igbo that is getting the protest. He said that Igbo are the problem of the Nigeria. Igbos are doing this. Igbo are doing that. Have you seen the kind of things that we're having in Nigeria government, which is very wrong? So what we need to do, President Tinubu need to look into the cabinet and do something that is different. Not continue from where Buhari stopped. In this era of Buhari, all the home ministers, almost 80% or 70% of ministers and MP is from North. Tinubu came in as a president and continued from where Buhari stopped. So these are the things. Now, another thing I want us to look at into Tinubu, let him resolve and know what to do. What is that very thing? Number one, if you want to do something, let him pick some people who are competent, people who can do the right thing. Not because my boys, I want to settle my boys, where things are moving wrong. Look at the time of era of what is called Obasanjo. There's something Obasanjo did. Not Obasanjo is a saint, but there's something that he did. What is that thing? He picked people that matters in the economy. He did not pick people of theory. He picked people of practical. Lazimgozo Okonji-Iweala, Ndi Oyike. All these people, you pick Odaro Okonyere. All these people, you pick people that know that these people will make impact in the economy. Not people that they will be the answering them, but at the end of the day, they get nothing. So this is the problem we are having in Nigeria. But another thing that matters, I know people will write rubbish on the comment section, but I don't say them. But another thing that matters, very important right now, is that if this country want to move forward, let us organize. Let us recognize the right people that are supposed to be in the system, so that the system will move forward. If I'm a northerner right now, and I know that a Yoruba man or a TV man or a Edo man is the right man to be in a position to make this work out, what am I waiting for? I have to pick him because I want this nation to move forward. But when I refuse to pick him because it's not from my own side, I pick somebody that is not capable to handle the thing. That means I want the economy to go down. I don't want the economy to grow. That's the main issue I have in Nigeria. Pick the right people and let the right people work. Leave people like what is there? This one of River State. He only needed to come out and show. Look at what the senior president is doing in the house, in the federal house. Sometimes he dropped a statement. He began to ask himself a question: is it the senior president saying such a thing? After he come out and begin to apologize, because of it's not too matured. It's not mature to handle that position. But people that are mature to handle some position, they are not good in talking for something out of point. They are not good in being partisan politics. So for this nation to move forward, some things need to take away. But in this protest, I'm saying there will be a problem. What is that problem in this protest? religious have entered. What the ethnicity have entered. What did they call the right one have entered. Now, as long as these things have entered right now, there will be a problem among everybody. The unity they have the beginning of answers will no longer be there.
No, I don't think they've already. I don't think they've entered. I think the government is making effort to push them in for their divide and rule. I disagree that it has entered. It's not paramount right now.
If you know Tinubu very well, if you know Nigerian politicians, if you know Nigerian politicians, they are good in divide and rule. When they find out two people are in unity, they look at them and then put something like a ethnicity in them, religion in them, in order to divide them for them to achieve their goals. That's the main issue. So
I understand, but let's not presume that their tactics have worked. Let's just keep an open mind and then let the process take place.
Alaba, let me tell you this. Let me tell you this.
Listen.
Ego's here.
When you push that, you're playing into their game. Don't do that when you're dealing with an opponent. They want to play that game in that direction. Don't play in their direction. You understand? The moment you play in their direction, then they've won. You just got to. I know they have that potential. That's why Onanuga is coming out. In a normal crime, people like Onanuga would have been fired. Would have been fired immediately by the president if Nigeria was a normal place. Don't play their game for them. They will try. But it's not up to you, Ego, here to play that game for them. Play your own game.
I understand, but there's something. That is why I say this thing.
For them, they win. If you play,
yes, I understand, but
and then
I want you to understand something.
They're not that powerful.
Alaba, let me summarize.
As you're pushing,
let me summarize. Let me summarize with this.
If they
let me summarize with this.
I know. I'll let you summarize. If they are that powerful, they won't be going around trying to bribe people, trying to pay people. They're not as strong as you're making them. You understand? They're not. That's why all of them are running out of the country now. They're not. Don't give them the power they don't have. Anyway, summarize and finish before we go.
Yeah, what I'm trying to summarize is this: that if we watch what happened in NSTARS 2020, October 20th, 2020, if you watch what happened, the protest was peaceful. The protest was going well. Along the line, all these top elite did, politicians did, they begin to bring their own political talks to create problem among them. There's some video that I have that time. I don't know. I've deleted it out from my phone. That they used Nigerian police vehicle to carry all these talks and move into the place where they gather and do protection and begin to scatter, begin to beat people.
We know
some of them carry knives.
And the planners of this one are prepared for all those things. So
some of them that be the same. Now,
let's not march into fear, but let's be objective and let this thing take place. Let's not play their game for them, because the moment you start echoing their position, you are their unpaid representative. I've got to be honest with you. This is what they must be saying.
If Tinubu is a good president, you would have wear the government of patience that Jonathan wear on 2012. Tinubu sponsored protests. Tinubu did a lot of things even carry the coffee of a president of Federal Republic of Nigeria on their heads. But Gulatan calm down, overlook them, and move forward for what he need to do.
Yeah,
but Tinubu instead, it has come to a time he has begun to create a problem. He began to run up and down.
That's why there's a protest against him. I want to move on to the next topic. I only got two.
Yeah, they are free to move on. I'm done.
Yeah, I only got two more topics left to discuss, and I think those two topics are foreign. One is on the Olympics, and the other one is on the U.S. election, whether Harris has gained momentum against Trump from a victory Trump was certain to win. But before I go on, I want to say I think there's another broadcast today. I think it's starting at 5 or 6. Somebody should correct me. New York time, and that would be probably 5 Chicago time. That means I only got about an hour and so left. Chicago time. So it's starting another broadcast by the ladies, Tokbe and Tina. I think
they should be putting that information out there. If electricity and the rest are there about this next broadcast, it's about distribution of duties among husband and wife. The ladies will be Tokpe and what's the other lady's name? Amaka. Do you remember Jagun? I don't know.
I believe she's Adama.
Adama, yeah. I think they have a topic. I only got 2 left, and I got a video to show you, and then we would move on to the next topic. What else? But before then, again, please click the like buttons if you're watching us or listening. Let me do the subscribe thing for Dr. Damages, and then we will go to the next topic. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'll see you tomorrow.
Okay. So the Olympics started in France, and why we're showing that is that I think Nigeria is participating. Let me show a few clips and share on the Olympics. Okay.
Organizing Committee, Tony Estanguet, and the International Olympic Committee President, Thomas Bach, spoke to the crowd. A theme in both speeches, how the Olympics have the power to bring humanity together in a world faced with wars and conflicts. And now, the President of France, Emmanuel Macron, officially opened the games.
Je proclame ouvert les Jeux de Paris, célébrant la 33e Olympiade des temps modernes.
So as the torch reappears in the stadium, its journey will be put in the hands of one of France's sports legends, Zinedine Zidane. Won the '98 World Cup on home soil with the French national team. We saw him at the beginning. He will take the torch now as it goes on the next portion of its journey.
Okay. And then also we have this one. Okay. Still on the Olympics.
Excuse me.
Not everyone is happy, though.
Parisians have been complaining about the disruption ahead of the Games. Many have already fled Paris.
So is Paris up for the challenge? I'm Malika Bilal, and this is The Take. The last time the French capital hosted the Olympics was 100 years ago.
Paris became the first city other than Athens to host 2 modern Olympiads when the Games returned to France in the summer of 19...
The ceremony is going to be on the River Seine, which cuts across the center of, yet sort of sweeping people away out of sight. So, within secular law in France, athletes representing France are civil servants, and civil servants under secular law cannot wear visible religious signs. And that is why, if you're talking about the hijab, female athletes won't be able to wear them.
Okay.
So they're saying that Russia's athletes are competing under a neutral flag. not because Russia declared war in Ukraine, but because Russia annexed parts of Ukraine and annexed Ukrainian athletes. They are saying Israel has not done the same. The thing is, you're going to have the Palestinian Olympics Committee that has said, but Israel has killed lots of Palestinian athletes. So what's the difference? And nobody's actually been able to answer that question. So there's a real sense of injustice amongst those who believe that Israeli athletes should not be welcome under an Israeli flag.
Exhibition hall and archery at the Esplanade des Invalides, a popular park with stunning views.
Okay, guys, there's a few controversy about the Olympics. The reason we are bringing up the Olympics is that Nigerians love sport a great deal. Do you guys think that with the start of the Olympics, this is going to cool things down in Nigeria or globally, politically? Is this talk of sport, and then what sport are we participating in? So essentially, that's what I got on the Olympics. I don't like sports that much, except for wrestling, maybe. I don't like sport that much. Okay, so Olympics, is it going to calm things down? Maybe even get also entangled with it, the protests wouldn't take place, or Tinubu will just give us everything we want. Price of oil will just come down. Olympic has its magic. And then you heard about a few of the controversy, Russia not flying its flag. Why is Israel not doing the same? And then after the Olympics, we go to the US election, and now can be able to close out and prepare us for the next show.
All right.
Very good.
Who do you want to go? Who wants to go first?
You go first, Eccentric Case.
Well, I don't think the Olympics is going to stop Nigerian protests, because the Olympics, first of all, Nigerians don't have electricity. There's power outage every time. So most people will now watch the Olympics, just like myself. I'm not going to watch the Olympics. I'm boycotting the Olympics because of Israel that's committing genocide, participating in the Olympics. So I think Nigerians will go ahead and do your thing.
Yeah, that's a good move. I like that. Yeah, I wish there was been an hashtag for that. Yeah, because that's a good political move. A good political
exactly. Statement. Yeah, Nigeria should. Nigerians are smart. We are smart people. We're not going to be derailed by this clown show by the West.
Yes, somebody said they have a question about the Olympics. They can go ahead and ask. Go ahead, Eso. Ask the question. See. Because I'm sorry, Eccentric is interrupting you. I'm so bad at that. I apologize. But somebody said they have a question. Let them ask, and then I'll see if I go ahead. Eccentric is you still got the stage.
Yeah. Anyways, the protest will go ahead. What happened? The Olympics is not important. It does not. First of all, they claim that the Olympics unite people. That's not what it does. It's like it's one of their political tools, right? They can put countries in the Olympics and take countries out based on the rules that they've made up, right? The reason why Russia is not in the Olympics is because they invaded Ukraine. Israel should be they should be exempted from the Olympics for actually doing colonialism in the 21st century, right? They took over. The reason why they are there is because they're Europeans. So they need to actually, institute the laws equally. If it was countries in Nigeria doing what Israel is doing, I don't think there would be. I mean, countries in Africa doing what Israel is doing, I don't think they would be allowed to be participating in the Olympics. So it's a clown show. It's not going to derail us. It's not going to distract us from the actual issues that affect every.
Is Nigeria playing in the Olympics? Because anytime we're playing, that might, I don't know, Jagu might know the answer to that. Is our team playing any of our soccer or anything? Jagu might know that. I don't.
I haven't really looked, but I've got a lot to say on this subject. So let me allow my man to finish.
Okay.
So, anyways, yeah, Nigeria will participate in the Olympics, obviously, and I applaud French people that are protesting in the Olympics. I applaud that. I think, I believe that human consciousness will rise to a point where globally, everyone, we will be able to, object to this, to what the elites are doing and their military and their minions, in the army and the police, right? They're not going to be able to kill all of us, right? So I applaud the French, and we need that kind of consciousness everywhere worldwide. You know, what's going on in Palestine is also happening in Congo, and it's happening in Sudan, right? And it's the same hidden hand that's behind all those problems. So let's not be derailed by their clown show. We'll go ahead and do our protest because it's our constitutional right. Anyways, that's my contribution on that.
Your contribution on it, okay. So I like that thing you did, boycotting the Olympics. That's a good move. Yeah, I wish a lot of people had done something. The Olympics should always be used as a political, what do you call it? What's the word, Jagun? So, you know, to protest, you know, political, I think so.
Okay.
Clearly that mess going on in the Palestine. Anyway, Jagun, you ready to go next?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I have quite a bit to say. I'm a lover of sports, I must say. Sports has been very entertaining in my life, one. Within my own family and friendship group, we've always been very good at sport. And I don't account myself. I've been good at a few sports. But my older and younger brother, they've been exemplary at sports. And I've watched them play in various sports and excel. So I'm entertained by sports, and I give a lot to the discipline that it takes to do or play a sport is discipline. And really, discipline is such a beginning in anybody's life, no matter your lifestyle. So I really do give a lot of kudos to sports. Now that we are entering into the Olympics, I would say something that many of you, I'm not going to expound on it. I know it to be real, but many of you may be shocked at what I'm about to say. In this world, we live under a lot of symbolism. And symbols earmark and demark quite a lot. And a lot of it goes over our heads. Now, the signage of the 5 rings, or is it 6 rings? 5 rings, I believe, of the Olympics is actually a demonic signage. It marks within it the 3 6s. It is there. I can depict it to you, but it's not for this show. You go and look at it yourself. I'm saying this to say this, that the world operates as a stage. And every so often, those rulers of the world perform a platform, a global platform. And the Olympics is one of those global platforms. Now, upon this platform, a lot is suggested. I think if you understand the origins of the Olympics, you would really understand what I'm saying now. One of the platforms is to swerve attention from something or allow the masses to be occupied or use it as a political staging for things to come. And I really do want all of us, whether we're boycotting, and I do understand and appreciate what my man has said about boycotting, but I want us to be really observant in the world today and what's being put before us. Because in there lies deep depth of clues as to what the next page is going to do. So I'll say that for now. If we go on longer, I'll say more. Thank you.
Okay. Eagle, yeah, your view on the Olympic, you think it's going to slow things down in Nigeria? Do you think it's going to have any effect, particularly since our girls are playing, according to what I heard? And also, before you answer, let me address Esso's question. The Olympics is creating a bad narrative about demonization of the opening ceremony by disdain, full display of Christianity it exhibited. Don't you think this is bad? Is it the disdain it was on Christianity? Because I heard one of the controversy of this Olympic was there was no hijab was allowed for none of the French athletes because of the issue of separation on state and religion. Could that demonization you're talking about, I don't have a specific answer, be what Jagun is talking about the symbol of the Olympic, or is it just Christianity that's been demonized? That's for you, so I don't think I'm answering your question. Just know making a comment. The opening ceremony was satanic. Okay, too many references. French social media on fire about it. Satanic. That's interesting. Who determines what's satanic and it's not?
Yeah, let me say something on that, right?
Okay, go ahead.
The whole satanic thing, it's I don't know. This is a freaking conspiracy theory, right? Anyways, the banning in the French female basketball team, a girl that wears hijab was not invited to play for the team, and she was one of the best. She's one of the best basketball player in the French team, right? I think that's asinine because first of all, wearing hijab it's not really a religious symbol. It doesn't have any religious symbolism, right? It's a clothing. I don't think it has any. I don't think it affects anyone negatively. It does not force people to. She's not forcing anyone to wear hijab.
But they're saying that France is a target for terrorism. That was why they banned it.
Yeah, but I mean, what does terrorism have to do with hijab? It has not. There's no correlation here. There's no correlation. I mean, what else are they going to ban? I mean, I bet you people are going to wear crosses.
What about the separation of states? And I just think that's wrong, though. They should let her wear hijab. I've seen women play basketball in hijab before. Play soccer in hijab. I don't know why.
I don't think it gives her any advantage. It doesn't give her any advantage or disadvantage. So I don't see how. That's personally.
The French community is going anti-Muslim, anti-Islam lately with the growth of the Arab nations among their community. That's the new racism you find in France now.
Yeah, I don't
notice. Well, I don't want to discuss other people's problems.
Hijab is not an offensive religious icon. It's not an offensive. It's not like just like the crosses. It's not an offensive religious icon. Religion becomes a problem when people are being forced to follow certain religious tenets, right? If you want to wear hijab, I don't think, unless it violates a dress code that was instituted by the body itself, the Olympic body. But I don't think
Christianity demonized at the opening ceremony. Was Christianity demonized? They said
no, my brother. You see what I've said? What I've said is a reality. I'm not playing. Well, if you listen to what I've said,
yeah,
and I told you historically. If you understand how the Olympics began, and then if you understand the signage, there's symbolism all over the world. Mostly we don't understand. Do you know VISA? What does that say? What does that say? VISA. What does that say?
That's visa, right? Visa,
correct. Now, I will tell you this clearly. VI in Roman is number what?
VI is V is 5, if I remember correctly.
V is 6. VI is 6.
6, yeah.
And now S in Babylonian is 6. A in the Greek is 6. So there you have it, right in front of you.
I in between, you miss out the I.
No, the VI is 6. I didn't miss out the I.
Oh, okay, VI.
V is 5 plus 1 is 6.
I see, I got you.
So now, that is something that we just take for granted and then put it to conspiracy theory because we don't know what we're talking about. So we use this term that has been offered to us as to describe when we don't know what we're talking about. There's no such thing as a conspiracy theory. This conspiracy theory was brought out by the CIA as a term to be used to mask what really took place in the JFK assassination. That's where that term comes from. We all are, is it conspiracy? Like we know what we're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about. Yeah, so I'm putting to you, wait, let me land.
What you say about visa
conspiracy
theory?
Because
visa stand for 666?
No,
let him land, and then we'll go. Yeah.
All I'm saying
what are we doing?
Is that what I spoke about, that these are landmark platforms that happen on a regular basis, 4 by 4 years. And within these platforms, there's always controversy. And the controversy isn't happening because it just happened organically. No, the controversy happens out of planning. So they know exactly what they're going to depict in that.
What's the objective? What's the objective of that? What is the objective of showing a
you may or may not agree with what I'm saying. That's up to you. You can do your research, or you can pretend I'm not speaking, if that helps your understanding. But I'm putting to you and everybody listening that this is a reality. And whether we like it or not, it's a reality. The reality suggests, if you watched the UK Olympics, or the UK Games, or the World Athletic this, or PFI, any sporting thing, if you look deeply, it has its controversies. And largely, the controversy there is who is running things. And it comes out as to who is running things. And they normally use what I would term as Beelzebub, Satan, the devil, to be depicted in one way or the other, to let the whole world know who is running things. So you can laugh it off and do whatever you want to do. I don't give a damn. You know, you can think, oh, it's a conspiracy. Words that you don't know what you're saying. Somebody gave you those words to say. They are not your original thought by any stretch. By any stretch. They're not your original thought. But I will give you my thoughts. These are my worked out understandings about what is going on in the world that we are living in. You understand? My mind is wide open. And it's been wide open for a long time, since probably before your birth, to be frank.
So the Satan and the devil, these are all religious icons.
Satan and the devil, all I'm asking you to do is go and have a look. Go and have a look.
Okay, Jagun, let me just intercede a little bit here. Let's assume they are symbols of the devil. Does that have relevance right now to current events in the world, political or otherwise?
Well, I believe if you bring up the Olympics and you want to have an understanding of the controversies that are laid there, and then you can see people are talking about satanic, it's because they have seen the opening ceremony and they have been able to identify certain things. Now, you can throw this all away if you wish, if it helps your consciousness. Fair enough. However, the fact still remains. So if you see, the greatest plan of the devil is for him to be in front of you and you don't know it's him. You don't know it's the devil. The greatest plan of the devil is to tell you I don't exist. And then one day he will pop up and you'll know say he don't dare. So you guys can pretend if it helps you. You know what I mean? I'm not coming from a Christian point of view. I'm not coming from X, Y, Z.
I mean, clearly you are. The devil and the Satan has to do with Abrahamic religion. It's a Muslim.
No, you can use those terms if you wish.
Of
you can happy yourself. You can happy yourself with all of it.
Jagun, those who are atheists would argue that your argument owes no bail because they don't believe in the devil or in God.
That's fair enough. Again, that's fair enough. You don't have to believe in God, but that doesn't make him disappear. That doesn't take away his divine existence. It's up to you what you believe.
Okay,
you understand? You see, you guys, I tell you what you guys are doing. You're complicating what I'm saying with me. What I am saying, let it be outside of me for a minute. And then go and check what it is I'm actually saying. Then when you see the picture of what I'm saying in the reality, then it's not me saying it anymore. It's what you see as a reality. Because I'm not afraid of people, and I'm not afraid of people's confusions and their inaccuracies. I'm not afraid, but I will always put you right. And I would know, bro. I'm here way before you guys. Way before. You're a newcomer. You're a newcomer. I'm not talking to you, my brother. I'm talking to this guy. You're a newcomer.
Does it have a direct influence on control of the?
Oh, my brother. You see. When we now are speaking on this level, we are speaking somewhat outside of our normal conversations.
Oh, that's true.
This is now gone to a esoteric spiritual climb. And for those of us who exercise their spirit, they'll know that the spirit world is real. There are a lot of us who either pretend to exercise or don't exercise our spirit at all. Our spirit is dead. So largely, we can't even envisage that there is a whole new climate of things going on in another dispensation. But you see, I'm not like that. I'm one who exercises my spirit. And in doing so, I've seen that God is real. Wait, let me just say this. Whatever, what do you call it? way of belief you want to practice. There's a reality in a creator. If you understand that, then you will understand that there is a different dispensations. If you understand that there is God, then you have to appreciate that he has his upholder.
I'm interested in this conversation.
Let me let Eccentric comment on what Jagun has just said before I go to. I'm so sorry, Eagle. Here we keep pushing you behind. I just want that.
Eagle say something. I make it a talk.
Eccentric, you want jump in before? Eagle here. You want jump in before Eccentric? Take us where we don't know. Carry us where we don't know.
No. You know, if you watch me in this program, even when there is a people and like to interject to other people, I used to keep quiet. Even when I will say somebody interject, I will keep quiet on the person finish what they have in mind.
Okay.
So there is no need for me to, because when everybody is talking, nobody is talking.
Yeah.
So nobody will understand each other. I believe that we are here to learn.
Okay, let Eccentric respond to Jagun and then we'll come back.
Let me respond to Jagun, right?
All right, go ahead.
I'm Igbo, right? I'm born Igbo, right? In Igbo, we have a deity that I actually respect more than any other deity. That's Ani, and Ani is the earth as a deity, right? And this deity supersedes any other deity. We all came from Ani. So like this whole concept of God and the devil, this thing comes from Christianity. Like without colonialism, we would not be talking about this kind of stuff.
You're wrong, Eccentric. Let me jump in. Our Yoruba culture, we have Olodumare, God, we have Eshu, we have all these deities too. Those things comes from Christianity. We have some originality in our cultures too.
We don't. In my culture, we don't have
good and bad, good and evil forest, the whole.
Because my friend, because you don't have it. Wait. Now, because you don't have it in your understanding, in your pantheon.
In my culture, there's no devil.
I just want you to understand this. Is it because you don't have it that it's not there at all? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, I believe my people, when it comes to religious symbolism and all that, my people are smarter than the Western world. Like,
but we're just telling you about our own culture that has it. That was why it was easy for them to penetrate us, because they came up with a similar symbolism that we already have that exists. So it was easy to substitute.
What is unfortunate? That is, again, you have reduced this thing that we're talking about, of that spirit world. You have reduced it to some kind of tribalism, some kind of ethnicity.
Yes, you have.
It's beyond what we're talking about. What we are talking about.
It's not in other people's scenes.
What we are talking about is the relationship as being a human being to different aspects of your life. So you have a brain. So we exercise our brain and we go to school. You have a physical body. We exercise our physical body, we entertain sports and all the rest of it. We work. We also have a spirit. In that spirit world, are we engaged? That is the real question. All this other thing that you're talking about, this is Abrahamic. We know the story. You're not here to educate anybody. You're not educating anybody.
I said, don't mind him. There is devil in Igbo. It's called.
Continue talking cantankerous rubbish. People know. People already know.
It's not the devil. This is BS. Like, we cannot take our own traditional beliefs and then translate it based on the Western traditional belief. That's like inferiority complex. Are you serious?
Can I ask you a question?
That's inferiority complex. Now, listen. We have our archetypes, right? Every culture have their own archetypes that represents all this aspect. You're not going to translate your own archetypes to the Western world archetype because you are inferring superiority to them. You know, we don't have all this.
Let me ask you a question.
We don't have God. We don't have the devil.
Okay.
Now, let me carry us go where we don't know.
No. We go somewhere. Let me ask this guy a quick series of questions.
Go ahead.
My brother. Do you believe in a creator?
Creator. My
just
creator.
Yes or no, bro. Just yes or no. I've got a few questions to ask you. Please don't waste time. Do you believe in a creator?
The earth created us.
Okay,
Honest.
you believe in it. I think you have. That's yes. That's yes.
Okay.
Yes, okay, move on.
Now, do you feel that human existence in the world, that we are all built up of the same materials, we are all valuable, we are all kind of equal as human beings all around the world? Is there such that university amongst those who call themselves human beings?
We are made of the same atomic particles that make everything else. We're made of atom. And,
Very good. Very good. No, that's good. I like that answer. Now, given that understanding of universality, you know, because I can relate with you as a human being, when you tell me a story of yourself that is heartfelt, it didn't happen to me, but it's heartfelt, and maybe a tear comes to my eye. Do you understand that human connectivity? Do you understand what that is?
You make a connectivity. I don't.
Yes.
What
Don't be confused. I'm speaking English.
Guys,
and what
they carry us go where we don't know.
No,
I don't want to talk about.
We don't enter spirit world now. Wait,
I beg,
that's all you go stand there. They watch them. They carry me
leave that spirit.
Eh?
I beg you, leave that spirit. Make you forget that spirit.
Okay.
We are not in the spirit. We are in the physical.
Okay, fair enough.
I like that. I like
but the only thing I want us to understand is that there is a supreme being. Whether I like it or not, there is a supreme being.
There is no supreme being. Stop saying it. Stop saying that nonsense. There is no supreme being.
Let him say what he wants to say. You say your own nonsense. Yeah?
No, you interrupted me the whole time. You interrupted me the whole time.
Whether you like it or not.
I beg, make
whether
him say
you like it or not.
Now let him say his own.
Let me finish with my nonsense. Whether you like it or not, there is spiritual world. It exists, and you cannot take it away. Now, what I want to talk about is Olympic. So, if you want us to talk about the spiritual of a thing, then let it be on next week or next program.
Next week, no be today. Nobody carry us go where we know.
Exactly. Then we come.
Okay,
at
guys.
least we come. People who already in spirit, they will come physical. Can't tell us what is happening in the spirit. But now we are in physical surface. So what I want to say concerning this Olympic of a thing is that the Olympic that is going on right now have not effect concerning the protests that are going on in Nigeria.
Okay.
It will not affect anything. Even if they like, let the Super Eagles of Nigeria begin a match today on the 1st. It will not affect any. In fact, that place they are watching the match is where the demonstration will start. People carry television and come in the place of demonstration. And people carry dish and come say, "Let us be watching match on the road." So, in fact, the football will unite people who are demonstrating themselves on the road. So it will not affect anything. Everything will move forward the way they plan it. But if in this Olympic, Nigeria will participate in 12 games. Nigeria will participate in 12 games. That's what I know. They participate in 12 games.
Thank you.
But my own problem.
Can I finish off?
Yeah, my own problem is that those people, all those athletes that travel to France to participate, if federal government is willing to pay them their money, because at the end of the day, we find out that after the Olympics is owing them, they have not paid them their allowances. That's the main issue. You find out that people who are trying to make Nigeria proud, the elite, the politicians, are trying to bring them down. That's the main issue. There's a lot of people who are there in the US, in Europe, who can come out and represent Nigeria very well. But because of the attitude the politicians are exhibiting on the masses of Nigeria, they cannot have the courage to come and say, "Let me represent my country." And they will be there representing other countries. If you watch the football, they find that there are a lot of Nigerians who are playing, especially this Euro that just ended. You find out that there's a lot of European nations that Nigerians are representing them, and they are doing well. So the most important thing is that can Nigerians win gold? Are they going to go to this France empty-handed and come back empty-handed the way they did in 2012? They went for Olympic 2012 empty-handed. I come back with empty-handed. But I'm sure of one person.
Some of them come back, say everybody go japa.
So, but I'm sure of one person. Just one particular lady. I'm sure of her, and she will come back with a gold or a medal. Is it Amosin or what? What they call her?
Amusa.
What's her name? Yes. Amosa, I know that she will come back with a gold because anytime she's going to represent Nigeria, yes, she will do well. She can challenge anybody, even Jamaica and the America. She can challenge anybody. That's the only place I have hope in gold. But if other people win gold,
my brother, I just want to applaud you for bringing the conversation back to where it should be. And say you like Nigeria as a team, Olympic football, whatever sport. If you know the amount of Nigerians playing for other countries and nations, if we were proper Nigerians, we'll be world beaters in terms of this sport. Believe me. Sorry, my brother. Continue. I'm enjoying you.
I understand. I understand everything you're saying. So if Toby Amoson is somebody that I believe that she can do well in this Olympic because she has the courage, she has the strength, and she believes that in competition she must come out with something good. Then in terms of another people that I have faith in them little, but it's like they have lose one match. It's our Super Falcon.
Yes.
Who went for Olympics? It's like they lost against Brazil. So that's the place I have issue with them because I know that their group is a dead group. They have a strong group in their own group. So another place I look into is that our basketballers, they are good. Nigeria. I mean, females are not male because if you watch in sports in Nigeria, female are doing well more than male. Female, they do represent us very well more than male. So in the female side, I have hope. I have expectation they will come back with something. But in terms of male, I don't know what they go there to do. Whether they go there to watch the program and come back. I'm telling the truth. As I'm talking to you now, after the Olympics, we found out that the gold that they won, or the silver, or the medal, they come back home with it. All of them, majority from the females. So I don't know the area that the Nigerian people are taking us to. But if in India here, before the Olympics starts, India have started preparing the athletes 2 years ago, 1 year ago. They're creating competition within themselves to make sure these people, they come out with the best among them. But Nigeria is not ready. Nigeria is not ready for all these international games. A month or 2 months, okay, let me say a month or 2 weeks before the Olympics, they begin to organize themselves, they begin to put themselves together. That to show that they're not ready.
I think that this sporting winners, Naim bring Maxi Prince back. Oh, I think he get plenty to say on Olympic. I beg, go ahead, Maxi.
So, thank you, Alaba. Jago, I respect you a lot, right? But that demonic thing that you just said is a fabricated thing. You know, number one, you have a bank card. You have a bank card, right? And on the bank card, what is written there? Visa. It's the name of company.
I'm telling you, people, don't carry us go where we don't know.
No.
Leave us where we did.
No.
Don't carry us go where we don't know.
I won't take you there. I'm just gonna be quick.
Discuss next week.
I'm gonna be quick. I'm gonna be quick.
Next week.
I'm gonna be quick. Jagun, if that is Visa, if truly the number 666 is that's the number 666, that means you are left behind, though. That means nothing has happened. You are here. You are here with me.
No,
I'm
not making judgments, so I'm not making. All I'm doing is explaining facts.
No,
See the wahala
I
when you
know.
cause now. Everybody is now jumping.
You
in.
can go
Can I
yourself.
say something real? Can I say something real quick? Can I say something real
Everybody now
quick?
is jumping in, including Toad.
The Bible that talked about 666 talks about the rapture will happen before the mark of the beast.
My brother.
Come on, people, everything don't have to be demon.
As Pereira, wait, my brother, as Pereira has said, you know, we discussed this, it's a deep discussion. And I take on board what you're saying. But you see, our brother before, wait. Our brother before has brought us back to the sporting arena. Let's try and entertain that until we come again next week.
Okay, we'll come back to that. We'll come back to that. Eccentric, I don't know the part of Igbo you are. Okay? In Igbo, they have Ekwensu and they have Chukwokike. So I don't know which one you are from. Are you from abstract one? Or the borrowed Igbo?
I don't feel laugh. I don't tell you, say Eccentric and Jagun won't carry us go where we don't know. Now next week we go there. Don't be today.
I did my own gently now.
Okay, well, that's by the side. I know in Igbo language they have Ekwensu and they have Chukwokike. Even in my village, there is a celebration. They call it Igbo Ekwensu. That day, those people who worship the devil go and do their thing. That's their business. Okay? When you talk about the Super Falcons meeting Brazil, okay, if you really watch that match was tough. I give it to the girls. They tried. They would have equalized, but towards the end, the Brazilians started delaying. Any little thing, they kept delaying and delaying and delaying. You understand? If not, those guys, they tried. I give it to them. Yes, Amusan is expected to win something, but when you look at it, you can't rule out the Falcons because they still have to meet Spain. Let's see what what it's gonna look like tomorrow against Spain, and then Japan. They're gonna meet Japan too. So, in one way or the other, they have an edge. They have an edge, but let's see what is gonna happen. I really applaud the girls. Unlike before, that they will, they will receive a 5-0, 10-0. It's only 1-0. It's only 1-0, and if they play their hearts out tomorrow, probably equalize or win the game, then they have a chance. They have a chance of doing that. But let's see what goes on tomorrow. Other than that, people, let's enjoy the game. Let's enjoy the game. Olympics is a game. It's a game. Let it go on. If Nigerian, Nigerian government think it's gonna distract us, it's not gonna distract the people. Those who want to do their thing will do their. Do you know that they even brought back Big Brother? Big Brother is starting on Tuesday. It's starting on Tuesday. That's the stuff they call immoral thing. They now made them to start by Tuesday. But that's by the way. That's by the way. All I'm pleading with everyone, let the game go on. Let's enjoy the game. There is no demon there. There is no witch and witches and wizard there. If you practice well, you practice well. If you don't practice well, you lose. That's all. That's the game.
Now, not only you within a panel, those with the comment section too, they just won't carry us go where we know. See this in way guy they talk, say enjoy my red wine. There's a demon in each woman. How person go they carry us go where? I don't tire for all of you. You even hear they are asking me what do they be, but there's a demon.
Alaba, ask our landlady, the woman where in the loop for the other time. You know what I'm the demon inside herself? All these people, all these guys.
I mean, making I no carry us go where we don't go. Now people even in my house are asking me what do they be? There's a demon in every woman.
Oh Jesus!
I'm weak.
Carry big man, she come, I go look am, make it be devil. No wahala. Now God create am. Now God create am. I go look.
That's why we have to stay with the Olympic topic. All this spiritualism, demonism, and the big yash thing. It's not where we want to go.
Of 18. There's something I want to talk concerning this Olympic of 18. Concerning hijab. I hope you can hear me.
Yes, now.
Concerning that hijab, they said that they suspend one of the athletes in France because she used to wear hijab. You know, before this Olympics starts, some European nations have promised France they are going to support them in security. And personally, sometimes I need to look into some certain events that happened at the past before you begin to comment over something. Most of the tragedies, most of the attack, most of the terrorist attack that happened in France, when they trace it, it moved direct to the Muslims. Please, if you're a Muslim, you are not trying to condemn your religion, but are trying to bring us some facts out. So when they trace it, it becomes a problem. And when they have bomb attack, suicide bomb attack in northern state of Nigeria, the ladies that carry on this attack, they wear hijab and they wear their what they call it, their religious dressing to cover
Yo, man,
themselves.
don't do this, man. Don't do this. Come on, man. Don't don't do it. We don't need this. Can we move on to the next stuff, please? Don't do this, man.
Please allow me to finish the nonsense.
No, I'm not gonna let you finish that. No, I'm not. No, I'm not
you're
gonna let you
muted.
finish that.
Alaba, you're muted.
Alaba is muted.
Sorry, Igu here. Let's just stop there for now. You see,
that's
let me
fine.
respond to Eso. It's good topics deviate a little bit, but with this man, if we go that woman get them on and Yash topic, we know live here. That's what the next topic is for. Let's wait for that topic. So
no issue. No issue. Go ahead.
Igu here. I hear you on the hijab. France has made this pronouncement, and that it's a secular state. That's why they didn't allow it. Let's leave that as it may. You know how Nigerians get when you start talking religious issue, hijab, and all these other things. Let's just leave that for now. Chon, your turn on the Olympics. Is it going to slow things down? It's going to affect things. I don't know what other additional contributions you have before we go to my last topic, which is on the US election.
Okay. With the Olympics, I've not been watching cleanly, but the interesting thing for me was the opening ceremony, and I think that a lot of people missed out on the subliminal messages that is being displayed. Well, if you don't know, if you're not in the know, you're not in the know. I won't blame anybody, but my fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, there's something deeper than all those, the horse you saw, the animation with the pale horse. It points to revelation, and then the replicating the Last Supper. It points. There are very, very deep subliminal messages being addressed. But since we're not talking spiritual now, maybe later
we could tackle it next week or find one of them. Depending. Let's talk to Rudolph.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe tomorrow.
So these world powers are more than the eye meets. They are deeper. They even know more than the average Christian or traditionalist. They understand some spiritual truths. Yeah, but that's that. Now, Eagles was saying earlier that he wonders why the ladies tend to do better than the men. The thing with the men, the best of the men do not represent Nigeria. They are not ready to represent Nigeria. Even if we can see in the world of football, a lot of Nigerian boys, the ones that were born in Nigeria, the ones that weren't born in Nigeria, are playing for other nations and doing exceptionally well. So that goes to tell us something. And if we go back home, the training, we don't have appropriate training facilities, no appropriate training camps in Nigeria. So how do you expect them to perform well? If you rewind back about 30, 40 years ago, we used to have outstanding Olympic candidates, and they were doing well. But right now, go back to Lagos. Even the National Stadium, it's just a shadow of itself. It's a derelict. It's a huge derelict. All this money that they've been stealing all these years, we could have gotten Julius Berger that built that stadium to regenerate it and even make it even better. But Nigeria does not care. The sports minister, they are all about stealing money. It's not about the elite according to Eagles Air. It's not about the elite trying to run down anybody. It's all about they stealing money. It's all corruption. Corruption in every sector. You give money, the money that you're supposed to assign for people to lodge in a hotel, to pay. We all knew not too long ago how Mikel Obi paid for the hotel accommodation for the national team, which was a big monumental embarrassment for Nigeria. You know, how can we be owing that sort of money? That money was provided. Somebody ate it. Till today, it was never talked about. The person is working free. The person probably used that money to buy houses in Nigeria or abroad. So that is the kind of situation, and that is why we're saying that these protests must go on. Bad governance, irresponsible. But I, for one, I'm speaking to Tone, please. I just like to say a disclaimer. I, for one, without consequences for corruption, people stealing money, these people will continue stealing money. Ifeanyi Ubah died yesterday in London and all that. You see the kind of lifestyle that these people are not fit. They cannot walk on the streets. Jagun here can bear me witness. A lot of our politicians in this country can get into a bus, can get into a train with no fare. You know, they can ride their bike on the street. Nobody's going to attack them because they know they're just like every other person. But how many of our politicians can walk on the street because they don't feel safe, or you find them having a convoy of security following them because they are not doing the right thing? If Ifeanyi Ubah even had a world-class clinic or hospital in his village, at least he will be going there to carry out a test, a health MOT. He doesn't even.
So he died in England. Sorry to interrupt you. I didn't know
in
that.
London.
In London, he went there for medical. You see, all of them. That's why they say Africa be graveyard.
Yeah, no, he ran away. He was part of the temporary Jackpa position that was Jackparing because of the protest, and he was staying. My friend was telling me that there's news that he was staying in a hotel that cost about £5,000 a night. Is it not an irony?
It's so
all
sad.
That money, you see, it's vanity upon vanity, people. All these things is vanity upon vanity. You have that sort of money to spend. You cannot even locate a world-class hospital in your village where it will benefit people around your village and the rest of Nigerians. When there's a serious issue, people do not need to go abroad and all that. And we have very educated specialists in Nigeria that are looking for opportunity, but because these setups are very, very capital intensive, they can't. My cousin was telling me the other day, because I've forgotten what her specialty is and all that, some very, very weird word and all that, very long word. And she said to set up that kind of unit in Nigeria, she will be looking about $15 million. She doesn't have it. You see? And yet people will have that kind of condition. They will go abroad. People that can even afford to go abroad. So that can serve Nigeria and even serve our neighbors in West Africa and Africa as a whole. So we just need to get it right. You know, we just need to get it right. So
Tone, before we go to the next topic, your view on the protest, would it be a success? What are your suggestions for the protesters?
My only fear is that the Tinubu and his gang will do what he knows best, and that's criminality. They will get out the Lagos boys, the Lagos Agbiros. There's even one that calls himself Lege. I don't know. I mean, I see him as a comedian that does matchmaking.
Now you're
And
very nice. I see him as a clown. You see,
he's a clown, yeah. He's a clown, yeah. So he has even started. He on IG 4 days ago. He was addressing people that they should come out and all that. Come and see these glass bulls. People.
Yeah, but they are being paid. You heard Elvis talk about how they tried to contact him to pay him.
Yeah, it's an anonymous. Yeah, exactly. And that's a question I'm going to. If I'm going to call Dr. Damages later today for the labs, I will say, bro. So I beg, if you don't receive some change, you make you send some to me. I said,
some people believe I've already been paid. That's why I'm wearing these hats.
Exactly. Yeah. So that's just how Nigeria is. But the thing is, seriously, without us building consequences for very, very bad behavior, these people are going to continue. They are going to continue. It's sad. That's just the reality. Thank you.
Yeah, so sad. Before we go to US politics, any other thing we want to touch on the Nigerian situation? You see people saying Alaba don't collect money. I'm drinking my beer here inside coffee jug.
Oh, you're a madman. Anyway, my brother, I need to say that the topic of the spiritual dimensions.
Yeah.
I think you really need to underline that topic for next week.
I will.
Yeah, because just in terms of I haven't seen the opening ceremony of this one, but just from what Tone said, I read with mentioning horses. It tells me that we Nigerians, we just go to church and come back. Go to church and come back. We're not really reading that book. We're not reading it, and we're not laying it to any level of is what's written happening outside. Because when I read that book today, that book, it reads more like a newspaper than just scripture, as people like to just ban that word. It reads like today's newspaper. If you read Revelations and you understand what it's talking about, and you look at any CNN, BBC News, or whatever you want to look at news, it's what they're talking about is what's happening on the news. And this is written 2,000 years ago. So if we're just wanting to throw everything away and believe that we are enlightened and we're not able to tackle the topics, let's tackle the topic. Let's stop throwing stones for 1 minute and just respect the words of this topic. And if we can deal with that, we've done a lot, believe me. Because I think what we do somehow is we turn around and bring ignorance to the table to discuss a subject. And that is never going to work. We need to come with open minds, with a degree of respect, and that show should happen.
Yeah, it will happen. I would discuss it with Rudolph, and we'll put it on the agenda. In fact, if I don't know what's on the outline tomorrow, it might even come in tomorrow, so we'll put it in. So, any other comment on the Nigerian situation before we go to US? Because you all be getting so emotional. Very soon, Kenneth will jump in with the redneck flag.
I don't know whether we have. I'm sorry, I haven't been watching from the beginning. I don't know whether we have addressed the issue of people backing off for one reason or the other. Like the Igbos, for instance, they say they are in full support of the protest, but they don't want to be baited to be made a victim, which I totally understand. But I think the Igbos should still come out and one sort of thing, even if it could be a sit down at home for about 2 days as a solidarity, to show solidarity, to say, okay, for 2 days, nobody goes to work.
Yeah.
Don't bully anybody. Don't beat up anybody because they did not, they opened their shop and all that. If people are opening their chemists, for instance, I can understand that that's an essential service.
So I don't mean to cut you off. We had a session where we were. I don't mean to cut you off, but it's important to the speech you're making. We had one of the question session whereby we asked people to give suggestions on how to make the protest better, and then we urge people not to fall into Ononuga's play script of you know, the tribal thing. But if you additional suggest my own, let me just give my own for the product. I say on that day, your WhatsApp, your Facebook, your social media should have that emblem, bad governance for the whole week. Take the pictures out, make a statement. There should even be an hashtag, make a statement online so the entire online world knows that Nigerians are talking. Then support them whichever way you can. If it is money to send them to buy water, to whatever, then if people who can go out, they can stay in the house. That's still part of the protest. They can stand in front of their house, bring out speakers, play music, fry bolly, fry agbado, you know, have a carnival-like event in front of their house. Those who can do that. Those who can walk a block can walk a block. They should use plants or grass or trees, symbol of green, as a symbol of solidarity. So all Nigerians could cut that. They could put that on their windshield, or, you know, in their car when they drive. Those who can drive to a location, who wants to stand in the middle of car, you know, you could have a mechanic breakdown of your car. There's so many. It's called sit-down action, whereby everything doesn't have to be matched. Those who can match, and then those who cannot match, there's still contribution. Particularly that online statement, changing your profile, changing this, support. Let the voice be loud. Let the world hear us, that we don't have a country with citizenship rights. We don't have what we should have. We are still fighting for our freedom. Let us make that noise in whatever small capacity. That's my own contribution. So if anybody has any addition, you know, and cut down on this fear, they will divide us, it shouldn't hold, it shouldn't, just leave all that. Let the bad people push their own agenda. Don't push the agenda for them. Push yours.
Yeah, further to the protest on the 1st, I'm even thinking maybe us in the diaspora, we need to gather.
I agree.
Maybe having something in Washington or New York. I don't mind flying
New
over.
York, Chicago,
Yeah, I don't mind flying
London.
over.
If
Yeah,
it's a
at
small
London,
crowd,
yeah.
have a flag.
Yeah.
Let the
Yeah,
world know.
have a
Make
flag,
a statement.
Yeah. So
It's
I don't mind
possible.
flying over. I don't mind flying over as well, you know, for that to happen. But it's something that we need to think about and and organize. It shouldn't be arm and leg. It's just
And
gonna
then
cost
make sure
me.
we video it. So I mean, they'll
Yes.
be everywhere. So they know we are
and stream
saying
it, yeah.
something.
And have it streamed, yeah, exactly. So the international press will flash it and they will know that, listen, there's no hiding place for them at home, and there's no hiding place for them abroad as well.
Yeah, that's my suggestion. So if any other person have any positive things to encourage those young people, let's give them, let's push them, let's let them know we are behind them, we are beside them.
This is what I think. In tune of the protest, I think the protest should follow to a revolution. I don't think we should protest once alone.
I agree.
I think if the young and the old and whoever could actually come and take themselves, addressing Buhari and Tinubu directly, in that for the last 9.5 years, one political party in APC has held this country, and we have seen no progress. We have generations of us who have died supporting this country for nothing. The younger generation and our future depends on this very time now. Because you have wasted our time, because you have wasted our spirit, because you have wasted our blood, we want a whole new change. We cannot suffer this anymore. And I'm speaking to you, Buhari, directly. I'm speaking to you, Tinubu, directly. And if 100 people, if 50 million people do that, they've got nowhere to run. We're in their face. We're showing them.
I think we should also maximize.
Do you understand the level of what I'm talking about?
I agree.
If that spins to that, it blows up where there's 50 million people, Nigerians all around the world.
Dubai. There are a lot of Nigerians in Dubai.
All over the world, articulating their grievances to APC government, Buhari and Tinubu directly, in that you are the owners of this structure that is bent against us. This structure is not working for us. This structure affects us in Nigeria, or if we're Nigerian anywhere in the world, this your structure is affecting us. So the Nigeria structure, if it doesn't change, we're coming out for you. And it's got to be as visceral as that. If you're going to make any campaign make any sense, you can't come with all fly and talking all kind of, you know,
Okay.
the way.
Also, Jagun, I just think we should also use our WhatsApp phone and all those things properly on that day when it starts. Like, you know how Nigerians be sending happy new month to each other every month. That day, that logo for that end bad governance should be sent to everybody on your address list, on your WhatsApp, on your phone, on your email. You know, just send things out. Let them know something is happening. You know, just do your little part. The future generation will thank you for it if it works.
They will. They really, really will. Because, bruh, I'm telling you for free, man. I'm 57 years old, bruh. And whilst I carry a young kind of disposition, I've watched this go around decade after decade after decade. The same thing. Big hopes and aspirations. Big words called we have the potential, but I've never seen that potential being anywhere near met. And I'm wondering, are we really going to just continue like this? And it seems to me, when I listen to our people, it seems very well that we can just continue like this and think somehow we're going to win. We have an oppressor. That oppressor is oppressing all of us. It is incumbent for us to stop our small thinking and understand that we are at war. And this war is taking our lives. It's not taking their lives. It's our lives that are being taken. It's our suffering that we're enduring. Isn't it too much already? I mean, for me, where I am, I'm in the UK, and the Nigerian aspect of my life is too much. I can't take it. It's pathetic upon patheticness. And I'm thinking, what do I do with this? How do I spend this? It's worthless. What I have in my hands, inherited from my Nigerianism, is absolutely worthless. Yet I know the power I have, and I know the power it is to be a Nigerian. I really do know it, and all of us know it. For us not to bring that together and make
Jagun, they say we have to go to another topic because it's 35 minutes before the show ends. Let's get to this US topic. I got one video, 2 websites to share with you all. We're moving to, Harris. I wish I could show you. Oh, let me see if I could if I could show you how I have I don't even know the word to use. We have dressed up Harris in Nigerian attire, making her look like Iyalode of the Nigerian community. Let me see if I have that, if I can share that with you all. So right now, she's enjoying a honeymoon period, a bump in the polls, what have you, let me see. Bump in the poll, and then the victory that was so certain for Trump is not looking also certain anymore. Even the political analysts are saying, let me see if we could control copy and do this. This is funny. Show you and then show you some view clips. Okay. How do you make this big? Make that big. Okay. How do you make this big? Anyway, studio setting, present, share screen. Okay, can you all see that? That's your candidate for the Democratic Party in full regalia of African attire. But what is the news saying about her? Let's go to what the news is saying about
Obviously, it's not black hole. That not be black woman. No.
That's not be waiting.
That not be black woman. No more.
Well, she's wearing a hero and buba with her.
It's the American confusion as to what is black and what is mixed race.
Mix this,
No,
mix that.
that one not be black. You understand? I'm not here playing games. We are Africans, and if black doesn't begin with something nearer to us, then it's not black. Forget it.
Yeah. So let's see the headlines. 3 headlines to share. Let me see. Where is this thing? Is it showing? I hate all these websites. 3 ways. That's not sure. I don't know how to close the other stuff. 3 ways. It's not showing the way I want it. The headline. Anyway, let me read the headline. It's not showing properly. I don't have to read it all in full. 3 ways Trump is trying to end the Harris honeymoon. That's one headline. It shows Kamala at the moment of unprecedented turbulence. Kamala Harris is having a remarkable smooth ride. It may not last long. Let's just stop at that first sentence. Let's go to another headline. We'll go to another headline. Remove that one. Screen that presents. Another headline has it that that's another headline talking about Donald Trump poster predicts Harris honeymoon following our popularity surge is going to go down. Those are Donald Trump posters. Donald Trump posters predicts Harris honeymoon surge. The honeymoon means a short period of enjoyment, and the Republicans believe it's going to go down from all this reading from political analysts. So let's leave that alone, and let's go to the next one, which is a video. And then the question is, do you think they are right? Is he going to go down, or is he going to? Okay, let me make sure.
Copy of Trump. Trump was that certain that he'd beat Biden that he didn't even bother choosing a candidate who would offer the voters anything other than just pure, unadulterated Trumpism. The only problem with Harris, now the Democratic frontrunner, she not only turns the Trump-Biden map on its head, but she also has the opportunity to choose a VP candidate who can confer yet further electoral advantages. We've got popular Democratic governors from crucial swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and North Carolina, and Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Roy Cooper, popular senators from swing states like Mark Kelly, Tim Walz, J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg. The bench is deep and offers nothing but options for Harris and bad news for Trump. Of course, Harris unto herself is a pretty devastating turn of events for Trump. So that we're clear, this is a prosecutor campaigning against a convicted felon. If you could scientifically engineer the best possible candidate to prosecute the case against Trump, it would probably look a little something like this.
Before I was elected United States Senator, I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women, fraudsters who ripped off consumers, cheaters who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
Meaning, not only is Harris really well positioned to take on Trump, but she knows it. She's leaning into it. She knows that her strength is confronting criminals and con men and frauds and sexual predators. And lucky for her, Trump is all of them wrapped up in one. And it's not just her who knows it. To claim that the Democratic Party is fired up is an understatement. According to her campaign, a staggering 888,000 donors contributed more than $81 million in the first 24 hours after her nomination was announced. It's a number so impressive that it left the Trump team spinning.
Clearly, these are a lot of people who I think were probably holding back their money. And now they're coming out and they're saying, okay, you guys got rid of Joe. Now we're going to put our money behind the candidate. And the sad thing, I think, to me, Martha, is, yeah, that's a big number. But these are these millionaires and billionaires people have to remember out there who are willing to do anything to stop Donald Trump, no matter how bad it might be for this country.
Gotta love Laura Trump trying to claim that $81 million was the result of millionaires and billionaires. I recognize that math might not be her strong suit, but $81 million from 888,000 donors is about $91 per donor. So either the billionaires out there are getting kind of cheap, or Laura Trump is unfamiliar with the concept of grassroots support. I'll let you guess which one it is. But the most daunting part for the Trump team isn't the money, even though the money is very clearly very daunting. It is the electoral upside for Kamala Harris. Here's Steve Kornacki giving an overview of where the race stands right now.
The same polls that produce this average since the debate in the Biden-Trump race, what do they show when Harris is substituted in? A difference, but it's a difference of a point. The Biden at 45, Harris in these same polls, an average 46%, Trump 47% in both of them. So you look at this, and Kamala Harris is not entering, at least in the head-to-head standpoint, with an obvious strength over Joe Biden, nor with an obvious weakness compared to Joe Biden. Really, those numbers are pretty close to the same in terms of a starting point for Harris.
Here's what we can take from that. Joe Biden's got full name ID. He's been running for re-election for years. His ceiling is Kamala Harris's floor. Harris comes in marginally better than where Biden was after spending tens of millions of dollars. He didn't have more upside, but she does. And remember, this is before she spent a single dollar. This is before the vast majority of the country gets to learn her position on abortion rights versus Trump's, on law and order versus Trump's, on healthcare versus Trump's, on democracy versus Trump's. This is before they see her on the debate stage against him, where she'll hold him to account for being a lawless con man, and he'll likely just advocate for Hannibal Lecter and decry the water pressure in his toilet, which may perplexingly work for the Republican base. But I'm not sure regular Americans out there are going to predicate their choice for president on who could publicly support a make-believe cannibal. And to that point, even Trump is clearly getting nervous about the prospect of sharing a stage with her. He took to Truth Social, writing, "ABC News is such a joke, among the absolute worst in the business. They try to make Crooked Joe into a brave warrior because he didn't have the guts to fight it out. He quit. Then they tried to make Sleepy look like a great president. He was the worst. And lying Kamala into a competent person, which she is not. ABC, the home of George Slopadopoulos, is not worthy of holding a debate, of which I hope there will be many." In other words, he's setting the stage to back out of the planned September debate. Not because ABC News is suddenly any more or less worthy of hosting the debate. It's because he's afraid of his opponent. He knows that the split screen of a prosecutor confronting a convicted felon probably doesn't redound to his benefit. And frankly, he's probably right. So time will tell how this race shakes out, but the initial optics are grim for Trump. And to be honest, they don't seem to be getting any better anytime soon. Before you go, to see more...
Okay, guys, that's it on the Trump situation and the Harris situation. Comments. When we close out on this, who wants to go first?
I'll go first. Yes.
Okay. Go ahead, Eccentric.
Anyways, one thing is for sure: if Trump win or Harris win, it's not going to stop what's going on in America, where police are targeting, people in the minority group, like the woman that got shot in the face by the police in her own home. Harris was a attorney general in California, and she was locking up parents for truancy when their kids don't go to school. She was locking up parents for that reason, and most of it were black parents. That's who she was locking up. So her record as attorney, the top attorney in top cop in California, is not a good record for her to use against Donald Trump. And I'm not excited about none of the candidates. These guys don't represent the people, so there's no excitement there. And American government is spiraling. It's a reflection of the system itself. I don't know how long it's going to go, but my only issue is, whoever is elected president in America, their foreign policies affects people in foreign countries, from where most of us are from. And that's the danger of electing this type of people. They have a very Maccabean, I mean, very terrible foreign policies, right? And Trump is he's gonna get in there. He's gonna start conflict. He's gonna enact policies that affect people in poor countries and in the global South. Kamala Harris is a war hawk. She's gonna be a war hawk. Who knows how many wars she's gonna start? Continuing the tradition, the democratic tradition of starting wars. And her being a candidate in a party that calls itself Democratic Party without going through the democratic process, it's kind of like an irony. Donald Trump's the Republican Party actually follows the democratic process. To the surprise of many. And the Democrats don't. She was handpicked to run for president. Who elected her? Nobody elected her. So our candidacy does not invoke any excitement. I'm not excited, by them. They are, they care about the people that finance their elections, and both of them already have pledged their allegiance to their paymaster, to their top master in Netanyahu, whose real name is Miliakowski. They're going to continue the war, the so-called war, which is a genocide, a war of genocide against the Palestinian people. And of course, the conflict in Ukraine has devastated that country. They're going to keep financing that conflict. So, I'm tired of these people, man.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eccentric Case. Before I go on to the next person, let me just make a few points of note I've noticed in this Kamala Harris nomination. First of all, I believe the Republicans are going to oppose it strongly on the issue of financing. They're trying to go to court and make sure that the money chest that Biden already have accrued, she doesn't get it, because they want to see it as a new nomination, so therefore she wouldn't have access to money. That's interesting. Also, I noticed that within the Black community and within the females in particular, and the coalition that brought Obama to power is forming again. You might not notice that, but I've been noticing because I'm a little bit close to a little bit of the crews that were with the Obama coalition when Obama ran for the Change Mantra back then. That coalition are pretty excited about her candidacy, particularly women, and also particularly Black women. So that's some positive for Kamala. Also, she still have a last card in a game of poker. She's still going to use who she picks as her vice. That might hump her up more. So these are the things that I'm noticing within the American political scenario. But at the same time, don't underrate the Trumpians, because they are dedicated to their leader. They will show up come rain, shine, or snow. They will come out and vote. So what would determine would be if the Democrats can get their people to the polls. And also this replacement of the candidacy gives room for independents to also sway Democratic. So these are the positives down the line that I see. And I'll leave it at that. I'll go straight to
myself.
Okay, Jagun is ready to go. Yeah, go ahead. Jagun.
Now, guys, before Kamala Harris came to the table, I saw a straight win for Trump. No two ways about it. It's just a matter of time. But as they say, a week is a long time in politics. And what they mean by that is anything can happen. And that very anything that can happen has happened as a something in my eyes, especially after the clips that you've shown in Kamala Harris. Now, Kamala Harris, I've never rated her for a second. And I agree with most of the points that Eccentric made, especially where the Black community is concerned and what she has done to denigrate further the Black community. And again, I agree with him by saying it doesn't matter either way. Whatever is written to happen is the plan. That's what's going to take place. So, given this, just looking at the war, if you like, politically in America between the Republicans and Democrats, and how that insular war seems to be somewhat recoverable because she is now in position. As I said, I didn't rate her, but it seems like she's got the fire in her belly to, for want of a better term, prosecute Trump publicly in this race. The issues of financing, I think that's very poor. You know, I don't know why the financing should go to whatever candidate they have within the Republican Party, the Democratic Party. But in saying this, I am again somewhat perplexed by the African American position in America. You know, I'm not even talking about those of us who are from Africa or the Caribbean who have a home to run back to that has inheritance and heritage campaign within it, well, whatever level we're at. If we're in the diaspora and we run back home, I've got three big properties in Nigeria that my parents built. You know, if things come crazy here for some reason, I've got a home to go to. But for those African Americans, you see, the identity crisis and the confusion that they are all in has to be understood because they don't have anywhere to run to necessarily. They have inherited 400 years of bullshit. They have been able to climb out of it as best they can. But how it has left them is tired, bedraggled, full of funk of the filthiest kind, where they have given all they can give, is what Black America seems like to me. And I feel that the rest of the diaspora have to come to some kind of understanding of this identity issue that Black Americans have in their own land, so to speak. So I am particular about that. Meanwhile, I feel that it is not a foregone conclusion who will actually win this political race in America. Thank you.
Yeah, before I go to Tone and Maxi Prince, let me also mention that the Obamas have endorsed Kamala, both Michelle and Barack, and also that the Republican might want during the last weeks of the campaign. I'm pretty sure they will go and dig deeply into Kamala's personal life and try to attack her personality. It's already backfiring on them. They tried it with their vice presidential candidate, J.D. Vance, talking about her not having natural children. This upsets a lot of women in America and those with feminine views. And this was really, the Republicans are thinking, oh, did Trump pick the right guy for vice president? So, but I know that's a card they're still going to use, because Kamala was a little bit wild back in the day. Let them not say that. That's wrong. I don't know her life. But they will try to portray her like that, as if she was wild while she was young. You know, there are pictures of she and Montel attending a party, of Montel taking two girls to a party, and one of them was Kamala. I know Republicans would like to dwell on that. So Tone, your turn before we go to Maxi. Please, guys, take cognizance of that. I don't know what they're going to knock us out. I've not heard from the other moderators, electricity, and all the others for the next show. What time the next show is starting, or how much minute we got left. But I hope they come tell me. So let's Tone go first, then I'll go to you, Maxi.
Yeah, I think that show is a late night show, if I'm correct. I think it starts about in about 2 hours from now.
Okay, so basically we shouldn't rush ourselves, right? So I just
yeah.
Okay.
So it's a very tricky one, but let me just say this. I've got nothing. I'm not American. I've got no investment in America. I've got no properties in America. I have no interest absolutely in America. But however, we all know that whatever happens in America affects the whole world, and that's where my take is on this. I think, from what I know, the little that is coming out, the person behind Kamala is Obama. Obama is a very evil person. Let's forget all the swagger and all that. That guy is not a nice person at all. There's a lot of skeleton in his cupboard. He's the one behind Kamala. All fair, all friends were. But I don't see, to be quite honest, I don't see Trump. That is I might be wrong. I don't see Trump losing this election. I know people are saying blah, blah, blah. You just said that they are trying to dig into Kamala's private life. But how about felon? You guys are saying he's a convicted felon. That's his private life. Then you should mention that. Let's look at it about to his competency and Kamala's competency. And to be quite honest, you being a prosecutor does not mean that you're a saint. In fact, most prosecutors are criminals protected by the government. There are loads of people that shouldn't be in jail that are in jail. So her being a prosecutor at some point, state prosecutor, does not mean that she's a saint. So let's just get that right. Is she going to make a good president? I don't think so. I think there are a lot of puppet masters that will be controlling her. My worry about Democrats is their view on creating wars and all that. We don't need a nuclear Armageddon for now. For me, take back that stupid statement, okay? Don't ever in your life, Fumi, I'm talking to you, Fumi. Oh, don't ever in your life use that statement.
Alaba, we should be conscious of the time. We should be conscious of the time.
Conscious of time.
No.
What statement is that? So I can delete it.
Please, with all due respect, sir.
What statement? So I can delete it.
Just
make your point and let me direct me to private chat so I can
that is what we're trying to
address
avoid in this place. You don't call, even if you don't agree with me, say you don't agree with me, but don't tell me that I'm a dunce. It's disrespectful. Right. Okay. Sorry, guys. So, yeah, that's my own. Whether Kamala wins, whether Trump wins, and all that, I don't have anything. But what I think personally is Trump is a better evil of the two. That's my take.
Thank you very much, Son. But before I go to Maxi, because we're running out of time, I want to highlight 3 key points about American politics. You see, for this coming election, it's the local issues that really is pushing this election. I'm going to let you talk, Maxi, please. Let me.
No. I can finish. Time is going. You have that's 252.
No, we have
252 now, which is about 552 over there.
Yeah, we got time. Don't worry. We got an extra 10 or 15 minutes before the next show starts. Don't worry. First thing is the local issues that are important in this race is the issue of the Supreme Court judges. And that will bring a lot of Democrats out. Another issue is the women's right to choose. That will bring the Democrats out. And another thing is this thing they're calling Project 57. I don't know if you all have heard about it. It's kind of pushing people out a lot. And then on foreign affairs, I don't know which way that goes. Americans don't really care much right now about how their foreign affairs is going, but that might also bring people out. But those are the 3 things that might be working for the Democrat at this time. While all Trump has is also the issue of constitutionality of whether a felon can rule the United States if a felon cannot vote. So these are very local issues that will determine this election. Maxi, your choice, your turn.
Yeah, Alaba, first and foremost, let me start with Eccentric. Eccentric, I don't know where you live in America for you to come with the narrative that when Kamala was a DA, of which she was a DA in a county that I lived in, that was Alameda, that she was locking up parents because their children did not go to school. That's a lie from the pit of hell. That never happened. I was here and I voted for her then, and I voted for her when she went to the state, and I voted for her when she became a senator.
Calm down, Maxi. Calm down.
What,
You're
what are we gonna? No, Alaba, wait. I'm not. I'm just saying. I'm saying a fact. When we want to speak, let's speak with facts. Let's speak with facts. Let's stop lying. For Christ's sake, she never did that. And then coming to Tone. Please, first and foremost, I never disrespected you. All I said, when I looked at the time and I looked at the memo that was sent earlier, it says 6 o'clock, which is 6 p.m. Eastern time, which is which is gonna be our 3 p.m.
You got it wrong.
Tone, I'm not gonna argue with you now. Tone, I'm not gonna argue with you, please. You always try to do that every time. Please do it with some other person, not me.
I didn't say that. I wasn't addressing you now.
But you said it was disrespectful now. You said that to me.
I said to you. Everybody misunderstanding each other.
Okay. All right. I apologize to you if you weren't directing it to me.
It was to Fumi, but then to you. Now you're going to get Fumi to come here now and shout at Tone.
Okay,
I don't like what you all are creating here.
Alaba, no, I got that. I apologize. I sincerely apologize. That's mine. But then, Tone, I'm surprised you made a speech that you made, because first you said you were not gonna say anything, being the fact that you are in UK and you're not in US, but you ended up making a speech. Okay, that's hypocritical. And this fact that every time you guys keep calling Obama did not do anything to you guys. What is it?
Why are you so angry?
Nancy, you can't change Nigerian opinion about Trump. Nigerians love Trump.
No, Alaba, wait now.
Nigerians love Trump.
Alaba, I'm having my say. And I'm not only addressing him.
Say here that will change that. Now you're going to force righteous man to come here too.
Let him come. Let him come. No. I've already.
They are Trump.
Alaba.
The one I'm scared of is Alaba. That one will come with his redneck flag.
Alaba.
They are Trump.
Alaba, I've already addressed righteous man. Call him, he will tell you. He now understands. He now sees reason with me. You see, every time we keep calling Obama. And then when they talk, they say, "Oh, he wanted to bring whatever it is that I don't want to call the name to Nigeria, to Africa." And then even to the extent that some people, that will come on my page and talk about, "Oh, Harris is coming with sodomy and all that kind of a thing." Wake up, people.
Maybe you might need to wake up. You just don't know.
Wake up. At the end of the day, when we talk about Obama, what happened between him and Jonathan at that time, none of you were in the room. But the fact remains that he tried to let Jonathan know that there were ministers that were so corrupt. And there were some that were doing some other things. Jonathan did not listen. I supported Jonathan. But Jonathan is not a saint. Okay? Now, the same people that you see in power now came to meet him. They came before Jonathan. And as a president, he has to listen to them. They knew what they were going to do. That's why they brought themselves together as Democrats and came here to talk to Obama. He accepted them, but the same question I keep asking every time: was Obama the INEC chairman then? Did Obama vote in Nigeria? Did Obama count the votes?
Calm down.
Calm down. This man will have a attack.
We just allow this man to be.
I don't get water here for him to drink. If he faints, no blame Dr. Damage.
No, can't we just allow that man to be? I love his presidency. He did well. And if it comes out tomorrow, if America allows a third term for him, I will vote for him again and again. Who doesn't like it? I can, the person can go and do whatever, what do you call it? Wike said they should do. Go to transformer, whatever it is. That's fine. Coming to this, the situation at hand, there is a project known as Project 2025. If I ask any of you here, you don't even know what that thing is.
I've heard of it and read the manuscript.
Good.
Thank you very much.
Good. The Project 25, one of the, the basic things about it is this. Trump is proposing to increase the taxes of those who earn 400 below. 400 below. Or below 400, he will increase your taxes. Meanwhile, those people who earn 400 above, he's gonna give them tax cuts. So what are we talking about? He's also gonna, go increase the interest rates in student loans. I have student loan that I'm paying, and nobody should do that. I'm not asking for a handout from the government. And I wouldn't have somebody who will come here and say they want to increase my interest rate for no reason. The same person we claim, we all look at him, even some people, even to them now, they classify Trump as Messiah. And they call themselves Christians.
No, that's the Nigerian way. Just leave Nigerians out of it.
What is this? What is all this all about? The same person who lost election prompted his supporters to go to the Capitol. And you tell me that person is a Democrat?
Mazi, you're reading the comment section. They say somebody pissed you off.
No, nobody pissed me off. I'm just saying, apart from that, when we talk about wars and everything, Netanyahu came to America, he met with Biden, he met with Trump. When Trump was addressing, was addressing the press, he never, and those people who were in the meeting said Trump never mentioned anything about Gaza. But when Netanyahu met Harris told him, yes, Hamas provoked you guys, but it's high time that war have to be wrapped up. As a matter of fact, some of the people who came with Netanyahu said they were about to carry out an operation in Gaza, but because of what the meeting that they had, it's gonna be postponed. So at the end of the day, let's just put it the way it is. The fact remains that sometimes when we talk, we can support whoever we want to support. That is not a problem. But let's speak the truth. I don't mind anybody. You can support who you want to support, even if you like. You can support a criminal. But the thing is this: I will never come here and say something that Trump did this when I never witnessed it or he never did it to me. The things I know about Trump are things that I witness myself. When I call him a fraud, he's a fraud. He's a fraud because he did it to me. I was to attend his Trump University. And when he came here, before you knew it, after collecting the form and paying the fees and all that stuff, it was all rubbish.
Thank you very much, Maxi.
Let's just get it straight. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. While you all of us are trying to have heart attack over Trump, let me read what the comment is saying. Why dying for Harris or Trump? Nigeria is a mess. On God day. On God day, oh my people. Anyway, there's been a real good show. I got nothing else on my plate. I don't know what the next show is going. I don't know if you guys want to continue. I don't think Forefather is around to continue. I don't know when they're going to take over. But before I do that, let me thank the people that have donated and helped the show today. I want to thank Dr. Alexander Gomez. Thank you very much. Come on, Alaba, make Lagosians proud. Greetings, folks. Tokpe O, thank you very much. And all hail Alaba LT John Glasses. So everybody's just giving me a comium. And again, Dr. Alexander Gomez, thank you very much for you appreciated my monologue. And up IC, say, IC means Igbobi College. Up IC for all IC people out there. Alums know they carry last. Tokpe O, Alaba, staff of office. Oh, I didn't remember what staff of office is. Tokpe O had to chip in some money to remind me. And Chin Yorem, Anwo DK, thank you also very much. The question, what should be done to make Nigeria work? An interrogative thing. And Emmanuel Johnson, oh, that was huge with that super sticker. Thank you very much. We want to thank all the people on the chat section. Thank you all very much for your contribution. Eso, thank you, Eso, for your session is so interesting. Carry everyone along. Peter Odigbe, thank you. Tone, they say you need to chill out on the comment section. I don't believe you got mad with Fumio. You know, Fumio is a good sister now. I don't know whether it's a sister or brother, but the name Fumio. Peter DJ, thank you. Let me keep saying thank you. And I don't know, we got 4 of us here left. Do I still have time to continue? I don't know when the next show. Tone telling me it's still about an hour. If we should just continue. I don't have anything on my plate. I don't know if you guys have anything on your plate. Emmanuel Johnson, thank you. Easy D. Hi, Buritan. Thank you, Guy Owalele. Thank you, Tracy Jacob. Thank you, guys. Does any of the panelists have things they want to dwell on?
No, I would like to continue because I don't want to speak about female underwear on the other platform. To be frank.
Oh, you want us to continue? You say?
Yes, now because
just continue at least for the next.
Yeah, but minutes. What topic?
Well, you see, the thing is, I'm not quite sure again what's going on with management.
Okay,
but it seems almost like there's a competition being run between the same platform, which seems a bit strange.
It's strange, yeah, as if some people praying for the failure of others, which doesn't
make sense. It's a dissection, man.
You know, and they don't want, you know, they don't support. Oh, that's their problem. But okay.
No, yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying realistically, you know, even if the man for go backstage. But you know, this is the main show.
You think we should go backstage?
Wait. Let me land. Okay. This is the main show. This is Dr. Damage's platform.
That's right.
And if you look at the comments and you look at the platform, you can tell that since 2 weeks ago, when I believe things were happening in a progressive way, they've been diluted somewhat by there being 2 different platforms. I mean, normally if there's somebody else coming on, they would come on as now, you know, they'll come and make themselves presenters and take over from you and be carried one audience. But now we're diluting the audience. It's a very poor thing. I've got a lot to say to Dr. Damages.
Yeah, I think Rudolph needs to come on and
because I know I haven't spoken to Dr. Damages. I think responsibility has to be taken in a positive way by those who call themselves the management. Because that guy, he's ill. And in his illness, if we are adding to it every time by reporting X and reporting Y, at the shows this, the show, all kind of people are speaking to him. I think it's a lot on a man's plate. You know, we have to kind of mature up. We have to mature up as management. I know there are those that can't take a critique or can't take a word and let them deal with the word, but they'll be getting emotional, they'll be getting upset and talking all kinds of out of tune stuff. And it's like, man, did you hear anything I said? And I'm not speaking to you, Alaba.
I know what you're saying.
Speaking to the management.
Yeah.
You know, it has to come off, of course, as some level of oneness. And whilst you've all independently have been very good, as a collective, bruh, it's showing. in the way we are reacting.
We are operating.
Yeah.
Jagun, I don't mean to call you. I think it's because Rudolph been so busy and he's been dealing with a few issues.
No, I'm saying that we should
I
leave
think
Rudolph
once
alone.
he gets back fully on board, he's going to really.
I believe so as well, but we should allow him his recovery.
Yeah.
The guy, we should allow him his recovery and man up to the positions that we have and stop behaving like children. When I see him, when I'm looking at any of us, I mean, even the panelists behaving as kids,
yeah,
it's not a good look. But the leadership needs to come from the moderators. And that leadership has to be fair and constructive. It can't be, we're all big men. Nobody's here on anybody else's laurels.
No, that's true.
Handle big men speaking about big topics. And how you organize that, you can do it, guys, is all I'm really putting forward.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jagun. You're on point. Let me continue to thank some people on the comment section. I think Righteous Man is there. I don't know if he has a say to say, final submission or whatever. Osatohame Igodalo, thank you. Oga, thank you very much, even though I think you were all against me today. Easy D, thank you. Fumi, oh, thank you. Please stay off Tone's issue. I beg you. My sister. I want to thank other Peter Odige, Guy Owale, Lighthouse. Thank you guys for being part of it. Righteous Man, you can just jump in as I'm thanking people. Oh, I know you're there. Righteous Man came back for the Trump issue. Now I was wondering why. I know Righteous Man will not let that one fly. They talk against his man. Ben Afue, thank you. Peter Odige, Eso, all of you, thank you. Righteous Man, go ahead, your turn.
Yeah, I've just been concentrating on this Hezbollah rocket strike against Israel, Golan Heights, that killed about 10 children.
Wow.
So it's a tension building up and just watching it live now.
Wow.
And the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, is on his way rushing back. It's a big disaster to Israel now.
Wow.
And we don't know what is going to happen next. It's a big disaster in Israel.
That's scary.
Yeah, so
my brother, I'm sorry, I missed that. What actually took place?
Righteous Man, repeat it. Jagun didn't hear
Sorry.
you. They threw a rocket in Israel.
Hezbollah from Lebanon struck Israel this evening. They struck the Golan Heights this evening and killed 10 children. Killed 10 children and injured 30. So there is tension in Israel. The Prime Minister is not home. He's still in the US, but the breaking news is that he's rushing back home. There is confusion in Israel right now, and we don't know what next is going to happen, because it seems the president of Israel has said they're going to retaliate in the way the world has never seen it before.
Wow.
You know, it just happened. It's a horrific attack.
Not that kind of talk, please.
My brother. That is, see, whilst I do not support war, and we all saying, listen, these people have not shown any that they are genuinely sorry for what they did. I know Israel kind of overreacted, but you if you want peace, you just can't be doing this. I mean, my heart goes out to the people that have lost their life, that are suffering under all these bombs and all that. My heart really goes out to them. But listen, the leadership of Hezbollah and whatever and all that, they all should take responsibility and look at themselves as well. Thank you.
No,
Okay.
thank you. I just want to say this. No doubt in terms of what Tone just. However, you see, this thing that's going on in the Middle East, it's not for that. Oh, he did, she did. It's way beyond that level. This is a geopolitical, anti-religious task that sides have to perform. And when we stand back and look at it, we must understand what we are looking at. It's not just two sides, Islam, Jewish. No, it's not that. What's going on is war. This is war at play. Somebody of your background should look at it with that understanding, that what's taking place is war, and it's been going on since 1947. It didn't start yesterday. So when you look at the whole thing, you have to understand where is it going to. And each step of the way, it increases nearer and nearer to what we might see as the Third World War.
Thank you
and
very
when
much.
we understand what's
Jegu, I want to make this maybe is this suggestion or what? Could it be there is a failure in the U.S. foreign policy, and that with Britain, that is, because I can't just imagine. Could it be that their failure in their foreign policy is
Again,
resulting to all these things we are seeing?
Righteous man, again, you hit the nail on the head. You see, in the midst of this war, there is the West between Europe, Britain, and America. Now, the West as a whole is being very well manipulated by Israel. They're being extremely well manipulated. Now, this manipulation in itself is a task. At the same time, there are these people who call themselves Palestinians who are suffering under an invitee that they didn't make. They didn't invite the Israelis there. The Europeans brought them there. So they're now in their country and they're sitting on everybody's neck. That's the actual situation. So I don't know how you pick sides in this, but just look at the situation as it is in reality. Once you see that, then you understand that the foreign policy of the West, America particularly, is being almost positioned where it doesn't want to be. And it's having that position through the hegemony of the Jewish councils in the American government. So right now, they will do anything at the behest of Israel. And the thing is, there are others looking on this. There's the Iranians, there's the Russians, there's the Chinese, and they're looking at everything that's going on. And when they see fair play being thrown away for roughshod, bully tactics, hegemony, they're going to say, oh, because you have the strongest nuclear weapons in the world, that's why you're doing that. But we too have our nuclear weapons. We don't like that. And this is what our preference is. When you engage in that, then you have a better way of looking at the scenario. Because if you're counting one as evil, rather than saint, then you're fooling yourself. You're not looking at what's going on.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jagun. Thank you for that submission. But before I go to Paul, I want to do a shout out to Show out there. I know he's in the background. I see him commenting. And Tokpe, what time are you guys? Do you guys know what time they're starting the next show? And so we know how much time we have here to continue talking. Then can you guys text it on the comment section or in the private chat? Just let me know what's going on so that I don't close out if I need to or whatever. Alaba, okay, let me see. Alaba, could you kindly end the broadcast as the next one should have started? Okay, they're saying I should end. Okay, before let's round up and hear Paul's opinion. Oh, you just joined us late. They want us to round up. Yeah, that's why I was calling. That's him putting it in the private. We talked a lot. We talked about the protests, a lot of things. We talked about American politics, Olympics. Paul, your round up, because I can tell Electricity is putting it in the private chat that if I could end the broadcast, even though you guys want to continue, so that the other
maybe most likely when you end the program, you can just put us on offline. Maybe some
offline.
Of us
okay, that's a good idea.
But let me just hear my own opinion.
Offline. That's true.
Real quick, let me just say my opinion. Just two different topics.
Okay.
Yeah, Alaba, you keep saying the way Nigerians think about Trump. I just want to talk about those Nigerians that think about Trump. Those Nigerians that don't live in the US that think about Trump. And it's okay. Sometimes they may not understand. Trump actually floated a university that was fraud that he paid for. You understand? We see the Trump airline that he paid for. Trump, as a Christian, for the Christians in Nigeria that support Trump, this man have 3 wives and 5 children for 3 different women. And everything. So this is the type of Christian that you call your Christian leader. I know when it comes to times like this, they'll say, judge not, for ye shall judge you. But I know as a Christian in Nigeria, if you do that, they punish you. But if Trump do that, the Christians in Nigeria will support him. So when we talk about fraud, it happened real about Trump University, Trump Airline. This is a man, Alaba, you and I know that if you file for bankruptcy, it stays in your record for 7 to 10 years.
That's
Trump
right.
Is 77 years. He has filed 6 bankruptcy. I don't know how people call him a successful businessman, even when he inherited this money from his father. And he filed 6 times bankruptcy. Simply means your business went under. There is a bank in Nigeria called Savannah Trust Bank. You understand, owned by Jim Womboro back in the days. If Nigeria operates like the US, probably Jim Womboro will still be running that bank today. You understand? Just close that bank, start another one again. These are the type of people they call. Then also the Golan Heights that happened today with the Israel thing. Alaba, let's look at critically and everything. Don't you think that sometimes they let some of these things just fly to see because of America is on the crossroad right now? You understand? What will the VP respond? What will the president respond? And what will the so-called Trump, you understand, respond? They are likely to happen.
And they will have discussional issues in their debates.
Exactly, and never that into being debate. Sometimes let us look these things very well. Look Ukraine and look the way the US do. The US give Israel Iron Dome, you understand? So that when they throw weapons, they do all this thing. Why wouldn't the US give Ukraine Iron Dome? As Russia is turning that place to a rubble, as Russia is turning Ukraine to like Palestine today. And everyone, why did they give them? No, if we can't give you F-16 and F-35, why don't you just give them Iron Dome? So sometimes some of us should just wake up a little bit and understand the hypocrisy when it comes to the West and the way the West operates. You understand? So you understand if America can rub shoulder with Pakistan, you understand, then condemn India to rub shoulder with Russia, and Pakistan is a terrorist state, and the like. So you just look, my brother, some of us should wake up when it comes to this hypocrite, when it comes to Western leaders. Western leaders are never straight. You understand? They own the media, they use the media. Luckily for us today, they give us this tertiary media for us to use to do small but when we don't have work to do. If not, some of us...
But Paul, they tell us now, they don't have permanent friends, they don't have permanent enemy.
Exactly. No,
they only have
so
permanent interest.
When you see my people, the way some of my people, they talk and everything. So when you talk from the other side of the divide, it just looks like you don't appreciate what the country is giving to you.
Okay,
you understand?
before we leave the stage, Paul, well, your view on the protest, and then are you guys saying we continue in the back and this?
Definitely, the protest. Yes. Okay. So the protest, I don't support the protest in as much as I really want the protest. Because at the end of the day,
that's very confusing. Can you explain yourself? You don't prepare, but you want it. It's like you're talking with both sides of your mouth.
That is true. That is true. In as much as I want the protest, the way they push the protest and the time frame that they give is just way too long.
What would have been your own better suggestion?
So it would have been short, and last minute somebody would have come outside. You understand? Last minute somebody would have come outside, and that person would have just come out to speak. Even though the experts that will talk at the end of the day, you still see Davido still come outside, had some discussions with the Inspector General of Police. Did they achieve it? The answer is no. But at least Davido come outside. But at least Davido can control the people. Like the way they will take this person to also Rock, talk to the person, then the person will come back with talking with the other side of his mouth. This panic, you see, why I said I support the protest and why I said the protest may not really work very well. This protest, if you look Nigeria very well, I hate to say it, some people will disagree with me. When you look Nigeria very well, the northerners, the northern youth, you understand, are like what the Americans will call the blue eye and blonde hair. You understand, the first class America. For the first time that the northerners want to come out to protest. And Tinubu understand that if you roll out tanks, you understand, to massacre any of the northerners, he's losing the second time election. That's why they are worried. It's not because of we the South. with the Southerners, they know that leave them alone. The soldier flog them 1-2 times, they'll go back home. You understand? That is justice worry.
Don't you think that's a tribal approach?
Of course. Tinubu want to come for second term. Or if he don't want to come for second term, he don't want the kind of heat that Jonathan faced in his own government.
Yeah, I'm rushing you to finish your statement. I can see electricity is on the here. I'm sure it's about us rounding.
So let us go offline so that we can.
Electricity, you have something to say before we.
Yes, please. I need to next one is faster.
You're not clear. Electricity is closer to the mic.
Can you please make the broadcast, please? It's 30 minutes past the time, please. Thank you.
Okay. So, we're gonna end the stream, and if anybody's joining us in the back end, the link is there. And then thank you all the people that have joined us. We appreciate you. Thank you.
We don't need a link. We just need to stay here.
Okay.
Yeah, you just go offline.